Chapter 350. After the Federation's reconciliation, the Central Committee of Green Dragon Mountain's anti-government forces held a reception in the Special Capital District. The name of the reception was the Charity Gala for the Peace and Reconstruction of the Four Prefectures. The historic handshake between President Pabble and the leader of Southern Water gave the people from Green Dragon Mountain who came to participate in the negotiations an unprecedented, even somewhat exaggerated, respect. There were many important guests who came to participate in this banquet. The location of the reception was also very important. In a sense, the Thai family who had single-handedly facilitated the Federation's reconciliation, vacated the Windy Slope Clubhouse next to Charter Square to welcome guests from all over the country. 2 years ago, Mr. Pabbre, who was only a member of parliament, took a military plane to Green Dragon Mountain and laid the foundation for today's reconciliation. It was all because of the influence of the Thai family in the dark. Whether it was the current government or the people of Green Dragon Mountain, they were all sincerely grateful to that lady. Su Lu and Shi Qinghai walked out of the black car. They looked at the inconspicuous main entrance of the Windy Slope Clubhouse and the extremely high night sky, and saw the line of large words formed by light beams, Charity Gala for the Peace and Reconstruction of the Four Prefectures. They couldn't help but sigh in their hearts at the same time. Seeing this name, they couldn't help but think of the building of the foundation for the peace and reconstruction of the four prefectures that was full of bullets and blood. The owner of that building had climbed to a very high position in both Green Dragon Mountain and the government. Now, it had long been thrown into the dustbin of history and gradually forgotten by people. Probably only these two brothers would never forget this member of parliament who had died in their hands. Su Lu naturally didn't have any objections to the Federation's reconciliation. However, he really didn't have much interest in this kind of reception. It was even more impossible for him to come here just to see the girl with the black-rimmed glasses again and let himself suffer, torture, and be artistic. However, he had received a direct order from the Ministry of National Defense. He didn't know who wanted to see him at the reception, but he couldn't refuse a military order. Shi Qinghai's situation was the same. He wanted to find his own organization, and the intelligence leader had inexplicably set the location of contact at the banquet. After finding his name in the electronic register, Su Lu led Shi Qinghai into the Lufeng Slope Club. He had been to this high-class place before, which was full of a quiet and elegant atmosphere. But today, after walking to the end, he realized that the Lufeng Slope Club had a large building at the back of the mountain. The reception was held in a hall halfway up the mountain. They found a dark seat in the hall and sat down. Shi Qinghai took a bottle of red wine from the surprised waiter and filled his and Su Li's glasses. They looked at each other, laughed at themselves and finished the wine in one gulp. Back to the ball 2 years ago. The legendary intelligence leader from Green Dragon Mountain had contacted the crown prince of the Thai family through Su Lu, which led to a series of political disturbances later. In a sense, Su Lu and Shi Qinghai were the key figures in the Federation's reconciliation. However, at this reception, no one would realize this and no one would even notice their existence. It was this kind of emotion that made the two of them feel a little strange in the dark corner under the crystal chandelier in the bustling hall. Do you still remember the Double Moon Festival ball 2 years ago? Shi Qinghai poured another 2 glasses of red wine and slowly swallowed them. He let the clear wine fragrance linger in his mouth and nose and said faintly, "She will definitely come tonight. Will you dance with her again?" Su Lu narrowed his eyes and smiled. He shook his head and said, "It's all in the past. What's there to talk about?" At this moment, the heavy door was opened, and an old man about 60 years old walked in, accompanied by a few representatives of the Federation. The guests at the 70 or so tables in the hall all stood up and applauded politely and warmly. Those who were qualified to enter the Flowing Wind Slope Club to participate in this charity banquet were undoubtedly the top figures in their social circles. However, at this time their action of standing up and applauding seemed very natural. Su Lu retracted his gaze from below the rostrum. He had noticed that Li Xiuzhu, Lin Dohai and several other second-generation figures of the 7 great families were sitting at the same table. However, he didn't see Li Xiaotong. It seemed that the 7th young master was not lying when he said that he and Li Xiuzhu never appeared at the same time. Not the leader of Nanshui? Chairman of the Central Committee of Green Dragon Mountain, Jin Jifan. Shi Qinghai looked at the rippling red wine in his glass. He wondered when that wretched uncle would come to find him. He said with a trace of indifference, "The leader of Nanshui always likes to maintain a sense of mystery. Even if President Pabbre were to attend this kind of occasion, he wouldn't attend. The upper class of the Federation values face the most. Since we've already signed the peace agreement, we naturally have to show respect to Green Dragon Mountain. Shi Qinghai added. There was a faint ridicule in his words. You're a member of Green Dragon Mountain, but it seems that you don't have a good impression of the Central Committee. Sulu asked curiously. We're an intelligence agency. We're relatively independent. Moreover, we've been active in S1 for many years. In the eyes of the Central Committee, we're naturally suspected of being traitors. The ridicule in Shi Qinghai's eyes grew stronger and stronger. For example, the guy who asked me to come to the banquet today is nominally the number 3 figure of the Central Committee. However, in reality, his days in the mountain aren't very comfortable. But you still want to find an organization, Sulu said with a smile. He shook his head and said, Don't talk about this. I'm not interested in these things. You have to know that I'm currently an active officer of the Federation. Jin Jifan and the several important members of the Federation smiled warmly. Under the gazes of the crowd, they sat at the table in front of the podium. Just when the guests in the hall thought that President Pabre would arrive and the charity banquet would officially begin, no one expected that another pair of guests would appear at the entrance. I originally thought that Madam wanted to push the Crown Prince to the stage today. Shi Qinghai looked at the pair of young guests that appeared at the entrance. A trace of disgust flashed between his eyebrows. He said, Who would have thought that the one who came was actually this idiot? The order of appearance at any banquet was always particular. What qualifications did the pair of young men and women that appeared at the entrance of the banquet have to be behind Jin Jifan and the several members? Who is that young man? Su Li's eyes narrowed as he looked at the man with slightly bent elbows at the entrance. The man wore a military uniform without any insignia. His figure was tall and straight, and his face was deliberately calm and reserved, as well as an air of arrogance that could not be concealed no matter what. As I said, that's an idiot. Shi Qinghai sensed that Su Li's voice had sunk slightly, so he said with a faint mocking smile, the second son of the leader of Nanshui Nan Mingxiu. This good son of a revolutionary is truly arrogant to the extreme in Green Dragon Mountain. Relying on the fact that he has a good father, he actually dares to appear after Jin Jifan and put on such a show. Does he think that the capital is the same as those barren mountains? Shi Qinghai knew what Sulu was feeling right now, so he did not hold back in his words. He directly threw out the evaluation that the anti-government army had given this person. Most of the guests at the charity banquet did not know who this young man was. He actually dared to appear after Jin Jifan and the members of the parliament. There was a burst of discussion in the banquet hall, and the identity of this person gradually spread. Only then did the crowd gently nod, revealing a look of understanding. The guests at the banquet hall were more familiar with this young man's female companion, because this beautiful girl wearing a light blue dress had once appeared in the live broadcast of the hearing on Parliament Hill. The entire Federation had once heard her calm and firm voice. It was no exaggeration to say that this girl had many admirers in the Federation. People admired her calm and firm, and the calm beauty in front of countless members of Parliament. Especially when the Federation restarted the Medellin project last month, she once again returned to S1 Parliament Hill, and showed her steady and calm side in front of countless media reporters. This admiration was further strengthened. Nan Mingxiu? Su Li's eyelashes slightly blinked. He looked at the son of the anti-government leader, looked at his slightly bent arm, looked at the small white hand in the crook of his arm, and looked at the light blue dress. This dress seemed to be a little old, and it seemed that it had not been worn for a long time. It appeared a little too plain to appear in such a luxurious and romantic occasion as the Lufeng Slope Club. Su Lu felt that this little blue dress was somewhat familiar, but she remembered in an instant. 2 years ago, she had also worn this little dress during the Double Moon Festival dance. It seems that life in the guerrilla army is really hard. He quietly looked at the girl at the door, and found that she was not wearing black-rimmed glasses today. He said softly, the female companion of the leader's son can only wear old clothes. New clothes were not as good as old clothes, but old clothes were the most comfortable to wear. A new person was a better choice. Shi Qinghai stared at the red wine in the glass, smiled slightly and said, Your performance is better than I thought. You can still be so calm. This is not a difficult thing to do. Su Lu steadily picked up the red wine glass. He was not pretending. Whether or not he could really see through the past, but after experiencing so many life and death situations, these things seemed to be very difficult to shake his big heart. He calmly looked at Nan Mingxiu and Zhang Xiaoming holding hands, walked to the rostrum under the gaze of all the guests, and watched them sit at the table where Li Xiuzhu was sitting. After so many years of training, his mechanic eyes were even sharper. The moment Nan Mingxiu and Zhang Xiaoming sat down, he clearly saw the undisguised greed and possessiveness in this person's eyes. In an instant, Su Li's eyes narrowed and he took a big gulp of red wine. Calm. Shi Qinghai looked at him mockingly, laughed and said, "Didn't you say that this is not a difficult thing to do?" Su Li put down the wine glass, narrowed his eyes and looked at the table. He was silent for a long time and suddenly said, "But I am still not happy." Chapter 351. The guests in the Flowing Wind Slope Club maintained almost standard smiles as they looked at the MC on the stage. From time to time, they would respond to the MC's topic, making the smiles on their faces bigger or laughing out loud. As for whether they actually listened to those words, no one knew. Shi Qinghai naturally wasn't in the mood to listen to this nonsense. His eyes lifted from the three ancient letters, LFP, embroidered on the white tablecloth and fell on Su Li's face, confirming that he was still looking at the table in front of the rostrum. He said sarcastically, "She's not your woman. What's there to be upset about? The committee made her Nan Mingxiu's female companion. It's not as bad as you think. Your ex-girlfriend's beautiful appearance is mainly to fight back against the Federation's accusation of kidnapping." Su Li glanced at him. Shi Qinghai played with the stem of his cup and said, "I checked before I came. Last autumn's hearing and last month's second appearance made Zhang Xiaoming very popular with the people of the Federation. She even felt like the spokesperson of the organization. Her appearance today is naturally to let the officials of the Federation and the media see that the young people who believe in George Carlinism are all willing, not brainwashed by the mountain." "You should also believe in George Carlin," Su Li said. "I believe in them, but I didn't join them for some ideology. Do you remember the letter I left you?" Looking at Chairman Jean Jifan and President Pabre on the rostrum, his face suddenly calmed down, and there was a trace of regret between his charming eyebrows. "In the past, the Federation heartlessly hurt my life, so I want to make this Federation better. People have to do something. But looking at these scenes that I would never have thought of in the past, I suddenly feel that I don't understand. In fact, I've always wondered if George Carlin, who is worshipped by countless people in the Federation, could be someone I know." The light of the giant crystal chandelier was soft and magnificent, but when it reached their table, it became a little dull, casting shadows on Su Li's ordinary face. He said in a very soft voice, "It's just that this idea is too ridiculous. Although that guy's teeth are all rotten, he doesn't look that old." Just as the two of them were sighing with mixed feelings, the charity banquet continued its own program and began to enter the auction process. The seats in the hall of Flowing Wind Slope Clubhouse were all fixed in advance. Only the worst seats in the outermost circle were not so strict. Of course, the guests sitting in such seats were not important figures. Even so, the guests sitting at Su Li's table were still famous people from South Dakota, Darcy, Hong Kong, and other places. What was even more amazing was that in the auction segment, the people who really raised their cards and threw money were all from these remote corners. It was probably because these people had money and status, but they had always lacked the opportunity to get close to the core of the federal power. In this charity auction, the two items with the highest price were a windbreaker donated by President Pabre and a gun carried by the leader of South Water. The dark windbreaker had accompanied the dark-skinned Mr. President on that tattered military transport aircraft. On a certain New Year's night, it flew directly to Green Dragon Mountain Airport and witnessed the birth of the Federation's reconciliation agreement. It had great historical significance on an occasion like this, and it was also particularly in line with the theme of today's banquet. As for the gun donated by the leader of South Water, it was full of rich symbolic meaning. The leader of the anti-government army had even handed over his gun. What did this mean? Warm and sincere applause resounded in the hall. Then came a series of award ceremonies. The Special Investigation Team of the Legal Department and the Editorial Department of the Capital Daily received the Federation's Special Medal. Looking at Prosecutor Xiao Wenjing, who excitedly received the award from Mr. President, Chief Editor Bob, who had a calm expression, and Reporter Wood, who was still somewhat immobile, the audience was silent for a moment, and then there was warm applause. Everyone knew what this special award ceremony represented. The people who received the award on the stage were the staunch promoters and investigators of the Medellin project. It was because of their tireless efforts that the Federation was able to nail Senator Medellin to the pillar of shame 20 days ago. And to receive the award on such an occasion, there was no doubt that the Federation government and the anti-government army of Green Dragon Mountain had reached a consensus on this matter. It was even possible that it was because of this matter that the peace agreement between the two sides was signed so smoothly. Su Lu and Shi Qinghai looked at each other. Looking at the excited Xiao Wenjing and the two respectable media people on the stage, they seriously applauded. In fact, compared to the people on the stage, The two of them should be on the stage to receive the award and bask in the warm and enthusiastic applause. It was just that no one would call their names because the things they did would never see the light of day. They could only shine in the darkness. "I like our president more and more," Shi Qinghai said with a smile while clapping. Hearing this familiar name, Sulu replied with a smile, "I like him too." President Pabre's experience in the military was very poor. He was only a legal official who followed the army. During the election, he needed to reach a reconciliation agreement with the anti-government army. The reason he was able to successfully become the president was largely because of that explosive news incident. However, this dark-skinned president still upheld the promise he made back then. He didn't even hesitate to offend the interests of the Federation to investigate the Medellin case to the end. He gave many people, including Sulu and Shi Qinghai, a clear explanation. This kind of tenacity and bright moral character had not been seen in a politician for a long time. Naturally, the reception couldn't always be seated. After the first half of the program ended, the service staff of the Flowing Wind Slope Club quickly and cleanly changed the venue. The dance floor in the middle was empty, and countless people in luxurious clothes began to exchange pleasantries with each other. President Pabre had already left in advance. Chairman Jean Jifan from Green Dragon Mountain and the son of the leader of Nanshui naturally became the focus of everyone's attention. No one knew how the anti-government army from Green Dragon Mountain would enter the Federation after the reconciliation, and what kind of changes it would bring to the current political situation. No one even dared to confirm whether these mountain guerrillas could grow into some kind of political force. However, no matter if it was a politician or a businessman, they had to show their goodwill and friendliness in advance in this chaotic and uncertain situation. Shi Qinghai held a bottle of red wine and leaned against the wall in the corner with Sulu. He drank while watching everything unfold in a bored manner. Suddenly, he saw a waiter's hand gesture under a silver plate not far away. He narrowed his eyes and whispered something to Sulu before leaving the scene. Someone was looking for Mr. Shi. Sulu leaned against the wall with his head down and held the bottle of red wine in boredom. He didn't know if he should leave. Why did the Ministry of National Defense want him to come to this reception? Who on earth wanted to see him? He wasn't a person who liked to drink alone, and he wasn't interested in squatting in the corner and drawing circles. Although the wallpaper pattern of Flowing Wind Slope Club was beautiful and moving, he couldn't study it for too long. In particular, when he looked at the area surrounded by people in front of the reception, at the smear of blue and the proud face of the leader's son, he felt a little frustrated. He casually put down the bottle of red wine by his feet and strolled out of the hall to the side of the terrace. The autumn night was refreshing. Occasionally, a gust of wind would come, but it actually felt a little cold. Sulu gently held the stone railing with both hands and narrowed his eyes to look at the forest in front of him. The stars above the trees, the charter square across from the forest, and those ignorant five-person group statues. He was about to be quiet for a moment when he heard hesitant footsteps behind him that he turned around and looked at Zhang Xiaoming in the blue off-shoulder dress. After a moment of silence, he said, "Long time no see. Last year at the entrance of the Parliament building." Zhang Xiaoming looked at him with a trace of nervousness and uneasiness. Her knuckles holding the wineglass were a little white. She tidied the hair floating in front of her forehead and bravely took a step forward, getting a little closer to Sulu. In many cases, it was difficult for young men and women to find a topic to break the silence. Perhaps they would talk about the weather or the moon, but Sulu. He just calmly looked at this familiar and elegant face, thinking of the happiness, sadness, and deceit he once had. He directly said, "On the clock tower, you once said to me that you insisted on your beliefs, so you gave up on the relationship between us. If George Carlin found out that you appeared in the house of the 7 great families, would he jump out of his grave in anger and scold you?" He didn't question her deceit, nor did he describe what he had done to avenge her. He just asked this question so casually. However, it was this question that unabashedly revealed the depth of his heart about certain things. The late autumn night is cold. You wore a thin dress to the balcony, but you didn't have to worry about the cold, because the Thai family's clubhouse is extremely extravagant with the warm air. Sulu reached out his hand and waved gently in the warm air. Even the balcony has a warm air. Think about the days in Green Dragon Mountain. Isn't it very different? Zhang Xiaoming lowered her head slightly to hide the moisture in her eyes. She came to the balcony to say this to Sulu, but it seemed that Sulu didn't want to give her a chance to speak. She tightly gripped the edge of her dress with her fists. She didn't have the calm beauty in front of the Federation's television cameras. Instead, she was more like that fake mature girl from back then who was actually very stupid and naive. You should know very well that it's not like that. The Empire's invasion is imminent. She quietly explained. It wasn't clear whether she was explaining for the anti-government forces or for her own choice. No, it's Green Dragon Mountain that can't hold on any longer, so they chose to reconcile. Sulu stared into her eyes and said somewhat angrily, "Don't forget, I knew about this matter from the beginning. I know it better than anyone. Even if what you said is true, so what?" Sulu looked at the girl he once loved the most and lowered his eyes slightly. With a trace of mockery he said in a deep voice, "For the sake of faith you can give up love. For the sake of the greater good of human society, you can give up faith. Then what exactly is there that you can't give up? Faith wants you to find Tai Ziyuan, so you go find him. Faith wants you to accompany the leader's son, so you go accompany." Sulu raised his head and continued in a cold voice. "In the past your faith was Macklin. Now your faith is Green Dragon Mountain. Have you ever figured out what faith is?" Every word cut to the heart, every sentence harsh. Zhang Xiaoming looked at this man's face that she had never forgotten. She was in a daze and didn't say a word. She didn't argue, nor did she get angry. She pursed her lips and smiled. Two streams of sparkling and translucent tears slid down her cheeks as she smiled. She knew better than anyone what a warm and honest man he was, yet he said such harsh words. How deeply had she hurt him? How much suffering had she caused him? At this moment, the balcony door was pushed open again. Chapter 352. The person who walked onto the terrace was a middle-aged man wearing traditional Chinese clothing. Sulu had noticed him earlier in the hall. This person was from Green Dragon Mountain and was probably Nan Mingxiu's attendant. He didn't know why he had come to the terrace at this time. Zhang Xiaoming was quietly looking at Su Li's face and didn't notice that someone had come behind her. Tears flowed down her smiling face. The light makeup on her face was washed away, making her look even more beautiful. She took another step forward and leaned closer to Sulu. She said softly, "I'm sorry." There was no doubt that in this tender relationship that started with a bag of dog biscuits, started with the food in the cafeteria, and ended with the porridge and flowers in the plum garden, there had been feelings of guilt, persistence, and hurt, but there had also been unquestionable sincerity. Tonight, without the cover of her black-rimmed glasses, the hazy tears in her bright eyes seemed so sincere. Looking at her in a daze, Sulu suddenly recalled many things in the past, many things that he rarely thought of in the past year. His strong heart didn't soften, but it recovered a trace of vitality. Then he thought of the thousands of gazes in front of the Parliament building. Many complex emotions entangled his heart, and he couldn't taste that feeling no matter how hard he tried. The lights in the hall shone through the side door, casting a shadow of a moon and a half on the quiet and dim terrace. Sulu and Zhang Xiaoming happened to be standing on either side of this moon-like light. An invisible line seemed to separate the two of them, but in reality they were only 2 steps apart. The scene fell into silence and silence, as if they had returned to the cafeteria and the playground 3 years ago. Zhang Xiaoming wiped away the tears at the corners of her eyes and quietly looked at him with a smile. Although they were no longer in a relationship of the past, just standing there facing each other and looking at his face so close was already a great comfort for her. She knew how hard he had been through these past few years. Although she had also been through the same in the mountains, she no longer had the right to complain, and he didn't seem to have the desire to talk about these things. So she just stood there quietly, standing in the autumn wind on the terrace. There was no need for words, just reminiscing about the past. However, there were other people on the terrace. The middle-aged man in formal attire was a little surprised to see Zhang Xiaoming crying and wiping her tears. His expression changed slightly, and he was prepared to come forward and say a few words to her. He wanted to tell her that someone was looking for her in the hall, and at the same time he wanted her to stay away from the cold and dangerous officer by the stone railings. In his opinion, that officer must have done something to make Zhang Xiaoming cry like this. This pair of young man and woman were silently reflecting on the atmosphere when suddenly there was another person who disturbed them. Zhang Xiaoming's back was facing the side door, so she did not notice. Sulu coldly looked at the middle-aged man. It was just a glance, but the coldness and ruthlessness in his eyes made the middle-aged man stop in his tracks. His heart was cold and he turned around and walked towards the hall. Nan Mingxiu is the son of Nanshui's leader. Me being his female companion today is the request of the organization, but don't misunderstand. It's just that recently the Federation. Zhang Xiaoming's eyes were slightly red as she looked at him and quietly explained. The story between her and him was too long and too complicated. Originally, there was no need to explain anything, but for some reason, when she saw Su Li's normally sunny and gloomy face today, Her heart was particularly flustered. She always felt that she had to explain clearly. You don't need to explain anything. Su Lu calmly looked at her elegant face. Zhang Xiaoming's heart was slightly gloomy, but she immediately forced a smile. In an instant, this smile became particularly gentle because Su Lu placed his hand on her head and gently stroked it. When I found out last year that you were still alive, I was very angry. Su Lu somewhat slowly withdrew his hand and said, but Mr. Shi reminded me that if I was more angry than happy, then wouldn't that mean that I was looking forward to your death? You should be angry. Zhang Xiaoming walked out of the half-moon-shaped lights and walked to his side. She quietly leaned on his arm and said, looking at you across the street on the sidewalk, only then did I realize how much my heart hurt. I always wanted to ask you face to face if you could forgive me, but later I thought it through. What reason do I have for you to forgive me? She tilted her head and looked at Su Li's side profile with some bitterness. She stubbornly smiled and said, I know your personality. You hate it when people lie to you. Su Lu had once said to Lin Yuanhu in front of Professor Shen's grave that he would not forgive a single one of them. Now Lin Yuanhu had also become an ice-cold existence in the grave. As for Zhang Xiaoming, he didn't think there was any question of forgiveness. It was just that the affairs of the world and each of them had their own obsessions. However, in a relationship, there was no room for obsessions about other things, even if it was so-called faith. Besides, the past was the past and it could never be returned. In the cold wind of the autumn night, he felt a little cold. He lowered his head to look at the girl beside him and said in a slightly hoarse voice, remember what we said on the Iron Tower? The love that I have looked forward to since I was young cannot be sacrificed by anything. If the bargaining chip is also the most beautiful thing in the world, I will try to grasp it together. After all, not many people would ask such a stupid question as a mother and wife falling into a river. His tone gradually became serious, and with a trace of painful self-mockery he said, the love that I want is the kind that is absolutely selfish. It's funny to say that I set obstacles for myself to judge what love is. At that time at UA University, I thought that no matter if you were a spy for the anti-government army or something else, I would still be the same as before. I also hoped that even if I were a traitor, you would still love me the same. At that time, I always thought that this kind of love was real. Not many young men and women could still analyze their own psychology so seriously and sincerely on the balcony on an autumn night after experiencing their story. Maybe Su Lu was naive, or maybe Zhang Xiaoming was childish. Maybe their meeting on the bus at the airport was a mistake in itself. Maybe Zhang Xiaoming did a lot of things to hurt Su Lu. But in the end, the reason why they could meet and love each other in a sea of people as vast as the stars was because they were actually very similar people in their bones. I've always been the one to leave quietly. I've always been the one to hurt you time and time again. Zhang Xiaoming was slightly disappointed. Then she raised her head and said sadly, I'm sorry. Su Lu narrowed his eyes and said, this is the second sentence today. I told you before that I don't like to hear you say sorry the most. Yes. Zhang Xiaoming playfully pursed her lips, but with her pair of red eyes she looked a little sad. She didn't feel relieved. On the contrary, because of Su Li's current calmness, there was a lot of bitterness and sadness hidden in her heart. She didn't want to continue this topic to avoid losing control of her emotions. She hugged the boy beside her and cried loudly. She changed the topic and said softly, are you going to the West Woods? Su Lu thought of the weird security mission at the Whitewater Company. He shook his head and said, I have to go in the end. It's just that the time hasn't been set yet. You are a talent that the federal military has focused on cultivating, Zhang Xiaoming said softly. Zhang Xiaoming said softly, although I don't know what happened to you in the past 2 years, it's always better to be careful on the battlefield. In the past 2 years I've seen quite a few battles in Green Dragon Mountain. I know that it's not a place where one person can solve a problem. After saying this she smiled slightly. She didn't tell Su Lu that she might also be transferred to the Westwoods next year. In her heart, she didn't think she had the right to ask for anything, so she was silent. But then she thought that to be able to go through hardships with the man she loved was probably a kind of happiness. Su Lu heard the deep concern in these calm words. His heart trembled slightly. He only felt that the cold autumn wind blowing in his face was like yesterday. The moonlight in the sky was like yesterday, like pear blossoms, like the snow in the Plum Garden apartment. He couldn't help but ask in a slightly raspy voice, I've always wanted to ask you a question. In your heart, what exactly am I? The door to the terrace was forcefully pushed open. A few guests walked in quickly. The one in the front was the son of the South Water leader, Nan Mingxiu. Wearing a strange military uniform, his face was full of shock. He quickly walked to Zhang Xiaoming's side. Seeing the girl's red eyes, he reached out and grabbed Zhang Xiaoming's upper arm. He said loudly, "Xiaoming, what happened?" The moment Nan Mingxiu's fingers touched Zhang Xiaoming's upper arm, Sulu didn't know why. He felt like his heart was covered in thorns. He was very angry. His eyes narrowed sharply and he slapped down with his palm. With a crisp slap, a red mark appeared on the back of Nan Mingxiu's hand. He staggered back 2 steps. He was greatly shocked. He looked at Sulu and angrily yelled, "Let go of her." The people who came to the terrace all sucked in a breath of cold air. Previously, they had received the report from the middle-aged man in the hall. Only then did they know that Zhang Xiaoming, who they had invited to talk with, was crying on the terrace. She seemed to have been harassed by someone. They were very clear about Nan Mingxiu's intentions of calling this busybody the Leaf of Green Dragon Mountain. Naturally, they wanted to satisfy his desire to protect this flower. They hurriedly came to the terrace, but they never would have thought that the officer standing in the shadows would silently and unceremoniously make a move. In the opinion of this leader's son, this officer must have harassed Zhang Xiaoming. He stood on the side of reason. Moreover, the current Federation government needed his father's help. He was naturally unstoppable in the capital ring. Who would dare not give him some leeway? "I'm warning you." Nan Mingxiu stared coldly at Sulu. "I'm warning you. Don't bother Zhang Xiaoming in the future. Otherwise I'll make the South Water leader regret having only 2 sons. Sulu looked at Nan Mingxiu and said. The people on the terrace were in an uproar. They didn't understand why the lines seemed to be reversed. Moreover, who was this officer? It seemed that he knew who Nan Mingxiu's father was, yet he still dared to threaten him at such a sensitive time. "How dare you be so rude to young Master Nan? What is this place? Put away those damn things in the barracks." An angry shout came from behind the terrace. The person who spoke was the chairman of the Senate's Ethics Committee, Senior Senator Zion. At this time, many people in the hall had noticed the conflict on the terrace. This respected senator just happened to be nearby, and when he saw Sulu make a move, he unhappily lectured. Sulu took a step forward and shielded Zhang Xiaoming behind him. He narrowed his eyes and looked at this really powerful big shot. He said, "What's wrong? You want to label me as the one who destroyed the Federation's reconciliation?" At this time, the light shone on his body, illuminating the well-ironed lieutenant colonel military uniform exceptionally clearly. At this time, the people at the side door of the terrace saw the officer's face clearly, and also saw his epaulets clearly. Everyone was shocked into silence. There were only 2 such young lieutenant colonels in the Federation. No matter which one of them, it seemed that they had enough background and strength to show such a strong attitude. No matter how big of a label Senator Zion put on them, they probably wouldn't even frown. Chapter 353. When the Federation did not find any enemies in the vast universe, the army was just a dispensable existence for this society. However, with the sudden appearance of the Empire in the Night Scorpion Nebula, everything changed. The voice of the military was unprecedentedly powerful within the Federation. Especially with the appearance of the War God in Philadelphia, the Federation soldiers were generally welcomed and respected by the people and the society. The military strength of the Federation expanded like a balloon. In just a few decades, the military was crazily expanded. Because of the rapid expansion, the organization and military ranks were somewhat chaotic. But no matter how chaotic it was, the 2 bars and 2 stars on the shoulders of this officer still shocked and astonished the guests of the Lufeng Slope Club. There was only one major general in the Federation military, Du Shaoqing. The rest of the division generals were all colonels. However, the officer on the terrace was obviously only about 20 years old. How could he be a lieutenant colonel at such a young age? The people who were qualified to attend the banquet all had their own information channels. After a brief moment of absent-mindedness, they immediately reacted. There were only 2 such young lieutenant colonels in the Federation. One of them was Li Feng and the other was Su Lo. The former was the grandson of the Federation's war god, Li Pifu. According to many information channels, the latter seemed to have an unclear relationship with the old man in Philadelphia. According to the political system of the Federation, Mr. Zian, the chairman of the Ethics Committee of the Parliament, was undoubtedly a real big shot who could be ranked in the top 20. But at this moment, when Sulu said this, the old senator suddenly felt depressed and could not say anything. 2 years ago, Li Feng broke into Parliament Hill and beat up the people in Senator Zian's office. Senator Zian had always remembered the scene that made him extremely angry. Li Feng was not a real lunatic, so he naturally did not dare to be rough with him. However, he beat up several of Senator Zian's aides and secretaries. No media dared to report this incident. Who would have thought that it would become a story of Li Feng beating up a senator? Looking at Su Lu, Councilman Zion was not as calm as he appeared to be. The appearance of lunatic Li in Feiqing City had already made him lose face. This Lieutenant Colonel Su Lu was not known as a lunatic, but a big shot like him naturally knew what this person had done. The terrace did not become absolutely silent. Everyone looked at Su Lu under the light with complicated expressions. There were whispers behind the crowd. This is Su Lu who broke the Iron 7th Division? I heard that even Li Feng was defeated by him. I don't know what his relationship is with the people in Philadelphia. Nan Mingxiu noticed the strange gazes of the people around him, but did not hear the whispers. He just angrily guessed the background of the young officer standing in front of Zhang Xiaoming. He actually dared to talk back to the old senator with one sentence. But looking at Zhang Xiaoming standing quietly behind Su Lu, the gloominess on his face became more and more obvious. In the hall behind the terrace, under the cover of an evergreen plant, Li Xiuzhu quietly looked at the disturbance not far away. A trace of complicated emotions flashed across his handsome and charming face. No one knew if he was thinking of the stories related to the presidential election in the past 2 years. Beside him, Lin Dohai glared fiercely at Su Lu on the terrace and said, "You don't want to go out?" From the first time he saw Su Lu in Harbor City, to the nightclub next to Capital University, and then to the Flowing Wind Slope Club last winter, every time the heir of the Lin family saw Su Lu, he would be unlucky and lose face. Last year at this door he was even smashed in the nose by Su Lu with a wine glass. As the heir of one of the 7 families of the Federation, Lin Dohai could never imagine that there would be someone in the world who dared to disrespect and even insult him, let alone a small figure like Su Lu. However, at that time, Su Lu had the wife of the back mountain of Macho behind him. Now that wife might have abandoned him, but in the end he climbed up the mountain of the Lees of Philadelphia. There were very few people the Lin family did not dare to provoke, but the 2 families of the back mountain of Macho and the Lake of Philadelphia were existences they absolutely did not want to provoke. Every time he thought of this, Lin Dohai could not help but hate Su Li's bullshit luck. At this time, seeing that this person seemed to have offended Representative Zian and the people of Green Dragon Mountain, he could not help but feel schadenfreude and was ready to do something. What are we going out for? Li Xiuzhu held a wine glass and looked at the crowd on the terrace, laughing self-deprecatingly. Few of the thousands of generations of descendants like them were as stupid as Lin Dohai, who did not know how to write the word low-key, and could not even see the general situation clearly. The second-generation descendants of the 7 families could not possibly like, and even somewhat despise, Nan Mingxiu, the son of the leader of Green Dragon Mountain. At this time, standing beside Nan Mingxiu on the terrace were some playboys. Madman Li only hit a representative, but Su Lu dared to kill a representative. The difference is too big. Li Xiuzhu said with slight mockery, Representative Zian is probably thinking about where to find a way out of this situation. Representative Zian was a big shot. He was standing too high, so it was difficult for him to find a suitable way out of this situation. He was not a guest from Green Dragon Mountain like Nan Mingxiu, who could play the crude and direct role of a revolutionary from time to time, and he could not just leave like that. Therefore, even though he knew that the young lieutenant colonel in front of him was a person that the old man had carefully cultivated, after a moment of silence, he still scolded him in a displeased tone like an elder. "What is the occasion today? Why do you have a conflict with a guest who has come from afar?" Su Lu narrowed his eyes slightly. Since the big shot did not throw that hat at him, he naturally wanted to wait for him to answer, and then gradually resolve this matter. The shrewdness of a politician was fully displayed at this moment. "I was chatting with a friend, and then someone suddenly rushed over to disturb us. That is the whole thing," Su Lu replied. Since he had recognized the old man as a distant relative in the military prison of Qingqing, he had enough background and confidence in the Federation. However, he also knew that if a real big shot like Representative Zian was willing to make some concessions at this moment, and he still wanted to be aggressive, the old man would probably not agree. Representative Zian's expression slightly relaxed, and he slightly nodded. When he was about to say something, Nan Mingxiu unexpectedly interrupted him gloomily. "Friend? I only saw you harassing the female soldiers of Green Dragon Mountain." Councilman Zion's expression didn't change, but his mood sank. His second sentence had already been smoothed out and softened without leaving a trace. Lieutenant Colonel Su in front of him also gave a very polite response. Seeing that he was about to build a high staircase and then leave quietly, who would have thought that this stupid leader's son would actually add an extremely inappropriate sentence at this moment? "I think this should be a misunderstanding. This is a matter between young people. If we talk it out, we will let it go. Mr. Representative, I am late. Please introduce Chairman Jean to me. Just as the atmosphere on the balcony was weird, and everyone was silent and uneasy, a clear and gentle voice suddenly sounded from the side door. The crowd separated, revealing a young woman behind. This young woman had soft eyebrows and gave people a feeling of friendliness. However, her occasionally moving eyes revealed a sense of pride that made people unable to resist too much. A person who could speak at this time and place was naturally not a small figure. Su Li's pupils slightly shrank, and he recognized that this young woman was Mrs. Zhong, whom he had not seen for many years. Mrs. Zhong looked at Su Lu and nodded with a smile. Councillor Xian smiled and left with Madame Zhong. With her status, she could move extremely high stone steps with just a few words. This experienced and steady counselor would naturally not stand on this balcony and feel the chill and uneasiness in the wind. Looking at the back of the representative who was walking away, Nan Mingxiu was slightly stunned, feeling that she had been neglected, scorned, and humiliated. When she was about to speak, the middle-aged man beside her, who was wearing a pair of traditional Chinese clothes, suddenly leaned over and whispered something in her ear. Her gloomy face slightly stiffened, but she forced herself to hold it back. A part of the anti-government army of Green Dragon Mountain was to be transferred to the West Woods to fight, and that lady was the wife of that tiger. Moreover, the Zhong family in the West Woods was the only family with military power among the 7 families. That tiger was sometimes unwilling to give face even to the president, let alone Green Dragon Mountain. Although Nan Mingxiu, the leader's son, was used to being arrogant, he also knew that the lady was someone who could not be offended. However, the gloominess and anger in his heart became deeper because of the departure of Representative Xian. He looked at Zhang Xiaoming behind Su Lu and said coldly, "Comrade Zhang Xiaoming, I think you need to explain the relationship between you and this Federation officer." Although the reconciliation of the Federation was a foregone conclusion, Zhang Xiaoming, who was known as the Leaf of Green Dragon Mountain, had a complicated relationship with a Federation officer. How would the organization view Zhang Xiaoming? How would she live in Green Dragon Mountain in the future? Who knew how much insidiousness and viciousness was hidden in Nan Mingxiu's question? Su Li's eyes suddenly narrowed. He felt that his hair was about to stand up, and his fists hanging by his side slowly clenched. "Secretary Nan, please understand your position." Zhang Xiaoming, who had been silent all this time, walked to Su Li's side and said calmly, "I belong to the 4 departments. First, I am not under your jurisdiction. Second, my rank is higher than yours. Why should I explain it to you?" Previously, Zhang Xiaoming had been quietly watching the play on the terrace. The reason why she did not open her mouth to explain was because she believed that Su Lu could solve this problem. She was willing to let Su Lu solve this problem, and some of the information that Su Lu had shown made her feel happy, comforted, and even a little proud of him. However, Nan Mingxiu's insidious question made her very angry. She did not want Su Lu to be held accountable by the federal military for beating up the leader's son, so she calmly stood up. The current her was no longer the her of the past. Any of her calm rhetorical questions made Nan Mingxiu's expression become even uglier. Nan Mingxiu did not have any specific position in Green Dragon Mountain. Right now he was Chairman Jin Jifan's secretary in name. However, he was the most beloved son of the leader of Southern Water, so he often shamelessly called himself the spokesperson of the organization. Zhang Xiaoming's calm rhetorical questions actually made it impossible for him to step down. Zhang Xiaoming calmly looked at the people on the terrace, and then she raised her head to look at Su Lu. She smiled slightly and said, "But I don't want you to misunderstand him. In fact, it was I who came to the terrace to find him. He is my ex-boyfriend." Su Lu looked at Nan Mingxiu's stunned face, and endless loathing grew in his heart. He quietly added, "Ex-boyfriend can also be said to be an old lover. We are old lovers reminiscing, what does that have to do with you?" Chapter 354. What does it have to do with you? It's none of your damn business. The entire sentence was said normally without a single curse word. Obviously, hidden in his words were the sharp thoughts of a young male animal instinctively having when looking at the gentleness he once had. There was even a hint of indecency in it. However, it carried a biting cold force that was as spicy as a scallion. It was done in one breath, incisively and incisively, and there was not a trace of pettiness in it. Ex-girlfriend, old lover. In short, I am close to her. The rest of the people on the balcony are superfluous. You guys came to my territory to disturb me. Why should I restrain myself from being presumptuous and make myself unhappy? In the training base, Su Lu dared to force Du Shaoqing to not flip out. After that long conversation he actually had an indescribable air of a military camp. He had a bit more in common with the tiger of the West Woods, whom he had never met before. This time, most of the people on the balcony were playboys, successful people who watched coldly from the sidelines. They were tens of thousands of light years away from Du Shaoqing, this kind of iron-blooded teacher. Su Li's words burst out with a resounding clang. How could the people watching the show still have the face to look? Those who recognized his identity and background and wanted to get close to him would have to find another time. In an instant, the crowd was blown away by the rain and wind. Only a handful of people remained. Even the playboys left the balcony somewhat unwillingly but not daring to stay. Nan Mingxiu stood in the middle of the balcony with a gloomy face. What Zhang Xiaoming said earlier was tantamount to a slap in his face. Su Li's following words directly slapped him to the ground. As the most beloved son of the leader of Green Dragon Mountain, when had he ever been humiliated like this? Although Nan Mingxiu knew that the lieutenant colonel in front of him definitely had a great background, he was still a person who was used to being unruly in Green Dragon Mountain. He was unwilling to leave in shame. In that mountain, there was no charter or law, only the regulations of the Central Committee and the voice of some uncles as the basis for doing things. Speaking of which, although Nan Mingxiu was arrogant and was considered an idiot by both Shi Qinghai and Zhang Xiaoming, he was not completely brainless. Therefore he decided to find a suitable way to leave here. In the future he would think of a way to kindly educate Zhang Xiaoming, who had a somewhat weak revolutionary will, and severely punish Su Lu, who was a lackey of the Federation's shameless leader. Having made up his mind and decided to leave, Nan Mingxiu was so angry that he laughed. He was about to say something and leave, but who knew that Su Lu saw his smile and added, "You also know that you are ridiculous?" Before he could put on the demeanor of a leader's son, Su Li's seemingly mild but actually sharp words blocked him back. Nan Mingxiu only felt that his chest was tight, and he was about to lose control of his anger. He angrily raised his head, pointed at Su Li's nose and said, "Are all the officers of the Federation?" Su Li still did not let him finish the sentence. He said, "The last person who pointed at my nose had his finger broken like a crisp radish." This was true. In a certain coffee shop in Harbor City, a certain nutshell manager arranged by the Tai family had once pointed at Su Li's nose with contempt. In the end, Secretary Bai had gently gripped his finger and fiercely broke it. There was a saying that killing too many people gave off a murderous aura. This saying was not true, but people who had seen a lot of life and death would naturally be able to see bones as pillows and living people as corpses. They would be able to swallow thousands of miles away like a hungry tiger, and their mind would be as calm as the bright moon and the great river. They would be able to see everything lightly, and they would naturally be fearless and frightening. After escaping from Donglin for 3 years, Su Lu had experienced so many things. Although he was still far from reaching this state, there was always a trace of such a feeling in his bones. What's more, what he said was true, so it wasn't a verbal threat used by rich playboys to win a battle. It was filled with a sense of certainty and reality. If he said he would break your finger might really break in the next moment. Nan Mingxiu grew up in Green Dragon Mountain, but she had never had the opportunity to see the rain of bullets, the real battlefield of Chiqua. She stared blankly at Su Lu, listened to his indifferent words, and felt the slightly cold calmness that made one's heart palpitate. Unexpectedly, her heart subconsciously shrank, her body trembled, and she put down her arm. Frightened by his words, she put down her hand. The leader's face was burning hot, as if he had been slapped 3 times. His facial features were even somewhat twisted with anger. This face was not very good looking, so Su Lu did not look at it. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw the figures of Li Xiuzhu and Lin Dohai behind the window. He said to him, "Do you think those aristocratic children are really willing to get close to you? No, they have never really looked up to you. In the past few years their families desperately wanted your father to die, but now they have become your friends. Don't you think this is a very absurd thing?" He narrowed his eyes slightly and took a deep breath of the autumn night air. The cool and refreshing air was very comfortable. Apart from the flash of memories of Secretary Bai in his mind, the complicated emotions that had arisen from his reunion with Zhang Xiaoming finally cleared up a lot because of venting. Humiliating people you hate is perhaps the best way to get a good mood. At this time, Su Lu thought of what Shi Qinghai had said at the banquet. He vaguely understood that if one was not afraid of people, then naturally one could be at ease. This was related to one's status in society, to one's strength, and most closely related to one's temperament. No longer paying attention to the other people on the terrace, Su Lu looked at Zhang Xiaoming and said calmly, "If there is trouble in the future, You know how to find me. Zhang Xiaoming made a sound of agreement through her nose. Her soft and gentle voice became a little sour in the night wind. She took his military cap from the stone railing. Su Lu slightly paused and lowered his head. She carefully tidied his sideburns and made sure that every strand of hair was caught in the brim of the cap and would not be messy. Only then did she put down her hands with satisfaction. The two of them stood very close to each other in this position. They could smell each other's breath. They were not strangers, but they were not familiar either. However, they were very close. Su Lu quietly let her do this and then slightly opened his arms. Zhang Xiaoming took a step forward, hugged him, and gently leaned on his chest without saying anything. He carefully kissed the girl's smooth forehead, then turned and left the terrace. There were other people on the terrace, but Su Lu and Zhang Xiaoming didn't see anyone else. They naturally hugged and said goodbye. Zhang Xiaoming didn't even look at Nan Mingxiu's gloomy face. She just narrowed her eyes like a young man and looked at his back as he walked away. A slightly bitter smile appeared on her lips. In her heart, she softly answered the question that Su Lu didn't have a chance to ask. In my heart, of course you are the most important part. A young man with no background can now make Madame Zhong come out to protect him. He can make Senator Xian not want to be too harsh. Li Xiuzhu looked at Su Lu, who disappeared at the entrance of the stairs, and said quietly, "From the Tai family to the Li family, how can he be appreciated by so many people? Of course it's not as simple as luck." Lin Daohai was about to refute, but he noticed that young Master Li seemed to be reflecting and analyzing something, not asking for his opinion. The so-called big shots in the Federation respect his background, but fear his methods. Methods are not the methods to kill people but other things, including his ruthlessness. This kind of person who doesn't follow the rules like your brother will only give countless people headaches. The problem is that your brother's surname is Lin, so the elders have to show tolerance and kindness, but what about him? Lin Daohai's expression changed. Li Xiuzhu continued, "I heard that His Excellency the President also admires him. Speaking of which, who doesn't want to have a genius mechanic who can make MX and has such terrifying combat power? But last year you said here that as long as someone like Su Lu enters the Federation system, he will no longer be a threat because he has to follow the rules." Lin Daohai didn't agree with Li Xiuzhu's opinion. But the problem is that the old man who brought him into the Federation system is himself the biggest rule of the Federation. Li Xiuzhu hid the trace of ridicule in his eyes. The Li and Lin families had been good friends for generations, and he didn't want to humiliate Lin Daohai too much. He just thought that the Lin family had a person like Lin Banshan, but how could they have such an idiot like Lin Daohai? Could it be that the Lin family, other than the distant Lin Yuanhu, had been taken away by that broken door? People with guns speak louder. That tiger in the West Woods is like that, and that old man is even more so. He can control the most guns, and his voice in the Federation is the loudest. As long as he doesn't die, he still thinks highly of Su Lu. This Federation, including our family, can only watch this small-eyed man climb up step by step. Li Xiuzhu said with some regret that in a remote corner of the mountain forest of the Flowing Wind Slope Club, the automatic dishwasher was making a low humming sound. This place was dirty and filthy, and the overflowing foam formed a sharp contrast with the grand hall that was not far away. Of course, those important guests naturally wouldn't appear in this place. An old dishwasher with white hair and a face full of traces of suffering withdrew his gaze from the terrace. It was completely different from his aura. He shook his head like a poet and said with emotion, "People say that it's always good to have a lover who is old. The most important thing is that you can't forget your first love. The story between your friend and my student really makes me, an old man with a heart of stone, feel sad and unbearable." Shi Qinghai was bored to death with a cigarette in his mouth. He squatted beside him and vaguely cursed a few vulgarities. He wasn't surprised at all that this intelligence leader of the anti-government army didn't appear at the banquet, but in this shabby place. Even if the Green Dragon Mountain and the government had fully reconciled, the anti-government army still had to leave some power to protect themselves. "I saw your first love, your old lover, in that S2 nightclub. That's Sister Ko," he said sarcastically. "Don't think that I don't know anything. I'm warning you, don't even think about pushing Zhang Xiaoming back to Su Li's side. Even though she's your favorite student now in my eyes, she's still that stupid, naive student who can't accomplish anything." This legendary intelligence leader looked at Shi Qinghai with a smile and said, "Xiaoming has been with me for 2 years and she has improved a lot. I'm going to recommend her to take over my position." Shi Qinghai's hand froze. He didn't hold the cigarette and the red but fell into the foamy sewage. Chapter 355. Are you joking? Shi Qinghai was no longer smiling. His beautiful eyes had a trace of seriousness and seriousness. He said, how old is she? How many years has she been in the mountain? What qualifications does she have? Do you think the committee will agree to your recommendation? I think those old guys will think you are crazy. I'm not asking her to join the Central Committee. There was no record of this person in the Federation. Even the Green Dragon Mountain only referred to him as a legend. It seemed that he could disguise himself as any person he wished. He had once claimed to be a mountain person, but the Tai family's crown prince had still managed to find out the name that was closest to the truth, Mr. Zhong Kai. Mr. Zhong Kai smiled and said, the position of the Standing Committee is vacant. Who will replace me? This is something that the Central Committee needs to consider. As for the position of the chairman of the Internal Affairs Committee, I'm sure Brother Nan Shui has his own ideas. What I want to do is to let Xiao Meng become the section chief of Section 4. Shi Qinghai sighed softly. After hearing this explanation, his mood calmed down a lot. Otherwise, he wouldn't feel at ease handing over the intelligence network of the organization to that stupid woman. However, I've spent a few decades building the network within the Federation. I plan to hand it over to her. Of course, this will be done in secret. As if guessing what Shi Qinghai was thinking, Mr. Zhong Kai smiled faintly and added another sentence. Shi Qinghai was about to take out his cigarette case and light up a second cigarette when he heard this. He angrily threw the cigarette case in his hand to the ground and said in a low voice, "Are you crazy? Do you want all the fish in the sea to die?" The anti-government army was able to hold on in Green Dragon Mountain for so many years largely because of the intelligence network that this man had built. No one knew how many people within the Federation government were secretly helping him. Shi Qinghai and his teacher should be the most successful branch of this network. However, even he only knew that this intelligence network was a vast ocean. He was only a bubble within it. Yet, this man actually said that he wanted to hand over this life and death ocean to that woman. First, she has no professional training. Second, she is stupid. Third, she is a woman. Shi Qinghai's face was gloomy. He didn't expect to hear such bad news when he met with the organization today. He didn't hold back. Don't think that you can look down on all the women in the world just because you got the daughter of the Minister of Defense pregnant. Mr. Zhong Kai picked up a towel and wiped his hands. He smiled and said, women are more delicate than men. I've taught her for 2 years. How? I think you know your friend's personality very well. Mr. Zhong Kai smiled and said, if something really happened to Zhang Xiaoming and she was facing death, even if Su Lu was in the West Woods, I think he would still come back to save her. Shi Qinghai fell silent. After thinking carefully, he knew that his judgment was correct. In his eyes, if Zhang Xiaoming was a woman as stupid as a donkey, then Su Lu was undoubtedly a man who was calm and intelligent to the extreme. However, once he was impulsive, he would also turn into a donkey. His eyes gradually became cold. He looked at the empty balcony in the distance and thought of the previous scene. He said coldly, she knows your arrangement. Is that why she met with Su Lu? No. You are insulting the 2 beautiful words of old lover and first love. Mr. Zhong Kai stared at Shi Qinghai angrily. There is another important reason for choosing Zhang Xiaoming, because I trust her. The old man's voice suddenly became light. He looked at Shi Qinghai and said, in fact, I also trust you. But how can you be at ease with this kind of work? So, I have arranged something else for you. Of course, if you are willing to take over my position, I will not hesitate to change my original idea. What are you doing? He asked. Only a dog would do it, Shi Qinghai replied. Even if you don't do it, someone will do it, right? He said with a hint of vicissitudes. Help her more in the future. Shi Qinghai was silent. He asked, what kind of work did you arrange for me? I have just been pardoned. Who knows how many people in the Federation are watching me? You will go to the West Woods. He said slowly, the agreement between the mountain and the government is being implemented one by one. Although I trust President Pabre more, he is still a politician. There are shadows of his wife and many influential people behind him. The troops in the mountain will be transferred to the West Woods to resist the Empire. Whether the equipment promised by the Federation government can be implemented, and whether the promise to not mix in with the sand can be implemented, you need to investigate, see, and report back. I heard that there was a job called inspecting the army during the dynasty. Shi Qinghai pursed his thin lips and said self-deprecatingly, although I have harmed many good families, I don't need to suffer like this. Mr. Zhong Kai smiled and said, I think because of what happened 2 years ago, President Pabre should have an impression of you. So, it will be easy for the government to accept you as the liaison officer. In addition to your relationship with Su Lu, you will have an innate advantage in the West Woods. Shi Qinghai was silent for a long time. He nodded and didn't bargain. He just looked at the old man with a complicated expression. Then he walked down the steps, picked up the cigarette box from the pool of dirty water, and painstakingly found 2 cigarettes that weren't wet. He lit one for himself and respectfully lit one for the old man. Mr. Zhong Kai took a deep puff of the cigarette and was very satisfied. He said with a smile, "You only smoke number 37 cigarettes. As a spy, this is also a loophole. To be an excellent spy, you can't have a hobby that others know about. When I entered this profession, I stopped smoking and drinking. Of course, I can smoke and drink at the same time." These words were a bit difficult to understand, but a professional like Shi Qinghai could easily understand. The old man turned his head and looked gently at Shi Qinghai. "Your teacher was one of the first people I developed in the Federation. I didn't expect you to grow up so quickly. Now that we are old, the future depends on you." After saying this, he handed over a cold little tool and said, "This thing is very useful. The instructions to use it are embedded in the screen. I've already done the information separation. When you open it for the first time, all you need to do is imprint your fingerprint on it." Shi Qinghai took the item with the cigarette in his mouth and put it in his pocket. Looking at the man's thin body, for some reason, he felt that the man's body overlapped with his teacher's fat body. His heart ached and he could no longer suppress the question in his heart. He asked calmly, "Today, you seem to be making arrangements for your death? What exactly happened in the mountains? Could it be that those old bastards have started a purge again? But Nanshui has always trusted you. You've been sitting peacefully in the wind for so many years. Could it be that something has happened this time? You're thinking too much. The mountains are no longer the mountains of many years ago. The only time you entered the mountains for training was when you encountered the last purge. No wonder you've always had a shadow in your heart." Mr. Zhong Kai smiled gently and explained, "Furthermore, even if there are some internal conflicts, those of us who have survived must always persist in doing some right things. Just like this time when the Empire invaded. As a part of humanity, of course we have to contribute. But how to strike the enemy and protect ourselves in the cruel war is another difficult problem. Who knows whether or not the government forces will shoot us in the back. We have to leave behind a spark for the cause of justice. We can't let the Federation treat us like a dish delivered to the bastards of the Empire, and this is your mission in the West Woods." "I'm asking you what's wrong," Shi Qinghai asked. "We can't retire in this line of work. Since I'm preparing to hand over my shift, naturally I'm going to die." He smiled as if he was talking about someone else. He looked at Shi Qinghai and said seriously, "Lung cancer advanced stage 3. Shi Qinghai's movements froze. He slowly removed the cigarette from his lips. He wanted to remove the cigarette from the mouth of the person beside him, but in the end he didn't move. "You old dog, you're finally going to become a dead dog," Mr. Shi said with a smile, but there was a hint of sadness in his laughter. The intelligence network of the anti-government forces was like an ocean. He always thought that this boss, whose name he never knew, was a silver shark. Perhaps he would die bloody on a sharp hook, but he would never die of old age and quietly sink into the white sand at the bottom of the sea. How could such a legendary figure die for such a vulgar reason? He didn't want to believe this, but he had to. After a long silence, he asked in a hoarse voice, "Since you're going to die anyway, can you tell me your name?" "Oh, you can call me Shi Qinghai," the old man said seriously. A moment later, beside the dishwasher, the 2 men by the sewage started laughing at the same time. After leaving the balcony, Sulu was quietly led to a remote room. In the room, he saw the quiet young woman standing in front of the oil painting, quietly admiring it. His mood suddenly calmed down. Someone who could influence the Ministry of Defense to order him to attend the banquet naturally wanted to see him. At this moment, this question was answered without asking, but Sulu understood why Mrs. Zhong in the West Woods chose the Lufeng Slope Club and did it so secretly. "I know your question." Mrs. Zhong turned her head and smiled at Sulu. "Last year you gave me a difficult problem. Snatching someone under the nose of Macho in the back of the mountain. It's not that easy." In an instant, a hint of pride appeared on the quiet young woman's face. Of course, in Bermuda and the West Woods, the Zhong family has the ability. The problem is that the entire Federation is under the indifferent gaze of Lady Tai. In Bermuda and the West Woods, the Zhong family can cover the sky with one hand, but in the capital I can't do it. For the past few months, you've been asking me where the person is. In fact, he's always been in my hands, but I can't give him to you because I don't want that lady to find out that I'm involved in this matter." Mrs. Zhong looked at Su Lu with a grave expression and said, "Even if she may have already guessed, I don't want her to get the evidence." Chapter 356. When I finished updating the last chapter, I said that it was the best chapter of the day, and it was indeed so. A few days ago I was looking at the things I wrote before. I always thought that this was the only way to improve. It could be considered a certain level of self-reflection. But in the end I came to a conclusion that made me somewhat wrong. Starting from Ing Xiu to the Vermilion Bird to Qing Yunian to Spy, the first half was always just passable. No, it should be said that it gave me a headache. Of course, the later half would always be written much better. What I mean by better is compared to my own writing. For every story, I wrote better at the latter half than at the beginning. Every day, I wrote better at the latter half than at the beginning. Perhaps I didn't understand this before, but when I think about it carefully, it's a very normal thing. Because I'm a terrible person who needs to feel to write a story, I can't write smoothly if I don't get into the topic at the beginning. Every day I have to get into the mood to write smoothly. When I feel good, I can really write 3,000 words per hour. Without a doubt, I even reached the peak of 3,600 words per hour. Of course, that required editing. And this kind of speed is like the climax of a story. It's always a flash of brilliance and not a long-term happiness. I've been writing for 6 years and there aren't many times when I feel like going crazy. Most of the time, I'm still like today's first chapter, writing 1,000 words per hour, suffering unbearably. Saying this makes it seem like I'm serious about writing, but in fact, my serious attitude towards writing can only be considered sloppy. It's far worse than many people. How many scenes are there that are unbearable to look at? Sometimes when I look back I feel like my face is burning. Of course there are also many scenes that are very cool. I'm very proud of myself when I look at them, but overall I can barely maintain a level that's worth the 2 cents or 3 cents per 1,000 words that everyone spent on subscriptions. There's nothing to be proud of. Yesterday when I saw Fire Beacon's chapter, I was very moved. I still insist that Ergo is the most awesome book this year. Whether or not it's pretentious or not, this book is the most awesome and there's no other. In the past, I used to dislike top-class Gongzi the most, so sometimes I feel like this world is too strange. Damn, it's the same person, but why does his level increase so much? Is it that my eyes are dazzled? Therefore, this was the effect of the great killing weapon, seriousness. In the past, many people said that my writing was good, but I never responded. Now that I'm serious, it's all bullshit. Words have to be concise, elegant when they should be, crisp when they should be crisp. That's what makes good writing. How can an old woman's foot binding be any better? Of course, there were some good sentences in the foot binding cloth. It was just that I had a hard time picking them out myself. You should know that many of my friends have very wisely expressed their disgust towards those messy long sentences that pretend to be profound. I wholeheartedly agree, but a leopard cannot change its spots. A leopard cannot change its spots. Bah, I admit my mistake, but it will be difficult to change it in the next 2 years. Everyone bear with it for now. The chapters in which I seriously believe my writing is good, and the ones in which I admit to having worked hard, are the ones that are concise. For example, there are a few chapters in Spy. There are also a few chapters that don't count as sour, and Fan Xian's first murder in the year of celebration. But not much because it was easy to slip as one wrote. Slipping had its advantages, but there were more disadvantages. The problem was that when one did not slip, it would be very difficult to write. Of course I was going crazy. How could it be of course? Of course my favorite was still my nonsense. These few days were the transition chapters. They seemed peaceful and smooth, but in reality they were written with a lot of heart. Furthermore, I updated 3 chapters in 3 consecutive days. I was very proud of my diligence. Thinking about it carefully, it was because I put pressure on myself and told myself to put more effort into it. The first half of Zhou Xingxing's Bastard was able to say such big nonsense, big truths and big truths. As a storyteller, I have to remember this even more. When there is nothing else to do in life, my job is to make stories for everyone to read. So I have to put pressure on myself and put effort into it. When there is something to do, I write less. Presumably, you people who are used to my laziness would not bear to hit my face. Bear to? Even if you bear to, don't hit me. Although I am not someone who relies on my face to make a living, there are still days when I have to welcome guests. I do not plan on unbanning this nonsense chapter at will like in the past. I will leave it until the end as a form of motivation and requirement for myself. I was indeed a little tired from writing the past 2 days. There was nothing about being unconventional or unconventional. In the future, if anyone dares to say that my writing is good, I will drag them down and beat them to death. Believe in Brother Chan. Continue. Chapter 357. 3 years ago, he had met this young woman at the airport. At that time, this lady had a gentle smile and kind eyes. Although she naturally showed a natural pride and nobility, because of a very insignificant matter, she had condescended to wait for him, who was wearing thin clothes, to give her a Westwoods military windbreaker and a small card. 3 years later, after only a few phone calls and then meeting again, the eyes that should have been unfamiliar became familiar because of that very enchanting sense of intimacy. So Sulu was a little touched. He had always thought that taking care of little Watermelon on the spaceship escaping from Donglin was a small matter. It was not easy for the head of the Westwoods Zhong family to treat a small person like him like this. This kind of kind attitude made him remember it to this day. His dark-colored Shilin military windbreaker had long since been riddled with holes during the assassination incident at Linhai Gymnasium. However, he had kept that incomparably old card, which in the end played the role of a great killing weapon. You mean, Lady Tai is still not willing to let go? Sulu looked at Madame Zhong under the oil painting and asked, puzzled. Probably other than Lin Banshan and that little lunatic of the Li family, no one in the Federation knows what the old man and Lady Tai talked about that day in Linyuan. Madame Zhong sat on the sofa, her hands gently placed in front of her stomach. She looked at Sulu with a smile and said, but this is a matter of face. Since you can come out of Qingqing safely, it means that Emocho has made concessions in front of the old man. You have the old man's face, so your safety won't be a big problem. Besides, Madame won't do this kind of thing. After all, with her status and tactics, it would be undignified for her to deal with you. Sulu understood why Westwoods was so vigilant and even played a little trick of entering the tiger's den since Lady Tai wouldn't deal with him for the time being. But we, the Westwoods, have interfered in this matter. Even if Lady Tai didn't do anything and just watched coldly from the sidelines, if she had the evidence, and found out that the Westwoods had spoiled her plans, it would mean that my husband and I owe her an explanation and a favor. We from the Westwoods don't want to owe her a favor. Madame Zhong smiled slightly. Her smile seemed somewhat helpless as she said, the favor between the 7 great families is too great. We can't easily owe them. For the Zhong family in the Westwoods, the annual budget review by the Parliament at the beginning of spring was the most troublesome thing. The Westwoods region, which had been through many wars, required the Federation Management Committee to review the aid budget and energy quota. The Tiger of the Westwoods and his wife never cared about ordinary favors or explanations in society. However, Lady Tai, who lived in seclusion among the mountains and lakes, could influence many people in the Parliament with just a wave of her sleeves. For the Zhong family, this kind of favor was too big and a headache. Sulu understood this sentence and couldn't help but fall silent. He had only made a phone call to the Zhong family in the Westwoods, whom he didn't know and had no relationship with, but they had helped him so much and caused so much trouble. He was in the middle of it, so even if he wanted to make up for it, it seemed that he couldn't do much. I owe you and Commander Zhong a big favor. He was not used to speaking in such a tone of authority in the Federation, but just like in the past, as long as he said something, he would definitely admit it. This was what it meant to be true to one's word. Madame Zhong had studied Su Li's file more than once, so she knew the true nature of this young man. She understood that although this sentence seemed normal, it actually carried some weight. She couldn't help but smile and say, I don't think there's a chance for you to return this favor. Su Li's cheeks were slightly hot. He knew that Madame Zhong was not mocking him but stating a fact. The only family in the Federation with military power among the 7,000 generations of the Federation's 7 great families might have some scruples in the capital ring, but in the Westwoods, they were like local tyrants or separatist warlords. No matter what kind of trouble such a family encountered, they did not seem to need his help to solve it. If they encountered trouble that they could not solve, he would have no ability to help. I'm very grateful for your willingness to help me, although I don't really understand the specific reason. He looked at Madame Zhong sincerely. Madame Zhong looked at him calmly. After a moment of silence she replied, not all help has a hidden purpose. Although I am very optimistic about your future in the army, before you went to assassinate Macklin, there was no such future, and there was no need for investment. So this is not an investment. Sulu listened quietly. Madame Zhong smiled and sighed softly. Her amiable and warm face glowed faintly. She said slowly, many people are in awe of the old man behind you, although no one, including me, knows the real relationship between you and the old man. But even more people are afraid of your methods. I think that little old man from the iron calculator family would definitely not dare to face you alone, because the mentality you have shown is too dangerous. Sulu thought to himself in a self-deprecating manner. He was not a cold-blooded killer. But there are also many people who like you, such as the president. Madame Zhong smiled and said, including my tiger, so you don't have to feel any psychological pressure. Sulu thought of the things he had heard before. When President Pabre decided to pardon him, he had encountered countless resistance. But Commander Zhong, who had always been at odds with President Pabre in the West Woods, stood on the president's side and supported the pardon. Thinking of this, his gratitude to the Zhong family in the West Woods grew stronger. He did not know what to say, so he bowed seriously to express his gratitude. Fireworks and I are now living in Xixia State. The New Year's Eve holiday is coming soon. If you have time, you are welcome to be a guest, Madame Zhong said with a smile. Sulu was slightly stunned. The image of a little girl wearing a white dress and holding a doll bathed in the starlight naturally appeared in his mind. He had not seen her for 3 years. He did not know how the little girl who did not like to eat and liked to skip home had grown. The black car drove steadily and silently away from the Windy Slope Club like a ghost. This was a car specially made by the Tai family. The security personnel in the club already knew that this black car with a license plate had been given to a friend by the family's crown prince, so they did not check it carefully. Behind them, 2 dark green military vehicles were following them at a distance. Sulu narrowed his eyes and glanced through the rear-view screen. He felt a little strange, but he did not order them to leave. After all, he was not sure if Lady Tai was willing to give up. With these brave experts following them, the safety of the 2 of them was more guaranteed. Nominally, it was a holiday, but after leaving the training base, the 7th Combat Group of Whitewater Company did not disband. Instead, they were divided into 2 groups and followed Sulu closely, like special agents of the Special Task Force to protect important people. Sulu was not used to this arrangement. He thought, the 7th Combat Group is going to be Jian Shuer's bodyguard soon. Why are these people protecting me? However, he understood that this should be an order from the Ministry of National Defense, or even the old man in Feiqing City. Even if he wanted to get rid of these people, it would be very difficult. In addition, during the training base and the exercise, he gradually got along well with more than a dozen men of the 7th Combat Group. Everyone deliberately avoided the knife he stabbed by Yulan at the wedding, so they were somewhat used to each other's existence. The black car drove past Hawking Avenue and went around to the 2nd highway out of the city. Lan Xiaolong, who was in the military vehicle behind them, reported, "Everything is normal, no one is following us." Sulu narrowed his eyes slightly. It seemed that Macho finally admitted the current situation. At this time, he did not need to worry that Lady Tai would find evidence of the involvement of the Zhong family in the West Woods. Thinking of this, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. A trace of absolute joy appeared on his face and he said, "I told you who would care about small people like us. Brother Wei, your courage has become too small. Those people in the military vehicle are all your men. They look like real soldiers. You are not a small person now." Accompanied by an unusually complicated voice, a pale and thin young man sat in the passenger seat. He looked at the radar system in front of him with a somewhat uneasy expression. He carefully touched the interior of the car, shook his head and sighed, "I haven't seen you for 3 years. It seems that you are doing well in the capital ring. Just now the lady took me to the club. When I was at my best in the East Woods, I have never seen such a lively place." Sulu turned his head and glanced at him. He found that his best friend had become a lot calmer than before because of the year in prison. Only the haggard and tired face that did not fit his age was still the same. 3 years ago, Li Wei was the leader of the orphan gang in the East Woods region's Heshi district. Every night, he would fight for territory with the taser made by Sulu with the other poor people. He would compete with the other poor people and yearn for those glamorous nightclub girls. 3 years ago, Sulu was just an apprentice in a repair shop. Using the craftsmanship that his uncle taught him, he helped Li Wei make weapons that were suitable for him. At the same time, he patiently advised Li Wei to be careful, be kind to others, and not kill too many people. When the 2 of them met again 3 years later, many things had changed. The black car stopped next to a rice cake stall in the Wangdu district. After Sulu and Li Wei got off the car, they walked to the stall and asked for some snacks. Then they sat down at a small table on the sidewalk. 2 dark green military vehicles were parked not far away. The men of Group 7 did not get off the car. Instead, they vigilantly observed the surroundings. The 2 friends who had not seen each other for a long time met again. They did not know what to say to break the silence. After all, the two of them had experienced too many things, especially Sulu. Li Wei looked at his ordinary face and the two military vehicles behind him with a complicated gaze. Although he did not know what Sulu was doing, he could feel that Sulu had put a lot of distance between them. Chapter 358. The autumn wind blew the fallen leaves on the street. It was already late at night, and the streets of Wangdu were unusually quiet and chilly. The dim light from the rice cake stall was particularly warm in such an atmosphere. The stall owner lowered his head and hid the meat skewers under a plastic sheet. He looked around cautiously, hoping that the HTD bureau wouldn't find trouble with him in such a cold and quiet night. There were 3 tables on the sidewalk, but only 2 customers. Not far away there were 2 dark green military vehicles parked. The owner of the rice cake stall couldn't recognize the license plates of the 2 military vehicles, but he could guess that these 2 young customers must have some background. In this day and age, rich people who were used to eating exotic delicacies always liked to come to the streets to try something different. The middle-aged owner didn't find it strange, and he wasn't nervous. Even if the 2 young customers didn't order the black market mutton skewers that he treasured the most, he didn't secretly criticize the rich for being stingy. This was because he could see that these 2 young people were true friends. I don't think I'm that awesome, maybe? I'm just lucky. After escaping from Donglin, I somehow met some big shots. Alright, I'm working in the army now, but my file should still be with Nutshell. Sulu lowered his head and nibbled on the spicy rice cake as he explained softly. His life was too strange, and there were many things that he couldn't explain to Li Wei. Moreover, the story of the past 3 years was too long. Even if he wanted to tell it, he didn't know where to start. Want a bottle of wine? Sulu asked for Li Wei's opinion. 3 years of hard liquor seemed to be the only way to fish out all the unnecessary worries of the young people. Li Wei nodded. He used his chopsticks to pick up a few pieces of roasted celery and put them into his mouth. He chewed with a poochie-poochie sound, as if there was a very heavy matter in his heart and he didn't know where to start. Sulu filled the wine glass in front of him and himself, but didn't touch the chopsticks in front of him. He lowered his head slightly and stared at the celery and bean rolls covered in soy sauce on the plate. He seemed to be thinking about how to start the conversation, and he also seemed to have a heavy heart. They had finally reunited with their childhood friends who had not seen each other for a long time. Furthermore, there did not seem to be any danger around them in the Federation. They should have been shouting and hugging each other, but for some reason, it had become so strange. After a long silence, Li Wei picked up the glass of wine and gulped it down. He pursed his lips and asked, "After I was released from prison, I went to Fragrant Orchid Avenue to take a look. That repair shop had been converted into a protein meat distribution station. I thought you were dead, but last year I was brought back from Bermuda. That's when I found out that you were still alive. I want to ask you a question. Is the repair shop owner dead?" "Yes." Sulu slowly finished the wine in the cup and found that this transparent liquid was much more spicy than the amber liquor he usually drank. It stung his nose a little and made it difficult for him to breathe. He had great confidence in the uncle who had a carefree appearance but a cold heart. In the end, he was moved to tears by the uncle's death. After all, the uncle was the most wanted criminal in the Federation. How could he die so easily? However, 3 years had passed and there was no news of the uncle at all. Coupled with the fact that he had witnessed the white beam of light from the battleship's main cannon, he could only gradually admit that someone had left forever in the depths of his heart. Li Wei's expression became more gloomy. Like Sulu, he had been living helplessly in the underworld. He had never had the opportunity to see the scenery of the upper class and taste the world of the big shots. Therefore, although he had some wisdom and perseverance, he still hadn't learned how to hide his emotions. "I have something to tell you." Almost at the same time, Sulu and Li Wei put down their glasses and said the same sentence. The two of them looked at each other. After being stunned for a while, Sulu spoke first. He looked at Li Wei's face and said seriously and apologetically, "Because of that taser, you were in prison for a year and then you were kidnapped to Bermuda?" He didn't finish his sentence because Li Wei was staring at him with a strange look. He scratched his head and couldn't help but smile bitterly. "What's wrong?" Sulu asked. Li Wei smiled bitterly and said, "Do you know what I want to say? I want to ask for your forgiveness. After all, that taser was stolen from my hands. It's all my fault that the government targeted the repair shop owner and put you on the wanted list. After I was released from prison, it was you who sent me that 1 million, right?" Li Wei looked at Suli's face and said emotionally, "I was kidnapped by those big shots and taken to Bermuda. In the end, it was you who saved me, right? I've always felt sorry for you, Sulu murmured. Li Wei murmured, I think so too. The heavy silence after the reunion was actually just because these two friends grew up together. They both felt a strong sense of guilt towards each other. This sense of guilt was intertwined between the two of them. Now that it was exposed, it blew a strong sense of warmth on this cold autumn night. The two of them looked at each other for a long time and then burst out laughing at the same time. It was just like many years ago on the sidewalk of the Clock Tower Street, watching the TV screen through the glass of the pub. Two orphans were holding their bellies and laughing at the plot of the family comedy that wasn't funny at all. Their eyes once lit up because of the cute little girl who played the role of the orphan. However, at that time they weren't old enough and didn't have the money to buy wine. Now it was different. Boss, give us a few bottles of wine. Do you want those people in the car to come down and drink with us? Are those people really your subordinates? Who knows? Don't tell me I still have a little bit of status in the army. 2 years ago you sent me $1 million. Do you know what I used it for? I bribed Bao Long Tao from the 2nd Division. It only took them 6 months to gather the troops and occupy 3 blocks. 3 blocks. 3,000 kilometers away from the capital special district, the autumn atmosphere in the capital of Wuxia state wasn't too strong. With his lieutenant colonel military ID, Sulu took a free supersonic plane and arrived at this large state famous for its autumn red leaves. He took the address left by Mrs. Zhong and got into a taxi. Looking at the autumn trees outside the window that had just started to change color, but didn't have time to turn red. Instead they looked a little messy. He thought of many things from the past. The Federation's New Year's Autumn Festival had a long history. Whether it was to use lively parades to get rid of the desolation of autumn or to give housewives a chance to do some spring cleaning, no one could say for sure. Today the place Sulu was going to was in the suburbs of the state capital, so the taxi wasn't stopped by those parades. The reason why he specifically chose this day to accept Mrs. Zhong's invitation during his short vacation was because he owed her a huge favor. Also, he really missed that little girl. At the beginning of his life as a fugitive, he and that little girl could really be said to have depended on each other for survival. That kind of feeling was probably something that he would never forget for the rest of his life. In the past, Sulu would never have any contact with the Westwoods Zhong family. He had kept that card in his pocket for so long and never used it. Firstly, it was because the special forces under the Westwoods Tiger, such as Colonel Lake, had seen his face before. If he were to come into contact with them, it was very likely that his true identity as a wanted criminal of the Federation would be exposed. Secondly, although it was a military order, Uncle Feng Yu had died under the main cannon of the Westwoods battleship. As a student, even if he didn't avenge him, it was impossible for him to be close to the other party. But now, because of that old man and his strange relationship with the glory of the Charter, Sulu no longer had to worry about his identity as a fugitive of the Federation. As for the uncle's death, after a night of drinking with Li Wei, he unknowingly became a lot calmer. Therefore he left Li Wei's safety to the men of Group 7, and quietly got rid of them and came to Wuxia. This was a large house in the suburbs. As a giant company of the Federation, the place where the chairman and daughter of the Guzhong company lived was a little strange. The fact that the residence of the Group 7 was not a manor had already made Sulu feel a little strange. A polite and respectful female housekeeper welcomed Sulu into the first floor of the mansion. Sulu saw Mrs. Zhong standing behind the door, and before she could say anything, she heard a deep, lazy, and even a little shameless voice. "Third young man is here? What kind of realm does a voice have to be able to make people hear shamelessness?" Sulu turned his head in shock and saw a fat, round face. This face had 2 slightly squinted eyes looking harmless, but occasionally a cold light would pass through the narrow eyes, making people feel that this person was extremely dangerous. Sulu had been kicked by this person before and had always remembered it in his heart. He deliberately imitated and learned, turning that fierce kick into his own killing technique. Naturally, he didn't forget the danger of this person. With a bitter face he greeted, "Hello, Captain Tian." "Not good." Fatty Tian looked at him with incomparable pain and said, "You lied to me. That year on the ship, you refused to fight me with your real skills, making me think that you weren't a cultivation genius. Otherwise, I would have been the first person in the Federation to know about your relationship with the Li family." Sulu only felt his whole body go numb and couldn't answer. Fortunately, Mrs. Zhong shouted, "Damn Fatty. Don't make such a disgusting face, the fireworks are coming." Fatty Tian's whole body trembled, and he immediately straightened his chest and raised his head. With a solemn face, he actually put on the demeanor of a person like Du Xiaoqing. Sulu didn't have time to appreciate this fierce person's ability to change his face. He raised his head and looked towards the stairs, and at a glance, he saw the little girl jumping down. The little girl was wearing a white tutu dress, and her cute red little shoes made a crisp sound on the stairs. Her knee-length light-colored socks and the light flower pinned on top of her head complemented each other beautifully. Especially her black hair, which was extremely neatly cut back in the past. Her picturesque bangs followed her movements and mischievously swayed up and down. It really looked like a piece of watermelon skin. Of course, it was the very cute kind. At the villa's New Year's Eve festival, only the four of them ate. After seeing the little watermelon, Su Li's warm mood gradually became somewhat inexplicable as the silence at the dining table became silent. From the beginning until now, the 8-year-old Zhong Yanhua didn't even look at him directly. No matter how Mrs. Zhong smiled and talked about what happened on the ancient bell, the little girl still looked indifferent and proud. She was only willing to treat Su Lu at the dining table as a strange guest. After all, she was just a child. How could she remember the journey like an adult? He comforted himself, but he still felt a little lost in his heart. How could the reunion between brother Su Lu and the little watermelon be so silent? Chapter 359. Huoyin, didn't you always say that you wanted to see big brother Su Lu? At the dining table, Mrs. Zhong looked at her daughter gently and said softly. She was very puzzled by her daughter's silence today. Although in these 2 years she had rarely heard the words big brother Su Lu from her daughter's mouth, even if it was just normal etiquette for entertaining guests, she shouldn't be so impolite. Yes. Zhong Huoyin held the long chopsticks in her small hands and worked hard to scoop up the fragrant rice in the bowl. Her cute and straight little nose made a sound, but she still didn't pay attention to the somewhat awkward Su Lu across the table. Mrs. Zhong looked helplessly at Su Lu and smiled apologetically. She had no choice but to let her daughter do as she pleased. After all, they were adults and wouldn't take this matter seriously, so she naturally changed the topic. When Fatty Tian ate, he had a delicate feeling that was completely opposite to his body shape. He chewed slowly, took gently, and put gently. His fingers gently brushed the tableware on the table as if he was brushing orchids. He drank a mouthful of red wine and put down the wine glass. He smiled and patted Su Lu on the shoulder and said, I heard that you taught Du Xiaoqing a lesson. A military exercise. Su Lu wasn't used to the other party's direct enthusiasm, so he answered hesitantly. I mean on the field. When that kid was about to go crazy, you stopped him. Fatty Tian smiled and said loudly, Very good, I admire you very much. Su Lu was speechless. He thought that he had used his outburst to suppress Du Xiaoqing. Speaking of which, he had learned from the tiger in the West Woods. But it's a pity that you weren't direct enough. You should learn from me. More than 10 years ago, I directly beat this ice demon into an ice demon pig. Fatty Tian thought of the past and sighed with pride. When Su Lu heard the terms ice demon and pig demon, and thought of Du Xiaoqing's solemn image as a role model military officer, he finally forgot about little watermelon's cold disregard that made him sad, and almost laughed out loud. From the corner of his eyes, he glanced at the round hand on his shoulder, which was like a fat steamed bun, and the cute fat fingers like mutated orchids. His smile turned into a faint fear. If this Fatty Tian went crazy, that teacher Du would really suffer a lot. And the result? You were locked up in a small dark room for 3 months, and your military rank was suspended. When you retired, you could only be a colonel. Mrs. Zhong thought of the past and couldn't help but shake her head with a bitter smile. Her cheeks were stained with unnatural complex emotions. Listening to these heroic people's fierce deeds, Su Lu suddenly thought of the tiger in the West Woods that suppressed Du Xiaoqing and his Iron 7th Division for many years. Fatty Tian's actions back then might have had something to do with it. Everyone knew that the relationship between the Zhong family and Du Xiaoqing was extremely bad. He made Du Xiaoqing suffer in the maneuver. Could it be because of this that Commander Zhong in the West Woods had an inexplicable appreciation for him? Just as he was thinking about this, the middle-aged housekeeper who led Su Lu into the villa came over. At this time, the dishes had been served, so of course there was another reason for her appearance. Mrs. Zhong quietly listened to a few words, took off the napkin, stood up and greeted Su Lu. Then she walked into the attached office on the first floor. Today is the New Year's Day, so it's probably a call from the boss. Fatty Tian explained with a smile, but there was a flash of doubt between his eyebrows. If it was a family call, logically speaking, his sister-in-law should have brought Huoyin along with her. Su Lu couldn't think of this. In his opinion, Commander Zhong was guarding the front line for the Federation. Because of the continuous conflicts with the Empire, he couldn't reunite with his family. It was normal for him to call his family on this festive day. He just remembered that today was the New Year's Day, and it was very rare for Mrs. Zhong to invite him to be a guest. Who knew that not long after, the door of the side office opened, and Fatty Tian also left the dining room. It seemed that Commander Zhong had something to say to him. At this time, only Su Lu and Zhong Huiyan were left in the dining room. That if it had been before he entered the villa, Su Lu would have resisted being alone with the little girl. He didn't hate or fear children. Besides, he was most familiar with the Zhong family in the West Woods, and the one he missed the most was Little Watermelon. The main reason for coming to the New Year's Day banquet today was to see her and ask her if she was doing well in the past few years, how her studies were going, and if she still didn't like to eat like before. However, the silent resistance during the meal and the undisguised indifference and pride on the face of the little daughter of the Zhong family made Su Lu feel a little uncomfortable and sad. Although he could comfort himself that she was just a child after all, this huge gap between his self-perception and reality still made him feel awkward and lost. There was silence at the dining table. Su Lu didn't know what to say to the little girl across the table. He felt a little funny and sad. In the absolute silence, it was as if he was sulking with an 8-year-old girl. So he had to lower his head and concentrate on the delicious food on his plate. He used a silver knife to cut the medium-rare wild beef, but he thought of 3 years ago on the ancient Bell spaceship. He had once boasted shamelessly to Little Watermelon that he would take her to eat real meat in the future. Suddenly, Su Lu felt as if someone was looking at him. The mysterious power in his body had already made him sensitive to the aura around him. He slowly stopped moving the silver knife in his hand and raised his head vigilantly. Then he saw Zhong Huiyan's pair of clear eyes that were extremely serious. On that cute and delicate face, there was no longer the indifference that she deliberately put on just now. There was only the curiosity of a little girl, and that pair of eyes that were getting bigger and bigger. Su Li's small eyes couldn't help but widen. He didn't know why Little Watermelon was looking at him like that. The two of them didn't speak. They just stared at each other inexplicably on both sides of the quiet dining table. It seemed that they would continue to stare like that. Suddenly, a trace of a child's cute and crafty look flashed in Zhong Huiyan's extremely clear eyes. It seemed that it took a very long time for the little girl to connect the young military officer across the table with the somewhat blurred but exceptionally friendly face from 3 years ago. Or perhaps she had already confirmed who the person across the table was and was just pretending. But in short, she was indifferent until now. Only then did the little girl smile sweetly and call out softly, "Brother Su Lu." Her voice was very clear and crisp, like the dew on a little white flower that had just bloomed in the field, moistening the tender throat. This was a form of address that he hadn't heard for a long time. Accompanied by the clear and moving voice of a child, it touched Su Li's eardrums and also touched his heart. He looked at the little girl across the table in astonishment. He looked at her straight black hair that swayed gently mischievously. It was as if he had returned to 3 years ago. In the simple cabin of the spaceship, he was still using a towel to wash this little girl's hair. His expression was dazed and he didn't react for a moment. "Brother Su Lu." Zhong Huiyan cutely wrinkled her brows and called out again very seriously. Su Lu finally reacted. Although he didn't understand why Little Watermelon was pretending to be a stranger to him, when he heard her call him brother twice, his prematurely aged heart immediately softened. He chuckled and narrowed his eyes into crescent moons, just like the 2 eyebrows in the night sky of S1. "Take me out of here." Zhong Huiyan looked at him seriously across the dining table. She pursed her lips hard, acting cute and determined. When the two of them met under the starlight, the little girl blurted out, "Protect me." Su Lu stared blankly at the little girl across the table. He roughly understood why Little Watermelon was so indifferent to him in front of Mrs. Zhong and Uncle Tian. She didn't have a trace of enthusiasm at all, as if she had completely forgotten what had happened in the past. Almighty Creator, 3 years had passed and this child was already 8 years old. Could it be that she still hadn't gotten rid of the bad habit of leaving home? No matter how thick the nerves in Su Li's body were, it was difficult for him to resist this sudden impact. He was able to communicate with the glory of the charter. His brain, which had put down countless structural blueprints, buzzed and was about to explode. With a crisp bang, he simply fell under the table. "What's wrong?" Mrs. Zhong and Fatty Tian ended the call with West Woods and walked out of the office with solemn expressions, just in time to see this scene. The elders came to the scene. Little Zhong Huiyan returned to her indifferent and proud expression. She gently scooped up the thick soup in front of her like a rude daughter of a rich family. "Nothing." Su Lu couldn't bear to expose Little Watermelon's plan of leaving home and let her be scolded. But in fact at this time his mood was much better than before. At least he knew that little watermelon hadn't forgotten about him, and she still trusted him as much as before. She even trusted him to handle such a big matter. Of course, Sulu wouldn't leave home with little watermelon. He just quietly shook his head helplessly at the little girl when Mrs. Zhong wasn't paying attention. Then he left his private contact information on the internet. Zhong Huiyan sat on the sofa with a cold and listless face. After saying a few words to her mother, she went upstairs. But before she entered the house, she turned around and glared at Sulu. But the anger of a little girl was extremely cute no matter how one looked at it. When Mrs. Zhong sent Sulu out of the door, she said a few words apologetically. After a moment of silence, she said, "I just received news that the Joint Chiefs of Staff have decided that Du Xiaoqing's Iron 7th Division will enter the West Woods." Sulu was shocked. Only now did he know the real content of the previous call. The taxi was parked on the side of the villa. Sulu declined Mrs. Zhong's offer in advance to send him to the villa. After saying goodbye, he sat in the passenger's seat. Thinking of little watermelon's cute appearance at the dining table, Sulu couldn't help but smile bitterly. He couldn't understand why little watermelon always wanted to leave her family at such a young age. Although Commander Zhong was rarely with his daughter, it was obvious that Mrs. Zhong was a very good mother. Maybe it was because she was lonely? Sulu looked at the mottled autumn leaves outside the window. He thought of Tai Ziyuan in H1 district in Zhouyu. The children of aristocratic families didn't have good lives. He thought that if he could come back alive from the front line in the future, he would spend more time with this child. At this moment he heard some noise in the back seat. He looked back warily and saw that the chair in the back row had been pushed over. A little girl wearing a blue student uniform was crawling out with a face full of dust. Zhong Huiyan struggled to climb into the seat and sat down. She looked at Sulu in front of her and giggled. She said, "Brother Sulu, I'm here." Sulu's expression froze. This clear childish voice sounded like thunder in his ears. Chapter 360. Sulu blinked his eyes with great difficulty to confirm that the little girl in the blue student uniform in the back was a real person and not an existence of his imagination. When he reacted immediately, he shouted to the driver next to him, "Stop the car. Go back." Hearing this, little watermelon widened her big innocent eyes and looked at her big brother Sulu in confusion. She thought to herself, "Just now, you insisted on not taking the family car and had the taxi wait downstairs. Wasn't it so that I could jump down from upstairs so that I could escape?" In the little girl's mind, she didn't run away from home alone, but had a perfect cooperation with brother Sulu. When the little girl saw that Sulu's expression was serious and not lively, she finally understood that the car was about to turn back. She tightly hugged the somewhat old doll in her arms and screamed, "No!" With a sharp screech, the taxi abruptly stopped on the flat highway of Xixia State. The taxi driver, who had received a generous tip, stood in the woods beside the road and smoked a cigarette. He looked at the squirrel, who was busily preparing winter food, and occasionally whistled. Although he didn't understand the relationship between the young officer in the car and the little girl, he wasn't worried because the young officer didn't look like a shameless person who would abduct and sell a girl. Moreover, someone who could sit as a guest in that big house wouldn't lack this small amount of money. In the taxi, Sulu's expression was calm and gentle, but his heart had already been shocked into countless turbulent waves. He painfully rubbed his hair and said to the little girl as calmly as possible, "Where did you get the idea that I would run away from home with you? You also thought that I called for this taxi specifically to cooperate with you?" Zhong Huiyan hugged the doll and looked at him with a cute frown. She said, "Isn't this always shown on TV?" Sulu looked at her delicate face and the dust on her student uniform. His heart couldn't help but soften. Unable to say anything harsh, he took out his handkerchief and carefully wiped away the dust. Thinking that this little girl was actually able to climb down from the top floor of the villa, he couldn't help but feel a burst of fear. He asked, "I really don't know where you learned the ability to climb over walls at such a young age." Zhong Huiyan widened her eyes and looked at him doubtfully. She said softly, "Brother Sulu, when we were young, you took me to drill the ventilation pipe on the spaceship. It was much more difficult than climbing down from upstairs." Hearing this, Sulu was startled. His action of wiping her face froze, and a bitter smile appeared on his face. This little girl not only didn't forget the past, but even remembered these details so clearly. "But when you were young, are you an adult now?" Thinking of this, he gently rubbed the little girl's hair. just like how he used to do after washing her hair 3 years ago. Zhong Huiyin stubbornly broke her little head away from his palm and carefully smoothed her slightly messy black hair with the palms of her two small hands. Her action was very cute. Her lilac-like little mouth was tightly pursed to express her strong dissatisfaction with Su Li's plan to send her home and her anger at the wrong person. In the 3 years since she came to the capital ring, Zhong Huiyin had been well-behaved and lovely. She lived a stable life with her mother and never ran away from home again. In the next 2 years she even rarely mentioned the story of the past. Mentioning brother Donglin's name was not because she was forgetful. Mrs. Zhong and the people in the villa had forgotten the past earlier than her because they thought that she was just a child. However, after the environment lost its vigilance, Zhong Huiyin was still quiet and well-behaved. She never tried to run away from home again because although she was young, she was absolutely smart and sensible. She knew that there were still many bad people in the outside world covered by the glory of the charter. The little girl did not have the courage to try anything. Until today when Su Li came, she finally saw the honest and loyal face that left the most vivid impression in her childhood. She found the most trustworthy brother Su Li. Therefore, the chick found the courage and thought that she had a tacit understanding with Su Li. She quietly changed her clothes, climbed downstairs and got into the car. "You're wrong. Think about how sad your family will be if they can't find you." Su Li was quick with action and not taciturn with words. However, in front of a stubborn and sad little girl, he did not have the ability to play the role of a mature elder at such a young age. He could only say the boring words of those boring teachers in movies, TV shows, and novels. He spoke carefully. Zhong Huiyin did not reply. The little girl lowered her head slightly and maintained absolute silence. The black hair by her face covered her ears. The clear bangs in front of her forehead just happened to reach her eyebrows. She was using this kind of silent resistance to stubbornness and futility. "I'll come to play with you often in the future, okay?" Su Li made a promise that even he himself did not believe. This was probably a rare time for him to lie. He was about to lead Team 7 to carry out the security advisory work. Who knew what the federal military was thinking behind the incident of protecting the national idol? Before the situation in the West Woods calmed down, he simply had no time to come to Xixia State again. Zhong Huiyin suddenly raised her head. Her tuft of hair swayed and then fell down peacefully. It was like a little black bird spreading its wings and testing to fly once. "You're lying again." The little girl opened her eyes wide. Her bright eyes, like a shallow lake, were filled with unconcealed childlike grief and anger. She said quickly and angrily in a thin voice, 3 years ago, you said you would take me out to play. When did you come?" Su Li was stunned. He did not know how to explain. Could he say that he was a wanted criminal of the Federation and that someone under her father knew him? Or could he tell this little girl, who was still so clean that it made one's heart ache, about his 3 years of experience? For example, how he used a pen to stab an old man's skull, how he kicked a mecha, how his bones were shattered, and the endless darkness. He took out his phone. As he began to press the button, he laughed bitterly and said in a low voice, "I really don't understand you, little girl. The little miss of the West Woods Zhong family. You don't know how many people are envious of you, but in the end, at such a young age, you always want to run outside. The outside world is actually not that fun." "I'm not going out to play." Zhong Huiyin opened her eyes wide and stared angrily at Su Li's fingers that were pulling out the phone. Her little hand that was holding the old doll tightly clenched. She quickly said in a shrill voice, "I just want to go out and take a look. Can't I do that?" "How is that something an 8-year-old child would say?" Su Li said softly. Hearing the chirping sound coming from the phone, he shook his head. "What's there to see outside? Even if you are determined to be a traveler, you can't go wandering around the world at such a young age. I'll be 9 next month. I'm not a child." Zhong Huiyin looked at Su Li with disdain. Her dark eyes rolled up, making her look exceptionally smart. "I'm locked behind the metal door every day when I go to school. After class I'm picked up by Andy Chio and those bodyguards. I've never gone out to play with my classmates. I don't even know where my desk mate lives. They invited me to a birthday party, but my mother didn't agree. Last time, my mother finally found a day to accompany me to the amusement park. In the end, there was no one in the amusement park. There was only a Ferris wheel and a wooden horse spinning. She thought that I didn't know anything. How could I not know? The amusement park was closed that day and it was opened especially for me. What's the point of a one-person amusement park? I'm alone in dance class, piano class, and even baking pie class. I'm alone." Unlike other children, Zhong Huiyan didn't use an aggrieved voice to beg Sulu to take her away. Instead, like a little adult, she stared seriously and angrily at Suli's eyes. The words coming out of her small mouth became faster and faster, and her voice became softer and softer. It was almost condensed into a straight line. If a woman spoke in such an angry and exaggerated tone, it would inevitably seem a little neurotic. But when a cute little girl said this, it could only show her cute stubbornness and unwillingness. In the life of a little missy, Zhong Huiyan's curiosity about the outside world grew stronger day by day, but she was increasingly unable to interact with the outside world in a normal way. In everyone's opinion, the little missy of the Zhong family had everything, but little Watermelon didn't think so. She couldn't understand all of this logically, but she could clearly feel from life that if only one person could have everything, it was actually equivalent to having nothing. Mrs. Zhong, yes, she's with me now. I'll send her back right away, Sulu explained into the phone. I don't know either. She suddenly came out of the back seat just now. Well, okay, it's okay. Mrs. Zhong had just found out that her daughter was missing. Before she had time to start worrying, she received a call from Sulu. After she relaxed, she couldn't help but feel a little funny. Why did the little girl, who was usually well-behaved and quiet, trust Sulu so much every time she saw him? Sulu was on the phone with the villa while watching the little girl's movements from the corner of his eye. After Zhong Huiyan vented her anger and unwillingness, she didn't speak again. She turned her head and looked out of the car window in silence. Her small face reflected in the car window looked very disappointed. Was she alone? Mrs. Zhong's voice on the phone gradually faded. Sulu looked at the little girl's slightly lonely back and remembered what Tai Ziyuan had said to him in the gymnasium. At that time, Lady Tai had tried to let Tai Ziyuan grow up normally in a commoner's school. However, with the sudden assassination, this method of education had come to an end. Among the 7 big families in the Federation, the Tai family and the Westwoods Zhong family only had one person in this generation. Loneliness was one thing, but the danger they were about to face was another. Sulu understood very well why Mrs. Zhong was so cautious, but looking at Zhong Huiyan's small shoulders, he couldn't help but feel a little emotional about her unusual teenage years. At this moment, it suddenly started to rain in Xixia State. The round raindrops hit the glass window of the taxi and scattered into small umbrellas. The quiet Zhong Huiyan gradually opened her eyes wide and smiled as she watched the changes in the raindrops. Seeing the little girl's expression, Su Li's big heart suddenly softened. After a moment of hesitation, he said very embarrassedly into the phone, "Madam, can I take Huiyan out to play for 2 days?" The little girl obviously heard this sentence, but she still didn't turn around. She just looked at the rain on the glass window and her eyes gradually curved up, looking very cute. Chapter 361. The rain didn't stop and the cold wind was blowing. Especially on the tarmac of the capital's Dojiao airport, the autumn wind and rain were even more depressing. The cold wind and rain poured into people's sleeves, instantly cooling people's eagerness to return home. The passengers sitting on the self-transit express train looked at the 2 figures walking on the tarmac, one big and one small. They wondered if they wanted to walk back to the building in such cold weather. At first, the passengers thought that they were a father and a daughter, but when they saw the young face of the officer, they had to overturn this conclusion. They couldn't help but feel very strange. The cold autumn rain didn't stop, and the cold wind blew horizontally. In the wind and rain, Sulu held the big black umbrella in his left hand, and held the little daughter of the Zhong family's hand in his right hand. They walked to the side of the tarmac. Because he was worried that the little girl would get wet, he leaned most of the umbrella to the right. The left side of his body was already wet, and the dark green military uniform looked like it was painted with ink. The little girl's left hand tightly held his hand, and her right hand was holding the old doll. She silently followed Sulu and walked forward quickly. Although it was hard, she didn't say anything. Her beautiful long eyelashes fluttered, and her eyes were smiling like crescent moons. Her white socks and black shoes under her little blue dress were running quickly in the shallow pool of water. Only then did she have time to keep up with Su Li's speed. With her broken and laborious footsteps, the little school bag she brought from home jumped up and down, and the neat black hair on the top of her head also jumped up and down. It was just like the child's mood at this time. Sulu finally reacted and slowed down. At the same time, he tilted the black umbrella in her direction. The 2 of them didn't talk much along the way. They just walked in silence like this. There was a tacit understanding and a wonderful sense of rhythm, just like 3 years ago in the 32nd district of the spaceship. They didn't walk far before Major Lan Xiaolong came down from the black car and welcomed the two of them to the car. He sat in the dark green military vehicle behind them. It was very warm in the black car, and it was completely isolated from the cold rain and autumn wind outside. Sulu took out a towel and warmed it in front of the heater. He then covered Zhong Huashan's little head and rubbed it casually. He wanted to explain the military vehicle behind them and the identity of the men in Group 7, but looking at the little girl's eyes, she didn't seem to be very interested in these things. That's right. Every time the little miss of the Zhong family went out, she would be followed by a group of special forces soldiers. A formation like this to her was very common. The school bag and the old doll lay quietly in the back seat. Sulu quietly dried little Watermelon's wet hair, but his mind was thinking about something else. A bitter smile appeared on his lips. He didn't know if it was because he was obsessed or because he was shattered by the little girl's expression when she looked at the raindrops outside the window, but he unexpectedly asked Mrs. Zhong on the other end of the phone to take her out for 2 days. What was even more inexplicable was that Mrs. Zhong actually agreed to this absurd and irresponsible request after some consideration. It was important to know that little Watermelon was the only heir of the Zhong family in the West Woods. She had always been under extremely strict care in the capital ring. How could Mrs. Zhong agree to let her leave with Sulu? Are you satisfied now? Sulu threw the white towel in the back seat and looked at the little girl helplessly. Zhong Huiyan's ink-black eyes looked up as if she was thinking. Then she nodded vigorously and the word yes came out of her straight and cute little nose. She rubbed her hair vigorously and shook it around with a giggle. She was like a puppy that had just returned home from a rainy day. She was extremely cute. Downstairs at Wangdu Apartments, Sulu carefully instructed the people in the military vehicle, mainly Lan Xiaolong. He wasn't used to the men from Group 7 following him around like bodyguards every day, but today he was bringing little Watermelon home. It was the first time the little miss of the Zhong family had left her parents' protection to go out and play. If he didn't have such a security expert by her side, he wouldn't be able to rest assured. Even if Mrs. Zhong said on the phone that the security forces to protect the little girl would follow them to the capital. Call Uncle Li, Sulu said to Zhong Huiyan as he pushed open the door of the apartment and pointed at Li Wei on the sofa. Zhong Huiyan glanced at the man on the sofa, nodded and called, Uncle Li. There wasn't much respect or intimacy in this call of uncle. The little girl's delicate and pretty face had a faint pride and indifference that kept people thousands of miles away. She didn't have the kind of intimacy that Mrs. Zhong had hidden deep in her heart, but she had learned her external expression perfectly. Although she was young, she already had a bit of a noble aura. Li Wei was sitting on the sofa and watching television in boredom. He had a cigarette in his mouth and a wineglass in his hand, looking like a gangster or scum. Suddenly he saw Sulu bring home a little girl carved out of ice and jade. He was shocked and quickly brushed away the cigarette ash on his body and asked, Whose child is this? She's really pretty. Sulu let out a wry laugh. He couldn't possibly tell the truth that this was the little princess of the West Forest region. He shook his head and sighed, The child of a friend in Xixia wanted to come to the capital to play, so I brought her back. That's good. This is also my first time in the capital as a country bumpkin. I wanted to ask you to accompany me for a stroll, but I was afraid that you would be busy. Coincidentally, I'm with this little girl. Li Wei suddenly stopped talking because he saw the indifference on this little girl's face. He sensed that she was definitely not a country bumpkin. Zhong Huiyan didn't do what Sulu thought she would do, run around the various rooms curiously, admiring the simple yet genuine happiness of the lower class of society. Then she would become intoxicated by it and jump on the sofa while laughing. That was something that little girls in television dramas would do. It was obvious that this little girl didn't have such a boring hobby. She just quietly walked around the living room with a trace of caution and curiosity in her eyes. The little girl's gaze fell on a stack of miniature discs under the television screen. She curiously looked at the discs that looked like coins. She lowered her little head and seriously studied them for a long time. Suddenly she raised her head and looked at Sulu and Li Wei. She said in an incomparably serious tone, This is a pirated version. Sulu and Li Wei looked at each other and felt endless shame and embarrassment. When they were young they were orphans in Donglin. Naturally they had developed the bad habit of buying cheap pirated versions. Now that they were being sternly criticized by an 8 or 9-year-old little girl, they couldn't help but feel their faces heat up. Who knew that Zhong Huiyan would suddenly burst out laughing? The little girl excitedly shrieked, That's great. I've always heard people say pirated versions, but I've never seen them even once. She hugged the stack of pirated discs and turned around. She said, "Brother Sulu, I've never seen pirated versions. The Federation TV station doesn't make my favorite all-metal Frenzy discs, so I can only watch replays every time. But that station has too many advertisements." She innocently looked at Sulu and asked in an incomparably serious tone, "I've heard that pirated versions don't have advertisements. Is that true?" Sulu opened his mouth wide. After a long time he cautiously said, "Why don't you take a look at this legendary pirated version?" Little Zhong Huoyan stubbornly and sorrowfully uttered a series of words that broke Su Luro's heart. His fatherly love grew in him and he resolutely brought Zhong Huoyan back to his home. He had thought that after leaving the villa, the little girl would scream in excitement, cut up the bed sheets and pretend to be a witch to scare people. She would go to the amusement park overnight to play with heartbeats, go to the fast food restaurant to eat junk food and play games crazily. He had even mentally prepared himself to accompany her to ride the Snow Mountain Dragon. The Snow Mountain Dragon was the longest and most thrilling roller coaster in the universe. However, he had never thought that little girl Zhong Huoyan would just sit quietly on the sofa with a plate of freshly fried potato sticks in her hand. She was obediently watching the TV series on the hologram. No, to be precise, she was watching pirated discs. Whose child is this? She hasn't even seen pirated versions before. Isn't she too pitiful? Li Wei looked at Su Lu, who was tidying up the kitchen, and sighed with emotion. Su Lu didn't dare to look at the little girl in the living room. In fact, he was already dumbfounded. He thought that the upbringing of the 7 great families was too serious. Back then, it was acceptable that Tai Ziyuan had never eaten scallion pancakes, but he had never seen pirated versions. He had the urge to call the young master and ask if he had ever watched porn before Miss Bai Chi took his virginity. The early autumn festival was only a few days away. Su Lu really wanted to make little Watermelon happy, so he naturally couldn't let her stay at home and watch pirated versions every day. After thinking about it, he couldn't think of where to take the little girl to play. Suddenly, he remembered that among his few friends, the woman in red in the Shishan courtyard was already a mother, so he directly dialed a number. "Drag that Dalmatian back and kill him as soon as possible before I call the guards to shoot him." As soon as the call went through, Zhou Yu's voice was extremely cold and angry. It directly made Su Li's ears go numb. He held the phone in shock and took 2 seconds to understand. Dalmatian. She must be talking about that playboy Mr. Sure. He hadn't been seen for more than a day. Could it be that he had run to the Shishan courtyard? Shishan courtyard? An anti-government spy had run to the entrance of the Federal Army's most heavily guarded courtyard. Although the Federation was playing a big game of reconciliation, wasn't sure Qinghai's approach a little too fierce? What's the meaning of him blocking the entrance of the courtyard? He's even calling the Sentinels brothers, putting his arm around their shoulders and exhaling smoke. "Sulu, I'm warning you, before those generals come in and out, and before my father comes back, you'd better drag him away and bury him as soon as possible. Otherwise, even if I don't shoot him, there are plenty of people who will." Zhou Yu's voice on the phone was unusually cold, just like the girl in red in front of the nightclub in Linhai. However, Su Lu could only hold the phone and frown bitterly, thinking that it was useless for him to persuade that young master. He hesitated and said, "He probably wants to see you or the child. What are you afraid of?" There was silence on the other end of the phone. From the corner of his eye, Sulu saw the little girl in the living room yawning but still staring at the TV screen. He hurriedly told her about the troubles of a certain daughter. Unexpectedly, the daughter of the Zhou family was stunned and simply said, "Get out." This chapter is much more interesting. When I was writing the first chapter, I was listening to Yang Naiwen. In the end, I still couldn't write well because my mood was a bit messy and I was too short on time. During the day, I was busy with work and other chores like buying tickets. Actually, everyone should be able to see that I've been in a really good state these past few days. I'm sorry to inform everyone that I can't maintain this state any longer because tomorrow I'll be leaving Daqing and embarking on a journey. The leader's father, who is also my most respected elder, is hospitalized in Baotou, Inner Mongolia. The 2 of us will be going to visit him tomorrow and probably won't be back until next Saturday. However, the news we've received is good, so there shouldn't be any major problems. We just don't know how long he'll need to recuperate. I hope he recovers soon. In fact, I've been waiting for her to ask for leave so that she can leave, so I've been working hard these past few days to write more. However, I didn't expect that she'd just change to a new unit and leave so suddenly that I didn't have a single chapter saved. In the next few days on the road and in Baotou, I tried my best to make time to write. I've been writing intermittently until today. Ever since I promised to keep updating, I haven't stopped. I'm trying to keep it up, but the most I can write every day is 3,000 words. Perhaps one day I'll reach 2,000 words. Perhaps I'll really stop updating. Chapter 362. Sulu was very experienced in taking care of pregnant women, and it was not difficult for him to take care of children with his meticulous mind. It was just that when he was on the spaceship, he lived with the little girl in the small cabin and told her a few fairy tales every night. Now that little watermelon was almost 9 years old, her delicate features had not yet shown the temperament of a young girl, but it could be seen that she would not have much interest in fairy tales anymore. It's really troublesome. Sulu felt that his vacation might be the last one in his life, and it had been messed up by many things. The bad taste of life was vividly reflected in these few days. Starting from Mr. Shi to Li Wei and then to Little Watermelon, all the people he had not seen for a long time rushed back into his life. Although it was infinitely warm, it was also infinitely busy. When had Wangdu apartment ever been so lively? The most troublesome was still Little Watermelon. He leaned against the kitchen door with a cup of coffee in his hand and looked at the little girl on the sofa who could barely lift her eyes. He couldn't help but smile slightly. He didn't know why this little girl always had absolute trust in him. 3 years ago she was not even 6 years old. After 3 years, how could she still remember him? This kind of trust and the feeling of being remembered was very warm. Sulu forgot which philosopher had said that being needed was a very deep kind of happiness. But at the same time, this kind of trust and being needed was also a kind of great pressure. In addition to the pressure of Mrs. Zhong's trust in him for no reason, it was like a sharp knife under the soles of his feet. He had to be careful with every step he took. He had to let Little Watermelon have a happy vacation and ensure her absolute safety. After being told to get lost by Zhou, he knew that the young mother was extremely angry because of the spotted dog at the gate of the Westwoods compound. Naturally, he didn't dare to call again. After thinking about it, he had to let Little Watermelon have fun, and it had to be safe and quiet without any danger or disturbance. He really didn't know where to go in the upper class of the Federation except for Linyuan and Lufeng Slope. But how could those places be suitable for a little girl? He suddenly remembered that he had received a call from Li Xiaotong yesterday. Li Xiaotong looked cold, but in fact he was quite a good person to befriend. He was a good person to consult, and anyway he had to meet him before the end of his vacation. A place to play? No problem, the 3D movie washes the holographic screen, the amusement facilities are all there. Seventh young Master Li's faint voice came from the phone. That's good. It's clean, right? How can the place we play be unclean? Li Qixiao reprimanded somewhat angrily. Sulu added seriously, it's for little girls to play with. Li Xiaotong paused for a moment before replying, don't worry. No problem. Under the archaic eaves of the ivy garden, Li Xiaotong put down the phone. In his calm eyes, the usual gloominess had faded a lot, but there were more complicated emotions. He muttered to himself, how young is a little girl? Brother Zheng still stood at the door like a gun tied in a coarse cloth. He knew very well that the young master wasn't asking him a question, but he still took 2 steps forward and prepared to arrange tomorrow's meeting. We won't do anything illegal. We won't touch anyone under the age of 14. Li Qixiao instructed. He frowned slightly and said hesitantly, something's not right. Why did Sulu become such a beast all of a sudden? The arranged place was a theme park. As for what the theme was, Sulu drove the black car all the way along the cliff to the mountainside, looking at the Ferris wheel and the iron tower near the sea, but he still couldn't figure it out. Beside him, Zhong Huoyan rubbed her slightly dry eyes. She was quite interested in the scenery in the southern suburbs of the capital. After all, she was a little girl. Looking at the mountains full of autumn sunflowers outside the theme park, she was somewhat happy. Li Wei was dozing off in the back seat, but young Master Shi didn't follow them. He was sleeping in the Wangdu apartment. This beautiful flower waiter had spent the entire night blocking the entrance of the Shishan compound. He was already extremely tired and naturally didn't want to join this strange group of 3 men bringing a little girl to the amusement park. According to the radar map mark given by Li Qixiao, Sulu drove the black car around the mountainside road. Suddenly there was a wide open space in front of him. The lively amusement park was temporarily left behind. In front of him, there was a layer of fog on the mountainside opposite him. In the fog he could vaguely see a manor. Behind the manor, there was a large area of slightly undulating green grass between the autumn hills. Building a golf course in the middle of the valley, this manor was really amazing. What surprised the 3 people in the car even more was that on the cliff to the right of the manor, there was a line shining with a metallic luster. Looking at it carefully, they found that it was an open-air elevator more than a kilometer long. Looking at the direction, it directly led to the large amusement park in front of them. This kind of design momentum couldn't be called big, but it should be called incomparably luxurious. After verifying the citizen information at the entrance of the manor, a staff member in a black suit bowed his head respectfully and got on the electric scooter in front to lead the way for the black scooter and the dark green military vehicle behind. After traveling for a short while in the slightly foggy valley, they passed through 2 deliberately arranged stone gates and arrived at their destination. After getting off the car, Sulu held Zhong Huoyan's little hand and walked straight ahead. Li Wei turned up his collar and followed behind the two. With a cigarette in his mouth, he looked at the furnishings in the manor with a complicated expression. He was shocked by the noble atmosphere here and was a little speechless. The staff member led the group to a door and left. Sulu looked at the intoxicating wood door in front of him and thought that this door alone was probably worth a year of his salary. Although he knew that Li Xiaotong and Little Watermelon were qualified enough to enjoy this kind of extravagance, and he had been in many high-end places in the past few years, he still couldn't help but feel a little uncomfortable. The moment the intoxicating wood door was pushed open, there was a sudden burst of crackling sounds in the room. Sulu narrowed his eyes and his pupils shrank and then dispersed. In an instant he knew that he hadn't been ambushed. These crackling sounds weren't gunshots but small fireworks in the room. Because of the countless shredded paper shimmering with rainbow colors under the light, it was like a fairy scattering flowers. Among the scattered paper fireworks, there was a neat sound in the originally quiet room. 8 beautiful girls with beautiful eyebrows and picturesque eyebrows bowed deeply to Sulu, who had pushed open the intoxicating wood door. They smiled and said, "Hello, brother Sulu." What made people's eyes feel as if they had just been washed by water was their cute and seductive outfits. The light yellow miniskirts were close-fitting, showing off the curves of the young girls who were already tall and straight but still slightly young. The close-fitting yellow miniskirts were so short that it couldn't be any shorter. There was even a small slit on both sides, showing off the legs that were full of youthful elasticity and vitality. They were as white as the tender core of a willow tree after being peeled off its bark. The 8 girls were all first-year students of the Federation's Academy of Arts. The oldest was only 16 years old. They had not been tainted by too much worldly dust and were attracted to this place by the irresistible money and future. They had a trace of pure and decadent aura that was hard to resist. Yellow, tender, energetic, pure. All of these were gathered on these 8 girls, but it was all for the sake of highlighting the word, tender. Coupled with the phrase, Big Brother Sulu, that was deliberately trained. If it was any other man who saw this scene, he would probably feel a wave of youthfulness rushing towards him, and his mind would sway and be unable to control himself. The 7th young master of the Li family was sitting on the sofa, smiling as he looked at the door. He thought to himself, Mugu's arrangements are indeed beautiful. Sulu, no matter how strange your request is, I'm sure you'll be satisfied with this formation. Li Wei was very satisfied. He stood behind Sulu with his mouth wide open, completely speechless. He thought to himself, isn't Sulu doing too well now? He's actually playing the drama of finding his first love? You should know that we didn't properly go to school when we were young. Could it be that you had a crush on someone back then? Sulu looked at the 8 girls who were smiling sweetly like lotuses in a river. His heart had long been in a mess. He vaguely understood that there was a problem with the communication between him and Li Qishao. While he was shocked, he remembered that Little Watermelon was still behind him. If this little girl saw this scene, no matter how naive she was, she would be able to roughly understand what was going on. With this thought in mind, the 8 delicate lotuses in front of him suddenly turned into a thicket of more than 3,000 sharp blades, stabbing under his butt, causing him to be in so much pain that he wished he was dead. Little Zhong Yanhua felt the strangeness in front of her and curiously poked her head out from behind Su Li's back. Su Li's reaction was surprisingly fast. He quickly displayed the 10 postures that the uncle had taught him. His right hand moved horizontally to the right as if it was splitting a mountain, firmly blocking the little girl's face. Just as he was about to give Li Xiaotong a wink, the little girl beside him exclaimed in surprise and admiration. Cool! The little girl Zhong Yanhua stood on tiptoe, her pair of lively black eyes staring at the edge of Su Li's palm. Her eyes were wide open as she looked at the lotus-shaped girls not far in front of her. After clearing the place, Sulu had to admit that the club arranged by Li Xiaotong was indeed clean and fun. It was not a place specially used for that kind of shady business. Going down the open-air elevator on the cliff, there were countless things suitable for little girls to play with. but in the end he lost face in front of little Watermelon. Every time he thought of the 8 lotus-shaped girls calling Sulu brother in unison, and then thought of little Watermelon's exclamation of cool, he felt his face become a little hot. Can't you make it clear on the phone? Li Qixiao stared at him with a gloomy face. Sulu angrily retorted, how did I not make it clear? It's just that you perverted children of aristocratic families always have such complicated thoughts. Look at those little girls you found, I'm afraid some of them have just turned 14. Li Xiaotong cut off the seal of the coarse tobacco and handed 2 sticks to him and Li Wei beside him. Don't mention this. Fortunately, Wood Valley is really clean and no outsiders come here. Usually, only a few family members who are familiar with each other come here for a holiday. He did not know Li Wei, but from the way Li Wei held the tobacco and some details, he could tell that this young man should belong to the lowest group of people in society. But he also knew that Sulu did not have many friends in the Federation. For this person called Li Wei to be introduced as a friend by Sulu in such a serious manner, he naturally could not be underestimated. Wood Valley? After coming in, I keep feeling that the style here is somewhat familiar. Sulu raised his head and glanced at the elegant furnishings in the room, squinting his eyes as he tried to distinguish the authenticity of the paintings. Chapter 363. Wood Valley is the property of the Lin family. After Lin Banshan broke the door, he no longer cared about the family's affairs. Of course, the old men of the previous generation of the Lin family were unwilling to give up. They begged and pestered people to enter the Lin garden. They shamelessly learned from the Lin garden and built such a place. Li Xiaotong rubbed the thick tobacco with 2 fingers and lowered his head. This garden not only imitated the form but also the spirit. Plus, the special administrative region government built a large entertainment area on the other side of the mountain, so it's very suitable for a family vacation. It's said that President Sieg liked it very much when he came for a summer vacation 2 years ago. Unfortunately, this mountain is not as good as the White Mountain behind Linyuan. Also, there's no airport, so it's not very convenient. Fortunately, there's a lot of clouds in the mountain which makes up for some of the disadvantages. Sulu took a sip of red wine and pursed his lips. During high-class occasions in the capital ring, the place he went the most was Linyuan. He often sat by the flowing water of the bamboo residence. He had a deep impression of the White Mountain under the curtain of night and the private jet taking off and landing from time to time. That was the first impact of the Federation's wealth on his heart. Now that he heard Li Xiaotong's words and thought of the noble aura he saw when he entered the manor, he thought that it was no wonder. Li Wei did not know Li Xiaotong. He only knew that this gloomy young master was probably a big shot, but he could not imagine that this person was one of the 7 legendary family's heirs. He held the thick tobacco clumsily and lowered his head to listen to the conversation between Sulu and Li Qixiao. The two talked about the president, the private airport and other unfamiliar terms, which made him even more silent. He did not want to do anything inappropriate or say anything ridiculous. He could only enter the manor as Su Li's friend, so he did not want to lose face for Su Lu. It had been some time since he crashed into the top circle of the Federation, but Su Lu still had not figured out the brand or the so-called foundation of the coarse tobacco and red wine. As for the year, the rainwater, the pH of the soil, and the complicated relationship between the taste and taste, he was even more confused. Perhaps it would have been easier for him to recite and evaluate the paintings in the room according to the Dictionary of Art Evaluation in the library. However, this did not affect him from taking a puff of tobacco and a sip of red wine. When it came to enjoyment, perhaps one could enjoy it at a higher level by knowing the reason. However, that was all he could do to at least satisfy the physiological feelings of his senses. Placing the coarse tobacco on a large ashtray made of red-brown rice stone, Su Lu at least learned not to flick the ash. After a moment of silence he said to Li Xiaotong, "Both the Li family and the Lin family want me dead, but because of you, maybe the Li family can tolerate me." The Lin family. I've beaten up Lin Daohai and trampled over Lin Yuanhu. It feels weird to be a guest at their property. This is an open business. A family like the one we grew up in will never solve all the grudges on the surface. Li Xiaotong said faintly, "Everyone has to abide by the rules. Although Lin Daohai is brave and fierce, it's impossible for him to use an automatic rifle to sweep you away. In this world, other than you and Lin Banshan, who would do such a thing?" Su Lu heard the hidden meaning in this sentence and smiled. "Coincidentally, I only found out when I came. Lin Daohai and the leader's son who was beaten up by you at the banquet are also here. However, I don't think the two of them dare to disturb your mood." Li Xiaotong raised the wine glass in his hand and said with a smile, How many people in the Federation dare to mess with you now? You make me sound like a playboy. Right, I didn't expect you to bring a little friend here. I was going to introduce some people to you today. Li Xiaotong put down the wine glass and said, of course they are all people with ulterior motives. They have some power in the S1 states. Apart from a few people who are interested in the little money I have on hand, the others are only here to make early investments. You can understand from this point alone that they are not really powerful people. At most they are second-tier people. Sulu understood. Even if Li Qixiao was the second successor of the Li family in name, as long as that beautiful Li Xiuzhu was still alive and didn't make the decisive mistake of the last presidential election, he would always be at a disadvantage in the competition. Your money is not a little money. Perhaps it was because of Su Li's sudden appearance that the old men of the Li family, who had always been calculating, discovered for the first time that the Li family's seventh brother had a vision for investment. In just a dozen months, the private investment fund that he could control had risen to 970 million yuan. This amount of money could be considered a great fortune anywhere in the Federation. However, in the eyes of people like Li Xiaotong, compared to the vast wealth of his family, it was naturally just a little money. I don't have much interest in those investments. I'm going to keep all this money for you. Li Xiaotong's face was grave and stern. His collar was neat and cold like thin leaves hanging on branches in a snowy day. It is often stupid to invest separately. Although I haven't seen the crown prince you promised to introduce me to, now I am more and more convinced that just by investing in you, I will definitely get countless times more returns in the future. Li Xiaotong said very seriously, and Sulu also heard it very clearly. If the little girl was the little princess of the Zhong family, Li Qixiao was afraid that he would painfully pull his hair and sigh that this kid's luck was already heaven-defying. Sulu took the little girl to the amusement park in front of the mountain to enjoy life no longer alone. Li Wei, on the other hand, did not know why he stayed behind. The number of people in the second courtyard of the Wood Valley gradually increased. Li Xiaotong did not have the time to take care of this unknown person. After giving a few instructions to the housekeeper, he began to seriously talk with the guests. These guests were dressed very plainly, but if one were to carefully examine them, they would definitely be shocked by the handmade symbols embroidered with silk that represented money. Li Wei didn't understand these things, so he just listened quietly. With the spirit of a small fry, it only took him 10 minutes to clearly determine that the middle-aged and young people who were qualified to appear in this big house were not ordinary people. Except for a few people who were obviously as nervous as him, the rest were all big shots. Being in such an environment, Li Wei concealed his nervousness very well. While sighing, his ears perked up. Especially when he heard that two of the fat people were big businessmen who did trade with Bermuda, the tip of his ears slightly trembled. The only one who stayed behind was the young girl, First Lotus. She was quietly and innocently listening to a topic that she would never hear in the Federation Academy of Arts. Suddenly she was called to Li Wei's side. Li Wei lowered his voice and asked, "What's your name?" "My name is Xiaosher." The young girl was a little nervous and cute as she answered. Li Wei whispered, "Can you give me a pen and paper?" Xiaosher thought that this man wanted to give her contact information, and a trace of pride appeared in her delicate and charming eyes. Although this guest was dressed very plainly and not like the others who were pretending to be plain, she only knew that those who could come here were not small people. Perhaps this guest liked to play this kind of game. Thinking of this, the trace of pride between her eyebrows turned into gentleness and she said softly, "Wait a moment." Chapter 364. Li Wei, who had been at the bottom of society since he was a child, had just been rescued by the Westwood soldiers from the Bermuda Star region. Naturally, he did not have any cards with him. As it was his first time entering the capital ring, he was still unable to adapt to the shock in his heart. However, any small character with ambition and courage would not let go of any opportunity to come into contact with a new world. He took out pieces of plain white paper and exchanged them for expensive cards made of pure plant fiber. The paper had his name and contact information written on it. The powerful figures of the various provinces did not know who this submissive and even somewhat uncomfortable young man was, but anyone who could appear at the 7th Young Masters gathering would surely have a chance to soar into the sky in the future even if they were still unknown. Naturally, no one would reject his somewhat awkward method of exchanging information, but there would occasionally be a hint of imperceptible contempt flashing across their faces. Li Xiaotong sat on the sofa and watched this scene calmly. He knew that the contempt in the eyes of these guests was not because of Li Wei's attire, but because of his expression. After all, The only thing Li Wei could bring out was the wisdom of struggling to rise from the bottom of society. If he could really accurately judge the situation today, there was no way he would be so humble no matter what. However, even so, looking at Li Wei's submissive and humble manner, 7th young master Li still felt a sense of admiration for this small character. He was also 90% suspicious. This 90% suspicious was because he was very curious. What kind of place could give Su Lu and this young man named Li Wei the courage to clumsily but persistently break certain rules and enter certain circles? After playing crazily in the amusement park for the whole morning, Su Li's face was pale from the torment of the roller coaster ride. He held Zhong Huoyin's small hand and walked up the awe-inspiring open-air elevator at the edge of the cliff. Only when the autumn wind blew on his face did his spirit recover slightly. He did not understand why the roller coaster ride was scarier than the mecha training. Zhong Huoyin was still wearing the brown raccoon costume, but the raccoon head had long been removed. Her red face was full of sweat and her hair was wet. Her smiling eyes were still filled with excitement, happiness, and a trace of reluctance. Madame Zhong said that you have to take a nap. We'll play again in the afternoon. Su Lu held the handrail of the elevator and took out a handkerchief with his right hand to wipe the girl's sweat. He was a little worried that she would catch a cold from the mountain wind. However, on this steep cliff, the girl didn't seem to be afraid at all. Yes. Zhong Huoyin nodded heavily. Including the armed members of Team 7, there were 8 people in the elevator. They arrived at the side entrance of Wood Valley Manor halfway up the mountain and met up with Lan Xiaolong, who was guarding the elevator. Lan Xiaolong leaned close to his ear and whispered something. Su Lu was slightly startled and looked to the right. Behind an antique screen wall, 2 ancient pines poked their heads out. There was a group of people standing on the cliff in front of the screen wall, pointing out the mountains and rivers. There was an indescribable heroic spirit that reached the clouds. However, looking at the 2 proud faces in the middle of the group, Su Lu only felt that the clouds and mist in this beautiful mountain valley had dispersed too quickly. How could he see them again and let them sully this mountain scenery? Li Qixiao said that they wouldn't disturb him, but there was an old Federation proverb that said that if they weren't true enemies, they wouldn't always be together because of fate. This seemed to be referring to this scene. Naturally, it was because he believed that his background was greater and was used to speaking with his background and fists. The Federation strictly controlled firearms, but gave the Green Dragon Mountain delegation great privileges, allowing them to bring a group of independent military forces into the capital. The Central Committee of Green Dragon Mountain knew that the government's arrangement was to express goodwill, so they did not bring many people from S2. There were only 30 or so people who were responsible for the daily protection of the delegation. And it was this group of brave and skilled anti-government soldiers that ended up being taken away by Nan Mingxiu, the leader's son. At this time, these 10 soldiers all stood behind him. On the balcony of the reception party, Su Lu understood the principle of light wind and cloud from the barrel of a gun. Nan Mingxiu, the leader's son, undoubtedly also understood this point. So today he was even more insufferably arrogant than before. The gloomy anger on his face was not concealed at all. He walked directly in front of Su Lu and the others and coldly said, "Last time at the reception you warned me once. Today I want to return that warning to you." Su Lu looked at the leader's son in front of him. He wondered if the people from Green Dragon Mountain all had some mental problems. Zhang Xiaoming was such a good girl, yet she was forcibly harmed to such an extent. However, Mr. Shi's group of professional spies did not seem to be so stupid. Oh right, that was because Mr. Zhong Kai's deep sea was not in Green Dragon Mountain at all. Since you and Comrade Zhang Xiaoming have nothing to do with each other anymore, I think you should not interfere with the matters between me and her in the future. Nan Mingxiu's face was gloomy. He thought he was very tolerant and gracious when he said this. Then he lowered his voice and said to Su Lu, "No matter how strong your background is, what right do you have to interfere with our internal affairs? The matters between Zhang Xiaoming and I are not for you to interfere. After all, you are just an ex-boyfriend. Don't worry, when I get her, I will report to you." Nan Mingxiu made a mistake. He only found out about the relationship between Su Lu and the Lees of Philadelphia. He did not know about the violent deeds of Su Lu that made the entire upper class of the Federation fall into a dilemma. He also did not know that Su Lu was not best at verbal attacks, but was best at fists. 2 years ago, at the Double Moon Festival Ball, Counselor Sun's son had said something similar. It seemed that whether it was the privileged class of the Federation or the privileged class of the anti-government army, they were very similar in this aspect. They knew how to make a man angry, but they forgot what the price of anger was. Counselor Sun's son paid with a few broken teeth and a face full of blood. What about this leader's son? Sulu still quietly narrowed his eyes and looked at him. The story on the balcony of the reception party had already spread in the Federation. The men of Group 7 knew very well about the very complicated emotional entanglement between their manager and Green Dragon Mountain's Yi. Lan Xiaolong shrugged behind him, shook his head and said faintly, "Brother, I am not a person who likes to stir up trouble, but if you can still tolerate this matter, I really can't stand it." As his voice fell, under the ancient pine trees halfway up the cliff, a gust of wind blew in front of the screen wall. Sulu raised his hand, grabbed Nan Mingxiu's throat, and directly pushed him against the screen wall, making a muffled sound. The anti-government army special guards who had been vigilantly protecting Nan Mingxiu immediately took out their guns nervously and aimed at Su Li's back. However, immediately afterwards, a shadow blocked the muzzle of their guns. Apart from Xiong Linquan, who had a special gun permit and could carry guns at all times, the men of Group 7 all had their guns in the military vehicles and could not carry them with them. However, even so, they still had cold expressions, fearlessly blocking Su Li's back. In front of the muzzle of their guns, it was as if they did not care at all even if the muzzle of these soldiers' guns sprayed out. "Put down your guns." Lin Dohai saw this scene and a chill rushed to his brain. He shouted loudly while blocking in front of those Green Dragon Mountain soldiers without any regard for his precious body. Those soldiers knew that this person was on good terms with the leader's son, so they subconsciously lowered the muzzle of their guns. Lin Dohai let out a sigh of relief. Although he hated Sulu very much, he knew that if these soldiers were allowed to shoot Sulu or Su Li's security personnel to death, or even injure them, if that old man from Philadelphia was angry, who in the Federation could withstand the old man's anger? Sulu did not care about the muzzle of the guns behind him. This was the Lin family's territory. Even if Lin Dohai was extremely stupid, he would not let these anti-government soldiers open fire. Furthermore, Nan Mingxiu's throat was in his hands. These loyal and stupid anti-government soldiers would not dare to act rashly. He stared at Nan Mingxiu's flushed face, his eyes gradually showing fear, and said in a low voice, "You are right, Zhang Xiaoming is not my woman now. However, no matter who wants to be her man, I have to give the nod." Many people on the cliff heard this sentence and could not help but change their expressions. They thought that this young master was too fucking unreasonable. Even Lan Xiaolong, who claimed that he did not like to stir up trouble, but was actually stirring up trouble everywhere, could not help but be shocked speechless by this tyrannical and unreasonable sentence. Cool. After hearing Su Li's announcement, Zhong Yanhua, who was hugging the cute raccoon head, opened her eyes wide and exclaimed softly. Chapter 365. When Lin Daohai brought out his status as the successor of the Lin family, it was quite convincing. After all, compared to the Green Dragon Mountain's anti-government army, the history of the 7 great families was more than twice as long. What was even more confusing was that the Green Dragon Mountain's bloodline, which overthrew the 7 great families as representatives of all evils, seemed to never lack dog-shit characters like Nan Mingxiu, who deeply envied and even faintly revered the 7 great families. "I'm going to kill him." Nan Mingxiu listened to Lin Dohai's advice and suppressed his anger with great difficulty. He rubbed his aching neck and stared at the backs of the people disappearing on the stone path. His eyes flashed with a trace of gloominess as he rubbed his throat and said in a hoarse voice, probably because he often said these kinds of meaningless threats in Green Dragon Mountain, the soldiers of the anti-government army didn't show any strange expressions on their faces. The problem was that if this was Green Dragon Mountain, perhaps this leader could really kill someone. But in the capital city, even in the suburbs, he didn't have this kind of ability. Even the eagles of the mountains would have to hide in this kind of place, the tigers would have to lie down, and the giant serpents would have to coil up. The prosperous and developed S1 had this kind of ability that pervaded the air. It was probably because of this that the leader of Nan Shui insisted on not taking a position in the Federation government and continued to stay in the barren Green Dragon Mountain. Nan Mingxiu was indeed very angry, but when he thought of the coldness in that young officer's narrowed eyes and the iron-like hand on his throat, his heart was filled with endless fear. Even his legs became a bit weak. "You can't kill him." Lin Dohai looked at Nan Mingxiu with slight ridicule. For a moment he forgot to pretend to respect this leader's son, probably because it was rare to find someone more useless than him. "Right now you are Chairman Jin Jifan's secretary in name, then you should be very clear who was Chairman Jin's number 2 person before." Lin Dohai patiently taught, "The person you want to kill once directly charged into the 4 provinces and killed your number 2 person. If you force this kind of ruthless person into a corner, what good will it do you?" Nan Mingxiu's body trembled as he looked at him in disbelief. After a long silence he said in a trembling voice, "Didn't you say before the Federation is a society ruled by law, not Green Dragon Mountain, and we can't just randomly shout and kill?" "I'm not talking to you anymore," Lin Dohai said in annoyance. He thought to himself, "I've already told you that this brat has climbed up the mountain known as the Lees of Philadelphia. Why would he care about something like the Federation's laws?" This was probably the true opinion of the 7 great families and most of the upper echelons of the Federation towards Sulu, this young lieutenant colonel. Hidden within their forbearance was infinite vigilance and fear. Whether it was gloomy or fearful, Sulu didn't care. No matter what other people thought or felt about him, it wouldn't affect him. Being cursed behind his back wouldn't give him a headache, as long as he could ensure that the other party wouldn't hurt him and the people he cared about. The conflict between him and the leader's son seemed to be caused by Lin Dohai's sarcasm, Lan Xiaolong's not stirring up trouble, and this person's stupidity and arrogance, but only Sulu himself knew the truth. Just by looking at Nan Mingxiu he thought of the girl holding his arm at the banquet. He thought of how this person had once revealed a naked desire of possession, wanting to eliminate some troubles for a certain girl in advance. Sulu didn't have the ability to see lightning like the old man of Philadelphia. His other hand was holding a few pieces of paper and looking at them. His voice was full of surprise. As an excellent mechanical engineer, he quickly saw the value of these few pages of paper. More importantly, the direction of Qing Fengshu's research seemed to be feasible. "Yes, but what are you going to use for the oxidizer?" Sulu put down the handkerchief and asked doubtfully, "And I don't understand. The current standard output model used by the Federation has abandoned turbochargers for many years. Especially if you want to do miniaturization, how are you going to pass the material hurdle? Also, isn't the interference of the leaf suction in the design a bit too big?" Qing Fengshu was slightly stunned, but then he was overjoyed. He didn't think that the person he randomly found would be so knowledgeable. Although the question was simple, it hit the nail on the head. Although he still didn't have much hope for the project's financing, he was happy to have found a kindred spirit. Using his sweaty hands to flip through the few pages of paper, he vaguely explained. Sulu scratched his head, thinking that this person's thinking was really sharp. It was just that his explanation was too poor. The more he listened, the more serious he became. After a while, he looked at Qing Fengshu and said, "The School of Mechanics didn't allocate any funds?" Qing Fengshu used his sleeve to wipe the sweat on his forehead. He smiled bitterly and said, "The miniaturization of turbochargers is indeed good for the instantaneous power output of certain small equipment, but the cost-performance ratio is too low. There's no commercial future. Not to mention the school, I've been looking for investments in society for 2 years, but I haven't found anyone willing to invest." Su Li's eyes narrowed, then gradually brightened. Unlike Qing Fengshu's worries, he quickly remembered that there was one area in the world that didn't care about cost-performance ratio. That was high-end weapons used to kill people such as mechas. At this time, Li Xiaotong and the other guests were casually talking about calligraphy and painting. No one noticed that in the corner of the courtyard, Su Lu and this middle-aged man were seriously discussing mechanical matters. "Do you need money?" Su Lu looked at the time. The little girl's afternoon nap should be ending soon, so he asked Qing Fengshu. Qing Fengshu nodded honestly and helplessly. "It's a lot of money." Chapter 366. To be able to walk such a stable and successful business path and come into contact with existences at the level of the 7 great families, which of the guests in the room was not a character that had cultivated into a spirit? Suddenly hearing Li Xiaodong's name from the courtyard, everyone looked back. There were many different expressions on their faces. Some were shocked, some were frowning, and some were secretly pondering. Under all the different expressions, there was a common trace of pity. How many people dared to call the 7th young master by his name? Everyone understood that they had misjudged the young officer in the courtyard. Li Xiaotong slightly frowned, walked out of the room, and came to the courtyard that was full of sunlight and mottled shadows. He looked at the slightly chubby middle-aged man beside Su Lu and tilted his head, thinking that he did not seem to know this person. A subordinate leaned over and whispered a few words in his ear, and then he showed a look of understanding, because he was worried that Su Lu, this rock, would not be able to adapt to the atmosphere of today's gathering. He let his subordinates casually choose 2 researchers who were looking for investment. He thought that Su Lu was a genius engineer and would naturally have more in common with this kind of person. Li Xiaotong was very talented in investing money, but he really did not expect that mechanical engineering was actually divided into many categories. Looking at Su Lu standing beside the middle-aged man and flipping through a few pieces of paper, Li Xiaotong could not help but feel a trace of interest. Could it be that this middle-aged man had successfully convinced him? What's the matter? Li Xiaotong walked over. I think this project is very interesting and worth investing some money. Su Lu looked at him and said, look at his materials first, but it's a bit messy. How can I not trust your judgment in this aspect? Li Xiaotong said, I won't understand even if you show it to me. Since you say it's interesting, then it really means it. How much do you want to invest? Su Lu smiled, turned to Cheng Fengshe and asked, how much is the budget for your research? Cheng Fengshe nervously looked at Li Xiaotong, very nervously and apologetically extended 2 fingers and said in a low voice, the initial, 200 million. Li Xiaotong was slightly stunned. He didn't expect that the investment would be so high at the beginning. It should be known that the funds he could freely use now were less than 1 billion. He couldn't help but look at Su Lu inquiringly. Looking at Li Xiaotong's inquiring eyes, Cheng Fengshe's confidence, which he thought was unreasonable, suddenly disappeared. In the past few years there had always been investors who could see the prospects of this project, but at the same time, they could see that there was no way to do business, so they all coldly refused. Was it going to happen again today? To his surprise, after he reported a budget of 200 million with great difficulty, Su Lu lowered his head and thought for a while. Then he shook his head and said, 200 million is not enough. We need at least 300 million. Su Lu had learned a lot from Professor Shin in the Husk Institute. He had also dabbled in the material science aspects of the database index tree. In addition to his experience in the Harbor City Industrial Park last year, Su Lu had some understanding of the process and the general budget of a research and development project. Such a miniaturized turbocharging project seemed to be very inconspicuous, but to overcome the obstacles in between, it was absolutely impossible to spend less money. From 200 million to 300 million, Li Xiaotong, who was originally hesitant, no longer hesitated. At least it didn't show on his face at all. In just 0.2 seconds he smiled and said, okay. This word was very simple, but the 6 guests who silently watched this scene under the stone steps of the courtyard felt very complicated. They watched calmly and steadily, and didn't rush to do or say anything at this time. They secretly planned for what would happen later, such as how to make up for the previous neglect, how to smile, and how to get to know each other without leaving a trace. Directly calling the 7th young master's name, and casually asking the 7th young master to pay 300 million. For them, 300 million wasn't a lot and it wasn't scary. What was scary was the attitude the 7th young master showed through this matter. The 3 people whispered a few words and Cheng Fengshe's face was full of excitement. As for whether they would use private funds to invest in the Darcy School of Mechanical Engineering or set up an independent research and development department, there would naturally be professionals to discuss with him. If there are any technical problems, I'll introduce someone to you. I believe her practical experience in this area will inspire you. Su Lu thought for a bit, wrote down Shang Qiu's contact information on a piece of paper and handed it over. When he was about to say something, the phone in his military uniform started to vibrate. When he took out his phone, his expression suddenly became a bit weird. His fingers that pressed the call button were a bit stiff. When he heard the voice from the phone, he nodded his head. Silence reigned in the serene and elegant courtyard. Li Xiaotong frowned. He knew very well that although Su Lu was a kind person, he was definitely not docile. He didn't know who was on the other end of the phone, but he was actually able to turn him into a nodding bug. Seeing Su Lu take the phone and walk out of the courtyard, the guests in the courtyard were all guessing the identity of this officer. On second thought, the relationship between the Nan family and the Lin family was not shallow, and the Wood Valley Manor itself was a place for these families to socialize, so he felt relieved. Nan Xiangmei looked at Su Lu and smiled gently, hiding the surprise and shyness in her eyes. She walked in front of him and quietly said, "Hello, should I call you Su Gong or Lieutenant Colonel Su?" Su Lu smiled and said, "Just call me Su Lu." They had met by chance on the high-speed rail to Hong Kong, and they had exchanged a few words at a cocktail party. He was still unfamiliar with this beautiful girl, but deep in his heart, he had a very good impression of her. Even in his dreams, there was a trace of beauty floating faintly in his mind. Su Lu was about to ask if she came with Lin Daohai, when suddenly there was a hurried voice from behind the forest. It seemed to be a middle-aged woman. Su Lu was slightly startled, and Nan Xiangmei said apologetically, "The mama at home is calling, maybe the elders are bored playing cards and want to talk with me." The 7 daughters of the 7 major families said such words to an unfamiliar opposite sex. It seemed a bit too intimate. Sulu was slightly startled and said, "Then I won't disturb you." When Nan Xiangmei was about to leave, she suddenly clenched her hands on the side of the dark blue overalls, lowered her head and asked in a trembling voice, "I heard that the military is sending more troops to the West Woods. Are you going too?" "Maybe, but I'm not sure yet. It depends on what the ministry wants." Sulu didn't explain in detail because he was a little surprised that this young lady would care about his affairs. There was a trace of panic and a trace of complex emotions in Nan Xiangmei's quiet eyes. Suddenly she lowered her voice and said, "The West Woods is very dangerous. You have to take care." "Thank you." Sulu was still puzzled, but he felt warm in his heart, so he seriously replied. Nan Xiangmei took a deep breath, suddenly raised her head, looked at him bravely and said as calmly as possible with a smile, "Maybe you think it's ridiculous, but I have to tell you something." "What?" "I like you." After saying this sentence, Nan Xiangmei, whose cheeks were slightly red, lowered her head and ran away like a frightened deer, leaving Sulu in the forest. He was so shocked that he didn't know what to say. That it was more than absurd, more than absurd. It was like a thunderbolt on a sunny day. Although it didn't really kill Sulu, it shocked him so much that he was speechless. His brain was filled with the question of, "Who am I?" that had nothing to do with philosophy, because his logical thinking ability made him firmly refuse to believe that those 4 words were directed at him. He had experienced many soul-stirring events in his life, great joy and great sorrow and great joy mixed with the vicissitudes of life. Those events were even more terrifying and shocking than the words he heard in the autumn forest in the Wood Valley today, but it was extremely difficult for them to move him as much as they did today. Because he didn't understand why this quiet and beautiful daughter of an aristocratic family, whom he had only met twice, would for no reason at all, use such simple yet extremely destructive words to attack him. "I like you?" It was like going to the distribution station to buy protein meat, but the Bureau of Proclamation official told you that wild beef was on sale today. The black market butcher behind him was beaming with joy as he hooked his arm around the HTD Bureau detective's shoulder. It was like the Federal Central Computer suddenly turned into a naked beauty, doing an S3-style hip dance in front of you. For Sulu, who often chatted with the old guy, even if the latter thing really happened, he might have enough psychological capacity to bear it. But Nan Xiangmei's sudden confession shocked him to the core. He was so shocked that his hair stood up, and his general's hat was about to be lifted up. He didn't know that after leaving Harbor City, Nan Xiangmei, who had left her marriage contract, had tied her first budding feelings of a young girl to that ordinary engineer, who she had met by chance in the carriage and met again unexpectedly in Harbor City. He didn't know that Nan Xiangmei had been quietly inquiring about him for more than a year. She silently and nervously watched him change from a nutshell engineer to a guy who shocked many people in the Federation. That beautiful daughter of an aristocratic family even got his contact information from Li Xiaotong, but she didn't have the courage to contact him. Instead, she took advantage of the fact that Li Xiaotong was treating her family to a meal and encouraged her family to come to the Wood Valley Manor for the New Year festival. She stayed in the woods for a long time just for a chance encounter. However, even if he knew this, Sulu still turned into an ice sculpture. He stiffly looked at the back of the girl who disappeared into the woods and couldn't say a word. Love at first sight? He admitted that he didn't have the peerless appearance of Mr. Shi and Li Xiuzhu, he didn't have the gentle and kind temperament of Zhou Yu, and he didn't even have the quiet and strange temperament of Bai Yulan. He was just an ordinary person. How could he make a girl like him? And that girl was the daughter of the Nan Xiangmei family. Who am I? I'm Sulu. I'm not handsome, and the interesting part of my personality has long been hidden by my boring stone appearance. Since childhood, I looked up at the starless sky and the TV in the pub. I liked the high and mighty purple-haired girl, but the two of them were separated by who knows how many light years. Later, I liked a girl who wore black-rimmed glasses, but the ending was not beautiful. In the matter of men and women, this stone of Donglin only knows how to look up, be silent, give, sacrifice and be abandoned. It seems that it will be like this forever. However, this scene in the woods reminded him of Professor Shin's words, which were, "There is no reason in the universe." Suddenly he became the target of someone's unrequited love, and that girl was the kind that he had a good impression of. Any man would probably have this kind of emotional reaction, right? Looking at the time, he was surprised to find that it was already past the agreed time with Little Watermelon. Thinking of the little girl's anxious look, he called Lan Xiaolong and asked Team 7 to protect Little Watermelon, while he walked out of the forest through the stone path. The cliff was directly next to the elevator. The ancient pine wall was on one side, but the blazing autumn sun was on the other side. The air was filled with a sultry and exciting feeling. In the Wood Valley Manor, those aristocratic families who were enjoying their early autumn vacation probably weren't in the mood to walk under such sunlight. Sulu wiped the sweat from his forehead. He couldn't help but guess which courtyard Nanxiang's family was in. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed a staff member in a black uniform by the cliff elevator. His body stiffened slightly. Under such a scorching sun, the staff member was still wearing a hat with a front brim. The shadow of the brim covered his face by about 80%, so his face couldn't be seen clearly. The key problem that made Sulu squint silently was that when he walked out of the screen wall, the staff member's right shoulder clearly moved slightly. Then he stayed as still as before and stood silently by the console. In such a dry and hot environment, if the staff member had remained motionless, Sulu would only sigh that the service staff trained by the aristocratic families were indeed of high quality. However, the staff member had been standing still as before. Yet, at the moment when Sulu came out, his right shoulder moved slightly. Although this slight movement was subtle, it couldn't escape Sulu's sharp eyes. He looked down from the corner of his eye and found that the staff member was respectfully standing with his hands behind his back. So, he couldn't be sure if the staff member was holding anything in his hand, such as a gun. Sulu wasn't paranoid. Logically speaking, in a place like Wood Valley, it was absolutely impossible to assassinate someone. However, he was a person who paid great attention to details. Once all the details couldn't be calculated clearly, they would turn into intuition. He intuitively felt that there was something wrong with this person. If there was something wrong with this staff member hiding in the dark, then what was the problem? Obviously he wasn't here to kill him. Sulu thought silently, but the burning power in his body had begun to quietly pour into his body. According to the original plan, he and Little Watermelon should have taken this elevator to the amusement park at the foot of the mountain. Could it be that the staff member wanted to deal with the Zhong family? Seeing that he was here alone, he gave up on the attack at the last minute? It's really hot today. Sulu shook his head and walked towards the staff member. At such a close distance, if the staff member was really a professional assassin, he had no confidence that he could dodge his shot. However, Little Watermelon was about to arrive. However, the staff member's style of doing things was extremely clean and efficient, to the point that it was chilling. When he found that Sulu was walking towards him, he didn't casually exchange a few words with Sulu as most people would expect. Instead, he directly took out his hand from behind his back. Unsurprisingly, a pistol appeared in his wide bronze palm. It was a silver-black large-caliber single-shot pistol that looked extremely cold. Before the pain could completely appear in his brain, and while the flower of blood was still spurting out from his shoulder, he once again rushed up. The seemingly thin young officer's body actually contained a terrifying amount of strength. There was a burst of extremely strange high-frequency trembling, and the military uniform on his body rustled. In the time it took for a spark to fly off a piece of flint, he used the vibration between his knee and the hard mountain rock to bounce up and once again pounce toward the gunman. The knuckles in his right fist slightly protruded, transforming into a stream of light that smashed toward the other's earlobe. At this distance, this gunman with astonishing marksmanship once again opened fire. Sulu would not be able to dodge, but the gunman certainly would not be able to dodge Sulu's punch that contained the power to kill. It seemed like a method of ending in the same end, a method of fighting to be the first to face off on a narrow path, but in reality, Sulu had already calculated the result in his heart. It was impossible for the gunman's gun barrel to aim at his head in this instant. Being shot in the body as long as it was not the heart. Sulu believed that with his monstrous body, tenacious life force, and bullshit luck that was like the last spaceship of the catastrophe, he should not die like this. Furthermore, the other party had received his punch. No matter how valiant the gunman was, he could only end up with his head exploding like a watermelon, dying on the spot. Therefore, this was not a mutual destruction, but using his own heavy injuries to exchange for the other's life. Sulu had to do this in order to force the other party to have the intention to retreat. There was a gap in the gunshot because he had a feeling that although this gunman was a professional, he did not seem to be the type of professional assassin who was unafraid of death under the glory of the charter. It had to be known that in a social environment like the Federation, the business of assassination could only be done once. And the other party seemed to have some kind of wild ambition to survive from the very beginning. If he wanted to live, this gunman had to retreat. Sulu firmly believed that at this moment, if the other party hurriedly withdrew his gun, he would definitely be able to keep him. However, he did not expect that the gunman would withdraw his gun earlier than he expected. At the same time the third shot was fired, the moment Su Lu erupted, the gunman let out a muffled groan, allowing the pistol to slip from his wide palm. He turned around and left. This was because his wrist had been pierced by a small knife that had flown from outer space. Blood gradually flowed out, making the small knife look even more delicate. Because of this sudden change, the time the gunman abandoned his gun and turned around to leave was an instant ahead of Su Li's prediction. So, when he attacked with the wind, he only had time to use the right side of his trembling body to touch the side of the gunman's body. However, Su Li's full-powered strike, even though it only brushed past the gunman, still gushed out with a huge force. With a few cracking sounds, it broke one of the gunman's ribs. Under the shadow of the hat, the gunman's face was still completely covered. His lower jaw was deathly white. However, even though he had suffered such a heavy injury, he only let out a muffled grunt before falling silent. Instead, he valiantly borrowed Su Li's force to increase his pace as he ran toward the autumn forest. In front of the autumn forest he encountered a delicate man. The delicate blade flashed twice by the autumn forest, and a fierce collision sound rang out. The gunman's thigh had been pierced by the delicate man's military knife, but in the end he still bravely charged into the autumn forest. On the fallen leaves, the bloodstains suddenly disappeared. No one knew where they had gone. Su Lu narrowed his eyes as he looked into the depths of the forest. He turned back to look at Bai Yulan, whose right hand was trembling slightly. His heart was filled with infinite shock. This gunman not only had terrifying marksmanship, he was also so fierce in close combat. Su Lu knew very well how dangerous Bai Yulan was. Those souls that had died under Bai Yulan's delicate knife were even more clear. Su Lu also knew the lethality of his own body. In just a few breaths' time, the gunman had been heavily injured by Su Li's headbutt, and had also been injured by Bai Yulan's treacherous sneak attack. Even so, the gunman had still managed to escape. He won't be able to escape from the Wood Valley. Bai Yulan lowered her head. Her pale face gradually recovered as she spoke softly. With such a heavy injury, can he still disguise himself as a normal person and walk out? Su Lu didn't ask the delicate man beside him how long he had been following him. Perhaps after Bai Yulan was discharged from the hospital, he had been secretly responsible for his safety. Many things had happened in the past, so he let them go with the knife in his back and today's delicate knife. Normal people can't, but this person definitely can. Bai Yulan's slightly wet black hair fell between her brows. He had thrown out a life-saving knife, which had pierced through the gunman's wrist, and then used a military knife to stab the gunman's thigh. It was just a short exchange, but it had already exhausted his mental and physical strength. Unfortunately, the last stab had brushed past the gunman's aorta. The delicate knife and military knife had both pierced the gunman's body, but the gunman had still managed to escape. Bai Yulan's eyes drooped slightly. Looking at her empty hands, a faint sense of loss arose in her heart. The gunshot had alarmed many people. How could Su Lu be worried about little Watermelon's safety? He knew that the Lin family would definitely not allow such a thing to happen. At this time he didn't know how many people were looking for the gunman. Thinking of the gunman's extremely sharp and stunning 3 shots, as well as his valiant close combat escapability, even he couldn't help but feel a sense of awe. Professional but not professional, tenacious but silent. Su Lu and Bai Yulan looked at each other. They could see the shock and doubt in each other's eyes. Both of them thought at the same time that only the military could cultivate such a terrifying person. Today, Wood Valley was filled with distinguished guests. The Lin family, the Li family, the Nan family, the Federation's 7 great families that rarely appeared in public. 3 of them had actually chosen this place as their first choice for a holiday. It was precisely because of this that even though there was a shocking shooting in the manor, there was still no police report. The people in the 3 courtyards waited silently and calmly. The Lin family security team, on the other hand, began to search the entire manor with ashen faces. Who dares to kill you? Who can hurt you? Li Xiaodong's gloomy face had already turned into shock. He stared at the wound on Su Li's shoulder and said in a deep voice. Today, Su Lu was personally chosen by the old man, and the federal military focused on training him. Although he had a close relationship with the old man, if something happened to Su Lu today, it would be very difficult for him to explain to the Federation. The men from Group 7 had the same expression as him. They had directly received the military order from the Ministry of Defense to protect Su Lu. In the end, Su Lu had been shot right under their noses and had almost been in big trouble. That is an amazing master. Not only is his marksmanship good, but his skills are also very good. Sulu was very serious and did not exaggerate his evaluation of the gunman. Hearing the words marksmanship good, Xiong Linquan narrowed his eyes and revealed a trace of coldness. However, because of the words of the delicate man behind him, it turned into shock. Bai Yulan, who was leaning against the wall, whispered softly, "That person's marksmanship is much better than Xiong Zi's." Su Le glanced at Brother Zheng, who had finally appeared behind Li Xiaotong, and said, "That person's close combat skills should be only a little worse than Brother Zheng's." Li Xiaotong's expression finally changed. He said faintly, "The Federation strictly controls firearms. Although there are definitely some on the black market, generally people on the black market are not willing to sell to killers. The killers in the Federation are all one-off transactions. Therefore they are not willing to let the government investigate them. I think that the gun you got should be from the front line of the West Woods. It might even be an Empire product. Don't expect to find anything like this. If he really can escape from Wood Valley at this time, unless we immediately apply to the Bureau of Proclamation, no one will be able to find the mastermind if he escapes to Bermuda." Chapter 369. Sulu was sitting on a flat bed that was half the height of a person. At this moment, when he raised his head, his previously silent and slightly shaken body suddenly straightened up. He opened his eyes. Although he was not sleepy, he did not have much energy, so he directly came to a conclusion. However, his normal tone of voice made the people around him unable to raise too many doubts. He tapped the ash on the black stone ashtray beside him. He used 2 fingers to hold the slightly hot cigarette and took a deep puff. Li Xiaotong naturally smoked the best quality tobacco to entertain him. However, when he was thinking, he still habitually smoked a blue box of brand 37 cigarettes. It was easy to go from frugality to extravagance, and for him, it was not difficult to go from extravagance to frugality. After all, as an orphan who did not have much experience with extravagance during his childhood, Sulu was still more used to the slightly dry and coarse taste of brand 37 cigarettes. This might have something to do with his love for the past to a certain extent. Brand 37 cigarettes were neither expensive nor cheap. The price was moderate. If an engineer held a cigarette in his hand and stared at the design blueprint on the workbench, people would feel that it was very natural and very compatible. However, if the youngest lieutenant colonel in the Federation held a cigarette and acted like he was thinking, people would easily feel that this person was too pretentious. Not to mention the allowance from the Ministry of Defense, the benefits of the military would make any lieutenant colonel feel that smoking this kind of cigarette was very degrading. However, Sulu just sipped and smoked like this, just like how he smoked and chatted with Shi Qinghai behind the Iron Gate of Yue University 3 years ago. It was very natural, just like how he gave his own judgment without any reason at this moment. He sat cross-legged on the bed like a Bermuda specialty charlatan, but it was hard for people to feel suspicious or shocked. He's in the 6th courtyard. He's preparing to sneak out with the people inside. Sulu narrowed his eyes and whispered in the smoke-filled room, which made the atmosphere around him even weirder. Only he knew where his confidence came from. The Federation government probably would not apply to the Bureau of Proclamation any faster than he did now. During the moment when he closed his eyes and meditated, he had already confirmed the identity of the gunman through the old guy in the Bureau of Proclamation and started to track that person's location in real time. At this moment he was not talking about the old man in Philadelphia, but Sulu. With the full cooperation of the Federal Central Computer, no matter how powerful the person was, he would not be able to escape from his eyes. Lin Dohai and the people from Green Dragon Mountain are in that courtyard. Li Xiaotong's face was a little gloomy as he reminded him. Sulu stubbed out the cigarette in the cold stone ashtray, nodded, got up and walked out of the courtyard. Bai Yulan lowered her head and followed closely behind him, followed by the gloomy men in the 7th courtyard. The young lady of the Zhong family, who had no choice but to stop the tour, was obviously more mature than the average young girl. She did not yell or make a scene, but carefully observed the strange expressions of Sulu and the adults. She quietly held the slightly old doll in her arms and followed behind the crowd. Sulu was worried that leaving her in the 1st courtyard would give some people an opportunity to take advantage of her, so he simply took her with him and gave the men in the 7th courtyard a death order. He was not worried about the little girl's safety. Instead, when he walked in the gloomy forest in the afternoon, he thought of the Prime Minister Nan's family, who was also on vacation in the Wood Valley Manor, and the beautiful and shy girl. Because he did not know if the gunman still had a gun in his hand, Sulu lowered his eyes and did not want to take the risk. But he also did not want to let such a dangerous person who was determined to assassinate little watermelon escape from under his nose. Your people don't represent what you think. Li Xiaotong, who was cold all over, suddenly interrupted. Dohai, your analysis is very reasonable, but maybe some people are just like us, so they deliberately want to take advantage of this loophole. Regarding the fixed mindset, in the corner of the manor where the situation was very tense, there was no need to have too deep a discussion. But the sudden interruption of the seventh young master of the Li family was more worthy of everyone's consideration. Among the 7 families of the Federation, the Li and Lin families had always been on good terms. At this time, Li Xiaotong did not hesitate to stand on Su Li's side. To put it bluntly, this outstanding person who had always been seeking the inheritance of the Li family was also taking a big gamble. It was just to see how much he would get in the end. After the 7th young master of the Li family spoke, Lin Dohai was slightly stunned. His face became extremely ugly and he looked at him with a cold gaze. Then he immediately looked at Su Lu and said with a cold smile, I have so many people on my side. Do you want to check them one by one? According to what you said, he was stabbed in the thigh by your people. Do you want all of us to take off our pants for you to see? Fuck. Do you want me to take off my pants for you to see? Lin Dohai angrily cursed. I didn't say I wanted to take off my pants. Su Lu lowered his head and looked at the tips of his military boots that were constantly stepping on the bumpy ground. He said, but you have to give me time to check. Bai Yulan was behind him, blocking in front of Zhong Yan. The black hair on his forehead covered most of his cold eyes. He carefully checked the bodyguards for a long time, but still couldn't find who that person was. He didn't know where Su Li's confidence came from. Because he already had a plan in mind, Su Li didn't say the fact that the gunman's palm was injured. Out of the corner of his eyes, he looked at the security personnel wearing gray overalls behind Lin Dohai. One of his hands pressed on the sound receiver in his ear. Move out of the way. Master Nan and I don't have time to play this game with you. Lin Dohai lightly waved his finger. The security personnel of the Lin family and the special guards of Green Dragon Mountain prepared to open the way. Su Lu raised his head and looked at the armed personnel in front of him. His eyebrows gradually rose like flying knives. He said seriously, I know you're inside. If I forcefully take care of you now, there are too many people here. There may be accidental injuries. If you just want to kill me, I may let you go with the others. Then I'll follow your shadow and kill you. In the quiet woods of the Wood Valley Manor, the people on the road heard this and suddenly felt a chill. Those who knew of Su Li's violent deeds, such as Lin Dohai and Nan Mingxiu, felt a layer of ice form on their hearts. But the rest of the people heard the certainty and persistence in these words. Unless you kill me first. In the current Federation, it's too easy for me to kill someone. Su Lu looked at the people on the road and said, but I can't let you go today. Because the person you want to kill is a little girl and a little friend that I cherish very much. You're also an expert. You're clearly someone from the military. You actually came up with such a crazy plan. I can't let you go. Su Lu, you blocked my way. You said that my people want to kill you or kill someone. I don't care. You're slapping my face. In a situation where I promised, you're still slapping my face. Lin Dohai stared at the little girl behind Su Lu, whose blue school uniform was faintly visible. He said gloomily, whose little girl is this? She's fine. Is she more important than the face of my Lin family and Green Dragon Mountain combined? Speaking to this point, it was impossible for either side to back down. The security personnel of that side began to prepare to forcefully open up a path. The Federation strictly controlled firearms. Even the Lin family security personnel did not dare to brazenly carry guns. On Su Li's side, only Xiong Linquan carried a gun. Thus, facing the Green Dragon Mountain special guards that gradually raised their gun muzzles, even though the men of Group 7 did not back down, their pupils gradually constricted. They discovered that this matter was indeed very thorny. Whoever had more guns had the loudest voice. In the universe, in the political arena of the Federation, as well as in the countless small disturbances, this rule had always been coldly enforced. Lin Dohai, I promise you that this little girl's safety is definitely more important than the face of your family and Green Dragon Mountain's group of bumpkins added together. The one who said these words was not Su Lu, even though he should be the only one here who knew Zhong Huoyan's true identity. The one who said these words was a fatty who walked out from the forest. He was all smiles like a comic actor. His 2 slits of eyes sparkled with Lin Hu's fierce light. Fatty Tian. The Westwood's military secret-level expert Fatty Tian slowly walked out from the forest. It was as if he had never left the Zhong family's little princess for even a moment. Following his appearance, 20 or so ghost-like special guards of the West Woods also spread out from the forest, behind the rocks and under the flowers. They raised their black and incomparably cold Kian gun barrels and surrounded the Lin family's security personnel and the Green Dragon Mountain special guards. It's about reactivating the invincible state. Yes, I'm going home, ha. Chapter 370. It was another day and night on the road. Just as I was about to finish writing today's chapter, I was physically and mentally exhausted. I would like to have a good night's sleep and continue to activate invincibility tomorrow. Yep, everyone knows that for me, writing 3 chapters a day is already my invincibility. Of course, my invincibility is only the norm for others. Humans can only compare with themselves. After a week, the monthly votes list was horrible to look at. That's to be expected. It doesn't matter if I write less. It's impossible for me to catch up, but the later chapters are going to explode. It seems that I can continue writing like this. However, thinking about it quietly, I can't lack the urge to work hard and the means to pressure myself. I have to continue working hard. That's because during the annual selection, everyone gave me a lot of face. I have to do the same. This is mainly because of my own professionalism. I need courage and murderous intent. I don't need to recover any statuses. As long as I work hard, there will be statuses. That's why I'm going to activate invincibility tomorrow. What about the monthly votes? Let's join in the fun and cheer for my hardworking statuses? Thinking of what Tomato did in the past, let's pretend to imitate him. For the next 24 hours, let's all throw in monthly votes to play. An extra 100 votes means I'll be invincible for one more day. It's 9:40 now. That means that by 9:40 tomorrow, if I get an extra 100 votes, I'll be invincible for one more day. Damn, this doesn't seem to be invincible at all. Anyway, if my comrades and brothers want to play, then let's play. If I get an extra few hundred votes, I promise to update 3 chapters for as many days as possible. Actually, I'm still quite short of the 180,000 votes I promised this month. Alright, actually, whether you guys throw in votes or not, I'll make sure to update 3 chapters in a row. Chapter 371. The West Woods region was far beyond the Sea of Stars. Although the distance between the region and the capital ring was not further than that of the East Woods region, due to the existence of the Zhong family of Millennium and that tiger, the region had always appeared to be at odds with the federal government. The glory of the Charter, which was all over the universe, could ensure that the entire Federation would always be united, but it could not erase the most sinister speculations in people's hearts about the situation, and the Federation's secret vigilance and displeasure toward the West Woods people. The capital ring in the West Woods had a history of friendship, gratitude, and resentment. This tradition was so old that no one trusted the other. Although the tiger in the West Woods would never betray the Federation and fight against the glory of the Charter, the Federation government still felt a headache and anger toward the almost independent kingdom, the warlord, that almost no one could control. This was President Sieg's private comment a few years ago. This was a historical tradition, and the Federation government was also following a historical tradition that was not very beautiful. Just like the dynasty era long ago, the heir of the Zhong family in the West Woods must grow up in the capital ring. The government leaders could say that this arrangement was to let the heir of the Zhong family in the West Woods receive the education of the Federation from a young age to cultivate a kind of spiritual quality that was close to the capital ring. The politicians could comfort themselves that this was a gentle and subtle influence, but deep down, everyone knew that this was just asking the Zhong family in the West Woods to let a hostage in the capital ring. In the era of the democratic charter in the universe, the Federation government still had to use such a feudal and boring method, which was a deep sorrow. Therefore, regarding this issue, there was no record of the meeting in the President's mansion, no words in the closed-door discussion on Parliament Hill, and no word in the media or on the internet. People just followed the historical tradition, respectfully and awkwardly accepted the fact that a little girl was taken away from her father to a distant hometown. 3 years ago, when Sulu ran into Little Watermelon on the Antique Bell, it was the most important development of a hostage situation in the Federation's modern society. Faced with the will of the entire Federation, the Zhong family of the West Woods could only silently accept this ancient tradition. The little princess of the Zhong family of the West Woods, Zhong Huohua, played the role of a hostage in the capital ring that no one knew about. Of course, her life was never troubled. She enjoyed security measures and respect that her peers never enjoyed. To appease the tiger of the Zhong family of the West Woods, the Federation even passed a secret special regulation. The relevant content of the special regulations was that in today's extremely strict gun control, the Federation government still allowed the Westwoods military to specially dispatch a special force to legally carry heavy firearms and act as the Little Princess's security force. At this moment, the armed soldiers who walked out from behind the trees, under the flowers, and beside the rocks in the Wood Valley Manor were precisely a squad of this small security force. Fatty Tian, who was full of smiles, cold and somewhat arrogant, was the highest-ranking officer behind the scenes of this security minister. For them, Zhong Huoyan's safety was absolutely the most important. No matter who tried to hurt her, it was not allowed to happen. The federal government had given Green Dragon Mountain's representative team an extremely high level of courtesy, allowing Green Dragon Mountain Special Guard Battalion soldiers to carry firearms. However, in front of the Silin Zhong family's security forces that had obtained a secret clause, in front of those ice-cold Qian light machine gun barrels, their firepower immediately appeared somewhat shabby. The Green Dragon Mountain soldiers nervously surrounded Nan Mingxiu in the crowd. The barrels in their hands were slightly raised, and they did not confront the sudden appearance of these armed men. They were professional soldiers, but they maintained their posture of holding their guns at any time. They did not want to drag the situation into an even more tense situation when they were outnumbered. Lin Dohai's face was gloomy as he looked at the group of soldiers who had intruded on his property. Because of his anger, he lost some of his rationality and did not determine the identity of these soldiers. Just as he was about to explode, his sleeve was gently pulled by someone. Pulling one's sleeve was a very secretive and careful action, so it seemed a bit feminine. At this time, the person pulling Lin Dohai's sleeve was a strong man. His name was Kong Wu, and he was the personal bodyguard of the old master of the Lin family. For such a person to make such a feminine action, there must be a deep meaning behind it. Although Lin Dohai had always thought of this short and strong close combat expert as an old servant, he knew Kong Wu's eyes very well. He subconsciously felt a chill in his heart and shut his mouth. After the incident, Kong Wu had been silently standing behind Lin Dohai. As the #1 bodyguard of the Lin family, he was over 40 years old and had long since passed the age of fighting. Especially when he saw Su Lu and that delicate man surnamed Bai, Kong Wu couldn't help but think of July wildfire that night in Harbor City and the bone fracture on his thigh. That night in Harbor City, Su Lu and Bai Yulan had worked together and knocked him down with only one move. At that time he had cried out in panic that Su Li's surname should be Li. Now more than a year had passed and the Lis of Philadelphia were standing behind Su Lu. In a sense this proved his judgment. He had become more and more cautious, and even a bit fearful. When Fatty Tian walked out of the forest without a sound or warning, Kong Wu's heart burst with alarm. He actually suppressed his vigilance towards Su Lu and Bai Yulan. Without hesitation he pulled on Lin Dohai's sleeve to stop him from speaking. "What is your name?" Kong Wu stared at Fatty Tian's somewhat familiar face and asked in a hoarse voice, "Have we met before?" "Kong." Fatty Tian narrowed his eyes and walked into the crowd. He didn't care about the Green Dragon Mountain Special Guard Battalion soldiers who were pointing their guns at the ground. He looked at Kong Wu and said with a smile, "It's been 20 years since I left the body cultivation hall. I didn't expect to see an old man from back then." Kong Wu's short and stout body suddenly emitted a trace of coldness. From Fatty Tian's answer, he naturally thought of an apprentice he had seen in the body cultivation hall in Philadelphia. At first, everyone thought that this apprentice was harmless, but later found to be a great disaster. After confirming the identity of this fatty and these soldiers, Kong Wu didn't say anything else. He simply said, "You guys investigate." Lin Dohai's expression suddenly changed. Just as he was about to reprimand Kong Wu, he felt a burning sensation on his wrist. With a cold face, Kong Wu forcibly dragged his young master to the side and made way for Fatty Tian. At the same time he gave Lin Dohai a cold look, expressing a strong warning. Fatty Tian was slightly startled, then immediately smiled amiably. He walked straight into the group of Lin family security personnel. He was as calm and relaxed as when he had first appeared. It was as if he had returned to his hometown and seen an old friend he hadn't seen in a long time. Su Lu, who was standing outside the crowd, had been quietly watching this scene. Even though he knew that the powerful gunman was right beside Fatty Tian, he didn't feel too worried about him. He didn't know why, but he always had endless confidence in Fatty Tian, this expert hidden in the Westwoods military. But in order to show the way for Fatty Tian, he still tilted his head slightly and glanced at the Lin family security personnel wearing gray overalls with his right hand covering his earpiece. The Lin family security personnel wearing gray overalls was the extremely powerful gunman. As if he felt Su Li's gaze, he suddenly moved and rushed to the right at an incredible speed. There was a gap there. Whether it was Su Li's men or Fatty Tian's experienced Special Forces soldiers, none of them noticed the wetland where the spring was located. The gunman's reaction was so fast that no one present could react. Naturally, there was no chaos. However, he bumped into a wall of cotton. The wall of cotton was Fatty Tian's thick chest and abdomen. No one knew how Fatty Tian, who had been on the left, recognized the gunman's identity, and how he moved more than 5 meters in a flash to block the gunman's path of retreat. A cold light flashed in the gunman's right hand, and a sharp blade slid toward Fatty Tian's throat. The burned wound on his right palm finally burst open and blood gushed out. Fatty Tian raised his left hand and slapped the gunman's wrist cleanly. The blade sank into the ground with a whoosh. A pistol appeared in the gunman's left hand at some point. However, before his finger could touch the cold trigger, his wrist was gently brushed by 3 fat fingers. The 3 fat fingers were extremely gentle but also extremely terrifying. The gunman's wrist went numb as if he had been electrocuted. He could no longer hold his most powerful gun. Puff, 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 puff. There was a burst of dense noise, like countless sticks hitting a wall of cotton. Then silence. The gunner's face was pale and his appearance was ordinary. Blood kept flowing out of his pale lips. He looked at the chubby and amiable face in front of him and couldn't help but move the corners of his lips. He laughed self-deprecatingly and said in a hoarse voice, "Please do it." In the previous few seconds, the gunman had used all of his trump cards to fight for his life. However, the hateful and terrifying fat man in front of him only moved his hand and made all of his fierce attacks futile. Even the gun fell into the hands of the fat man. Fatty Tian clumsily held the gun in his right hand and pointed it at the gunman's throat. After hearing what was said, he thought in silence and then said, "Su Lu." Su Li's eyes widened. Although he couldn't believe it, he still took a step to the right and used his body to block Zhong Huoyan's curious gaze. There was a crisp sound, but it wasn't loud. Blood spurted out from the gunman's throat. His cervical vertebrae were shattered and he fell down with a crack. Fatty Tian looked down at the corpse under him. His broad right hand clumsily held the gun as if he was studying something. Everyone present had been shocked speechless by this scene. In addition to being shocked that this fat man really dared to shoot and kill on the spot, they were even more shocked by the terrifying and almost ordinary super strength he had shown when he intercepted the gunman. Lin Dohai looked at Fatty Tian with a pale face. He finally guessed the identity of the other party. Only now did he know why Uncle Kong didn't even care about the difference in seniority and pulled him away. The 7th young master of the Li family looked at Fatty Tian, who walked past him, and bowed slightly. He asked very politely, "May I ask if you are Colonel Tian Da Chang?" Chapter 372. In the villa in Xixia State, Su Lu once heard Mrs. Zhong mention the past. Fatty Tian was stripped of his military rank because he beat Du Xiaoqing, the rising star of the military at that time, into a snowboard demon, leaving a very dark record in his file. Fatty Tian was promoted to colonel at the age of 33 because of his military exploits, but because of the problems in his file, he had no hope of attaching a general star on his shoulder in this lifetime, so he was dejectedly discharged. So when he heard Li Xiaotong call him Colonel Tian, he knew that the 7th young master didn't mistake him for someone else, but he had a strange feeling in his heart. Colonel Tian? The combination of this name and military rank really made people feel a little uncomfortable. What made him feel strange was Li Xiaotong's respectful attitude at this time, and Lin Dohai's silent performance not far away. With the influence and status of the 7 major families in the Federation, a retired colonel definitely couldn't make Li Xiaotong so respectful. Fatty Tian killed that gunman on the spot. Although everyone saw that it was the gunman who took out the gun first, that gunman was after all a security member of the Lin family. Lin Dohai, who was always stupid, presumptuous and arrogant, actually became so honest. Was it because of Fatty Tian? "I'm Tian de Tian, what can I do for you, 7th young master?" Fatty Tian looked at Li Xiaotong with a smile, his hand still clumsily holding the gun that had just killed someone, but his smile was full of enthusiasm and friendliness. Li Xiaotong couldn't forget that this person had just killed a powerful gunman, so he felt a chill in his heart and said with a bitter smile, "Don't tease me, Colonel Tian, I just want to say hello to you." After saying this, Li Xiaotong hurriedly stepped aside. Fatty Tian didn't mind and walked over with a smile on his face. At this time, there was a middle-aged housekeeper at the periphery of the crowd. She gently greeted Fatty Tian and said, Colonel Tian, the elders of the family want to invite you over for a chat. Today the third party in the Wood Valley Manor, the Nanxiang family who had been silent until now, finally spoke. The first voice had nothing to do with the cold current faintly flowing in the manor. Instead, it invited this seemingly ordinary Fatty Tian over for a chat. The Nanxiang family was one of the 7 great families, and they were very strict with their family. They were different from the Tai family who hid behind the scenes. They were truly low-key and were even quieter than the 2 families in S3. However, such a family had issued a cordial invitation to Fatty Tian. This kind of attitude was undoubtedly a shocking education for some people who didn't know the power that Fatty Tian belonged to, or for people like Sulu who didn't know about Fatty Tian's past deeds. "You're too polite." Fatty Tian replied with a smile, "It's just that I still have something to do today, so I won't bother you." Previously he had coldly killed people and vividly displayed his strength. Now he turned around and greeted people with a smiling face. He was cordial and pleasant, and even had a trace of cautious modesty. When people saw this, they didn't know how many complicated feelings rose in their hearts. The housekeeper only came to express her attitude on behalf of the Nanxiang family. Obviously she had predicted this person's answer. She was not surprised. She bowed with a smile and said, "Colonel Tian, today's matter, if you need, my family is willing to be a witness for you." "That's good. Thank you, Madame Nanxiang." Fatty Tian's cordial face contained a trace of complicated emotions. He didn't know how he could conclude that the Nanxiang family who came to the Wood Valley to celebrate the early autumn festival today was Madame. But this dissatisfaction was still limited to the category of friends. At this moment he was lamenting about Su Li's luck. The Li family, the Tai family, the Zhong family, this kind of luck should be considered heaven-defying in the Federation. If he knew about the confession of the Nan family's daughter in the secluded woods, he would probably be even more speechless. Sulu knew what he was complaining about. He scratched his head and explained, "I know little Watermelon, the little princess of the Zhong family, it was really just an accident, it happened 3 years ago." Mu Tani was in trouble today, so he didn't have time to complain about the family history of the revolutionary nanny, so he stopped abruptly. But as he spoke, Sulu couldn't help but think about the escape route Uncle Feng Yu left for him. That was how he met little Watermelon, entered Yue University and met Tai Ziyuan. If all of this was really arranged by his uncle, then that guy was too close to a demon. And why did he make such arrangements before he died? The manor was in chaos but people couldn't leave. At the edge of the secluded woods, Sulu asked Fatty Tian seriously, "How did you know that the man in gray was the gunman? And how did you know?" Fatty Tian looked at Sulu with a smile and asked in return. Sulu mimicked Lan Xiaolong and shrugged. He had to avoid the question because he couldn't explain it. Fatty Tian was silent for a moment, then suddenly smiled and sniffed the air. He said lightly, "That person had the burning smell of Type 2 gunpowder on him." Sulu immediately understood. The gunman used the powder in the bullet to stop the bleeding after he was injured, and it was this smell that led Fatty Tian to find the trace. "Then why did you want to kill him?" Sulu looked at Fatty Tian's soft hands that were hanging by his waist and asked in a soft voice. "Because he was very dangerous." Fatty Tian turned around and looked at Sulu. He said, "Although he was injured by you and your men, he was still very dangerous at the time. In fact, for such a dangerous expert, even if we caught him, we wouldn't be able to find out who the mastermind was. Since that was the case, I would rather kill him on the spot to intimidate some people." Who were those people, and why would they choose this moment to assassinate Proton Zhongyan, who was placed in the Federation by the Zhong family in the Westwoods? Sulu was silent for a moment, and a chill crept into his heart. He muttered, "But if we leave him alive, maybe we can get something out of him." Who would believe it if we got something out of him? Even if the bastards of the Empire have been keeping an eye on us, the hostility from the Federation has never decreased. Fatty Tian looked at him with a hint of mockery and said, "If I said that it was the Iron 7 Division who did it, would you believe me?" Sulu thought seriously for a long time and then shook his head. Any logical person would not agree with Fatty Tian's crazy inference. Killing the heir of the Zhong family in the Westwoods would not benefit the Iron 7 Division and Du Shaoqing in any way. More importantly, Du Shaoqing was a model of a professional soldier. He would never completely ignore the overall situation at the front line of the Westwoods because of a personal grudge. The iron-blooded soldiers might be violent, competitive, and vengeful, but they were not crazy people. Seeing him shake his head, Fatty Tian laughed out loud, but there was suddenly a hint of weathered ruthlessness in his laughter that was completely inconsistent with his body shape. Not long after, the detectives from the Capitol Police Bureau and the Federation Investigation Bureau came to the Wood Cove Manor and began the investigation of the incident with pain and anger. No matter who it was, the government would never allow anyone to hurt the little princess sent to the Federation by the Zhong family in the West Woods. After killing the gunman, Fatty Tian left a simple statement and contact information. He then picked up Zhong Yan and left under the protection of his powerful West Woods Special Forces, ignoring the flashing police lights at the entrance of the manor and the ashen-faced detectives in trench coats. This person came and left leisurely, leaving behind the body of a powerful gunman, a tyrannical figure, and a yard of silent shock. Goodbye, Brother Sulu. Sulu stood at the edge of the quiet autumn forest in the Wood Cove Manor and watched the convoy leave. He thought of the little girl's crisp farewell, and a sincere smile appeared on his ordinary face. The holidays were coming to an end, and he didn't know if he would see this little girl again in the future. Thinking of Zhong Yan's delicate little face, the shadow in his heart naturally faded a little. He subconsciously looked back. He knew that the Federation Investigation Bureau and the Police Bureau wouldn't make things difficult for the Nan family, but he couldn't help but be curious. If that beautiful girl knew the story, what kind of expression would she have? In an apartment across the street from the Department of National Defense Training Center in the Capital Special Administrative Region, an officer was looking at the street scene under the autumn sun through a light-filtering film. His right hand was tightly holding an encrypted phone, but it revealed his true emotions at the moment. This light-filtering film could prevent the thermal imaging system from looking in, so he wasn't worried about his real face being seen by others while standing behind the window. However, he still pressed his military cap low and let the shadow cover most of his face, just like the gunman who died in the manor today. "The mission failed again," said a subordinate beside him with a gloomy face. Chapter 373. The military officer standing outside the window gazing into the distance had a standard military posture, not a hair out of place. The military cap on his head was worn very carefully, every strand of hair was carefully pressed into the brim of the cap. When he heard his subordinate's sigh, the thin lips exposed outside the shadows slightly pursed, his expression somewhat indifferent and gloomy. 2 years ago on New Year's Eve, we had already failed, but reality has proven that a failure on the surface can still be exchanged for the final success. The military officer's low voice sounded within the room. 2 years ago there were many things I didn't understand, but now I understand and I no longer consider myself a small figure. Because even though I am a small individual, I am part of a powerful collective, participating in the major events of the Federation, so each and every one of us are important figures. The subordinate behind him stood ramrod straight. Even though this person couldn't come into contact with more specific information from the upper echelons, when he heard the military officer's words, he still felt his blood boil. Even without these hot-blooded calls as a soldier, he would do his best to complete any mission given to him by his superiors, and he wouldn't have any doubts. The military officer waved his hand, having his subordinate leave the room to deal with the follow-up matters, but he himself still stood in front of the window, staring blankly at the Ministry of Defense building across the street and the training center next to it through the filter film. He was still in this apartment full of military officers. Even though it was only a change of unit, he wasn't worried about being discovered. Then he thought of the 1st of January 2 years ago. It seemed like it was just a repeat of failure, but these two failures for him were extremely different. The first failure, the important figure he followed cooperated with Senator Macklin, jointly providing information to the young officers of the 2nd Military Region to launch a surprise attack on Linhai Gymnasium. During this process he was only a bystander. The memories of failure for him weren't too painful. Instead, it was Senator Macklin, that middle-aged man who was used to wearing synthetic sweaters. It was rumored that he died in the end, and only then was Senator Macklin exposed. The military officer originally wanted to take out a cigarette, but because of this he reminded himself that he couldn't leave behind any habitual traces, couldn't give those investigators in the Federation any chance to find out. But this time the officer was a true participant in this failure. That top-notch gunner who had died in the Wood Valley Manor was a peer he had befriended when he was young. He was an extremely outstanding professional soldier, so this failure was painful for him. He stood by the window and watched the twilight in silence for a long time, but he could only force himself to endure. "Brother Yin Chuan, take care." The shadow of the officer's face was faintly reflected on the glass of the window. He stared at the shadow as if he were staring at the face of the deceased, silently mourning, but he did not take off his military cap. If the gunman had an anti-material rifle, he might have been able to complete the mission and escape to Bermuda. However, the Federation strictly controlled firearms, and there was no one like Mr. Schur in the circle of officers, so they had no access to the dark waters at the bottom of the Federation. If the gunman had used a long-range sniper rifle, the Federation and the Zhong family in the West Woods would have investigated a lot of things afterward. Of course, the military officer knew the real reason why the gunman was unwilling to use a sniper rifle. It was not only to protect their collective iron will, but also because, as an outstanding professional soldier, he was unwilling to use a sniper rifle to assassinate a cute little girl. He was unwilling to do such a despicable thing, let alone let the little girl die so cruelly. The military officer quietly looked at himself on the glass. Like the dead gunman, he also thought that assassinating an innocent little girl was a very despicable thing, but for the greater goal they had to persevere. For the true brilliance of the universe, they could allow a few small black dots to appear in the background. In reality, the power group that the military officer belonged to just like 2 years ago, still wanted to gain some benefits from this failed assassination mission. The assassination happened in Wood Valley Manor, and the gunman's identity was a security member of the Lin family. No matter what explanation was given after the incident, the relationship between the West Woods tiger, which was already arrogant among the 7 families, and the other families would probably worsen. Even the anti-government forces from Green Dragon Mountain who were about to enter the front lines of the West Woods would probably have some problems with the West Woods military because of today's incident. The military officer used a clear mind to make calculations like a tactical deduction. After confirming that the important person he followed did not miss anything, he sighed softly. 2 years ago, if the young master of the Tai family had really died, how good would that have been? 2 years later, if the little princess of the Zhong family died, the succession of the Zhong family in the West Woods would be in chaos. The brothers of the tiger would probably rush to adopt all of their sons and daughters. How good would that have been? Unfortunately, both plans had been ruined by that young man named Su Lu. Of course, the most important reason for this plan was that some people could not allow Su Lu to get too close to the Zhong family in the West Woods. Su Lu was the future that the Federation had deliberately nurtured, while the Zhong family in the West Woods was an old past that was destined to be erased from history. Linking the two together was not in the Federation's interest. The military officer silently lowered his military cap and walked out of the office. When he left, he had already calmed down. A gunman had tried to assassinate the daughter of Commander Zhong in the West Woods and was killed on the spot in the Wood Cove Manor. Who among the important people in the Federation government and Parliament Hill did not know the importance of this young daughter to the political situation of the Federation? Countless flames of anger were instantly directed at all the powerful departments. The Federation Investigation Bureau and the Capitol Police Bureau started an investigation overnight. With the help of the Bureau of Proclamation, it only took them a short time to find out the true identity of the gunman, but it also stopped the investigation of the mastermind behind the scenes. The gunman's surname was Chen Yinchuan, and his name was Chen Yinchuan. He graduated from the 1st Military Academy and was now the deputy director of the Lin family's security consultant department. However, this person had a sensitive and real identity. He was secretly serving as a military officer in the Ministry of National Defense. In fact, when he graduated from the 1st Military Academy to entering the Lin family as a security consultant, it was all arranged by the federal military. Other than the fact that he had to explain to the Zhong family in the West Woods, only Su Lu knew the truth of the joint investigation. The Ministry of National Defense asked him to keep it a secret because it involved military secrets and involved the Federation government secretly infiltrating the 7 families. This was a matter of course, but it was still a shocking fact. The 7 families in the Federation were obviously very close to the senior government officials and members of Parliament. However, in private, the Federation government and Parliament Hill were also counteracting the 7 families. The outstanding undercover military officer named Chen Yinchuan was one of these countermeasures. This background seemed a little interesting, but in Su Li's eyes, it seemed particularly cold. According to the records in the file and his understanding of the federal military training system, he believed that this gunman had excellent abilities and was absolutely loyal to the Federation. But why did he want to kill Little Watermelon? No one knew the real reason why Chen Yinchuan carried out this assassination, and no one could find out who was behind it. The joint investigation team only found out that when Chen Yinchuan was studying at the 1st Military Academy, he was once appreciated by the dean at the time, Yang Jingsong, and the two had a close relationship. And Yang Jingsong was the Deputy Minister of National Defense who had committed suicide in the Ministry of National Defense building because of the assassination in Linhai State. Because of this clue, the investigation concluded that this assassination was a last-ditch counterattack by some young men of the federal military in the context of the Federation's Great Reconciliation. It was a crazy revenge for the Linhai State Gymnasium incident. Based on the current intelligence, this was just an independent incident, and there was not too much of a conspiracy. Sulu did not agree and would not accept this conclusion of the investigation. This was because the powerful gunman was clearly not here to kill him, but to target little Watermelon. Chen Yinchuan, he silently looked at the secret information and photos of the gunman in the electronic file. He thought about the 3 shots under the ancient pine on the cliff. He thought about how powerful this person was and couldn't help but feel a little emotional. Because Sulu was shot by the gunman in Wood Valley Manor, Magnolia was really in a bad mood. Looking at her former subordinates, she naturally did not have any kind words to say. Although she still spoke softly, there was an indescribable coldness. Sulu, who walked out of the door, narrowed his eyes slightly and looked at Magnolia's back for a moment. After a moment of silence, he opened his mouth and interrupted her scolding. "Prepare the car, we are going to accept the mission." Magnolia's body trembled slightly, and then she slowly raised her head and said softly, "Yes." A few minutes later, the dark green paramilitary motorcade drove out of the Whitewater Company base and along the ring highway of the capital, Special City, came to a quiet group of villas in the southern suburbs. The people who lived in these villas were all rich and powerful, and this did not exceed the expectations of the members of Group 7 regarding the residence of the national idol girl. The most popular idol girl in the universe had been away from the public eye of the Federation for as long as a year. Thinking that they would be responsible for her safety in the future, even these ruthless people who used to kill and set fire at the edge of the universe all year round couldn't help but feel a little expectant and curious. However, this group of ruthless people was stopped in front of the villa with a courtyard. Chapter 374. In fact, the villas of Autumn Mountain were not grouped together. Among the golden mountains that were no more than 200 meters high, more than 10 villas of different styles were scattered in the valley. This scattered design fully preserved the privacy of the villa owners. Even if they had lived together for 3 or 4 years, perhaps the villa owners had never seen each other. Although the low mountains around the villa were not high, they were just enough to satisfy the desire of the upper-class celebrities of the Federation to see the mountains when they went out, but they did not want to climb the mountains and sweat. In addition, the valley was covered by red leaves, and when they turned around, there was an old wooden house with a yellowish hue looming in the grass beside the road. It was indescribably noble and quiet. The 18 men of Whitewater Company's Team 7 looked at the beautiful scenery around them and the villa in front of them. Although their faces were still cold and calm, their hearts were already filled with endless curiosity. The idol girl of the Federation seemed to be in her 20s this year, but she could actually live in such a noble place. Under the direct order of Whitewater Security Company's headquarters, Team 7 led by Sulu would officially take over the work of Jian Shue'er's security consultant, or the so-called bodyguard, from today onwards. However, when they came to the villa of Autumn Mountain, they were neatly blocked by a group of colleagues. The people of Team 7 were not angry after being fooled. They just looked indifferently at the black-clothed colleagues inside and outside the villa, waiting for their superiors to negotiate with the head of security at the door. Although these men were very curious about and liked Jian Shue'er, after all, they were a group of ruthless people who often did dirty things for the Federation. They always felt conflicted when the company, or the Ministry of Defense, directly forced them to be bodyguards. At the gate of the villa of Autumn Mountain, a head of security about 40 years old calmly looked at the motorcade at the gate. His eyebrows trembled slightly and then returned to normal. A motorcade of 7 military vehicles painted dark green, but there was no military license plate. There was something strange about this matter. "We are now responsible for protecting the villa of Autumn Mountain," the head of security said with a smile. "I didn't know that Miss Jian Shue'er had other arrangements." Lan Xiaolong, who was in charge of negotiations, shrugged. He was not used to the tight work attire of Whitewater Company. "I don't know why you are here, but we have signed a contract with the people in the villa. Today is the first day of work. Regardless of whether there is a misunderstanding or not, I think you should let us in." "Sorry, this is my duty. Without the permission of the villa owner, no one is allowed to enter." The head of security's tone was very polite, but there was an unquestionable certainty in it. He looked at the 7 dark green military vehicles in front of the villa and thought of something that his young master had vaguely mentioned before. He asked, "Are you from the same military region?" Lan Xiaolong was slightly taken aback. He used to be from the 83-84 military region, but now he was a bodyguard for the Whitewater Company. He tugged at his sleeves, lowered his head and shrugged. No, we're from the Whitewater Company. When the head of security heard them admit that they were not from the same military region, his mood became calmer. He smiled and said, So you are Bai Shui's colleagues. Sorry, I still can't let you in and I haven't seen your contract. But since yesterday we have taken over the work of the security consultant of Autumn Mountain. As for the Whitewater Company, my superior will greet your company's president. His words were full of toughness. He knew that the people outside the villa belonged to the Whitewater Company, but this head of security was still so tough. Obviously, the background of the security department that had been stationed in the villa of Autumn Mountain was not smaller than that of Nutshell behind Whitewater. The head of security's words were not provocative, but there was a hint of condescension. However, what surprised him was that the bodyguards of the Whitewater Company at the gate did not respond at all. Some smoked and some continued to close their eyes to rest. I think you should ask for permission first. Su Lu, who had been smoking silently beside the car, suddenly said. The head of security glanced at Su Lu and said slowly, I don't think it's necessary. This sentence was said lightly. Su Lu suddenly thought of the scene on the terrace of the Flowing Wind Slope Club and smiled. He didn't care who these people were, and he didn't want to waste time on these small conflicts. He directly took out his phone and dialed a string of numbers. He said into the phone, We are here but we are blocked. Can you come out and pick us up? I know she is taking a nap, but I still want to persuade her not to go to the West Woods. The war there is about to start, especially when she stubbornly put the concert on the planet 5460. You have to know that the small planet is still a dangerous area where the two sides are fighting each other. No one knows when the Federation will launch a counterattack and if they will launch a counterattack. Inside the villa on Xiaoming Mountain, the first successor of the Li family, the vice president of the Sanlin United Bank, Li Xiuzhu, flashed a slightly bitter smile on his extremely handsome face. I know what she is thinking, but it is not necessary after all. Sister Tong looked at the calm and gentle young master of the Li family in front of her and couldn't help but feel a little apologetic. She had a very good impression of this young master of the Li family. She replied awkwardly, You also know that even the family can't stop the young miss from making a decision. It is useless for me to persuade her. Li Xiuzhu was slightly silent. He knew Jian Shui'er's secret background, so he had never treated her as a star. In the eyes of the seven great families, any dazzling star was no different from an ornament that would come and go as she pleased. However, Jian Shui'er was not that kind of person. Li Xiuzhu had to admit that he had been deeply attracted to this girl who was much younger than him during the 2 years they had spent together. That was why when he found out that the other party had decided to travel to the faraway celestial forest, his usually apathetic heart was filled with worry and sorrow. If she insists, then please bring the security personnel outside. Li Xiuzhu raised his head and showed a gentle smile on his face. He looked at Sister Tong and said, It is not that I don't respect you, but the stars are far away, and she has always been unwilling to rely on the power of the family. She always needs more security forces around her to be at ease. Li Xiuzhu, who was the assistant and bodyguard of Jian Shui'er, who looked gentle but was extremely proud, could also say the word you. It only showed that he was determined to get that girl and couldn't forget her. Li Xiuzhu smiled slightly and reached out to stop Sister Tong's refusal. He said, They are all the elite forces of the family, all from the special forces of the major military regions, and they have been through a long time of training. In terms of fighting power and professional quality, I believe that they are more trustworthy than the 3 major security companies. I will reject the contract with the Whitewater Company, Li Xiuzhu said lightly. However, at this moment the phone in Sister Tong's hand rang. Sister Tong apologized and hurriedly walked out of the villa. Li Xiuzhu looked at Sister Tong's back quietly. He didn't think about the content of the phone call. He only thought about the girl who was taking a nap upstairs. Until today he only knew that the national girl who made the entire Federation obsessed should be a member of that family, and the kind that was very close. However, he still didn't know what the specific relationship was. Sister Tong walked out of the villa and saw the security personnel of the Li family and the 7 groups of men confronting each other. She nodded to the head of security and walked straight to Su Lu. She said apologetically, I am really sorry. They are the security personnel sent by a friend of the miss. The two sides didn't communicate well. Su Lu put the cigarette under his foot and put it out. Then he straightened up and smiled at Sister Tong. It's nothing. I just want to ask, when can my people take over? This may need to be communicated. Sister Tong looked at Su Lu in front of her and said softly, if the two sides are jointly responsible for the security work, what do you think? Su Lu was slightly stunned and didn't speak. He let the silence ferment for a long time in front of the villa. Then he said, it seems that the friend of Miss Jian Shuer has a lot of influence on you. Sister Tong frowned slightly. She was not used to the tone of this sentence. She knew very well that the young man in front of her had done a lot of things in the past 2 years. However, when they met again today, she was shocked to find that Su Li's temperament seemed to be very different from before. However, when she heard the hidden criticism and faint warning in Su Li's words, she still couldn't help but feel slightly embarrassed and angry. I know that with your current status, it is indeed a waste for you to be the young lady's bodyguard. However, you should always remember that we are the employer, she said with furrowed brows. I think you have probably forgotten who the real employer is. Su Lu shook his head and said, I am carrying out the military orders of the Ministry of National Defense. His tone was very calm. There was no hint of anger in it. However, when it fell into Sister Tong's ears, it was not relaxed. As Jian Shuer's personal assistant, of course she knew that the real employer of Su Lu and Team 7 was the Ministry of National Defense. It should even be that old man. Her expression suddenly froze. If you don't trust the combat power of Team 7, we can leave immediately. However, I need you to help me explain the situation in the ministry, Su Lu said. Other than that, there is no other cooperation. Su Li's guess was correct. Sister Tong admired the Li Xiuzhu in the building. That was why she tried to have both sides be responsible for the security work. As an assistant, this kind of attempt was undoubtedly a bit muddle-headed. Fortunately, this attempt was directly rejected by Su Lu. Only now did Sister Tong remember another rumor about the young man in front of her. It was very strange. Because of that rumor, Sister Tong immediately completely forgot about Li Xiuzhu's influence on her. She said apologetically with slight embarrassment, You are right. This is my mistake. The head of security of the Li family looked at this scene in shock. He didn't know who the head of Team 7 from the Whitewater Company was. He could actually make Sister Tong, who had always been as cold as ice, immediately change her mind. Su Lu stood back beside the military vehicle and lit another cigarette. He narrowed his eyes and looked at the Qiuming Mountain Villa in the distance. On the other side, the armed members of Team 7 had already entered the villa under the lead of Sister Tong. They completely ignored the vigilant and hostile gazes in the courtyard. Their faces were cold. Although they could not be said to be valiant and high-spirited, that kind of solemn and indifferent manner still made the security personnel of the Li family feel an unprecedented provocation and humiliation. Chapter 375. Under the silent agreement of Sister Tong and the staff inside the villa, the Li family's security personnel had no choice but to leave the villa. The staff of Whitewater Company's Team 7 were not sloppy in their work. They would not give the other party the slightest bit of face. The door opened and 7 dark green military vehicles drove in. More than 40 Li family's security personnel stationed in the villa were driven out. Xiong Linquan confirmed the shooting angle. Install the echo profiler. Gu Shifeng, connect the central control system. Encrypt the relevant data channels. Lu Jiao, check the relevant defenses and traffic in the garage. Lu Qin, install the hot start detector. Following by Yulan's orders in a soft voice, the members of Team 7 who had entered the villa began to get busy. They moved all kinds of professional equipment from the military vehicles and unceremoniously dismantled the security equipment prepared by the Li family security personnel last night. They carried out connection tests. In the shortest amount of time, they turned this small villa into a fortress filled with countless monitoring systems and firepower systems. The Li family's security personnel who had been driven out of the villa in a sorry state were originally filled with infinite anger and humiliation. At this time, when they saw the silent and concise movements of Team 7 and the clear and accurate layers of defense, they fell into silence. This was because they saw that the other party's expertise was better than theirs. This was especially so when they saw the equipment that the other party had installed on the walls around the villa and in the garage. In addition to the silence, there was a lot of shock in their eyes. None of them were rookies. Of course, they could tell that a large part of the equipment used by the bodyguards from Whitewater Company was actually used by the military. It was cutting-edge equipment that had not been sold to the civilian market. Where did these people come from? The Li family's head of security stood outside the villa and watched this scene with a livid expression. He and his subordinates were driven out of the villa together. The shame and anger in his heart could not be any greater. However, with his professional knowledge and experience, he quickly judged that even the top security consulting department of Whitewater Company could not have such perfect mobility and cutting-edge equipment. After completing the initial security measures in the Cheoming Mountain Villa, Sulu took out the pair of sunglasses that he often used in the training base from his left breast pocket. After carefully wiping the lenses, he put them on the bridge of his nose. After entering the villa, he turned around and pressed the electric button to close the door. Through the slowly closing iron door, Sulu looked at the security director with a complicated expression. He nodded and said, "Sorry?" Team 7 was a combat team. On the vast mineral star and the desolate border of the West Woods front line, they had done countless shady public and private jobs. They had killed people, smuggled goods, and committed crimes. No matter what kind of trump card they were in their respective troops, once they were under the name of Team 7, they began to exude a cold and valiant aura. They had never been bodyguards, but they had assassinated countless big shots at the edge of the universe. They were no strangers to security control. On the contrary, they were very familiar with the combat style of the killers and mercenaries. The initial security measures in the Cheoming Mountain Villa were done flawlessly. All kinds of electronic monitoring equipment were connected, and all kinds of fire control equipment were on standby. Magnolia, who was as gentle as a virgin, put her hands in her trouser pockets and walked slowly around the villa. Occasionally, she would whisper a sentence, and her subordinates would begin to seriously redesign the relevant links. Impregnable as a fortress, this was what it meant. Sulu stood under the parasol under the villa with a cigarette in his mouth. He looked at his subordinates who were busy not far away and did not say a word. In this regard, he was not an expert, but he absolutely fully respected and believed in the abilities of his subordinates. However, looking at Magnolia's back, he could not help but feel a little emotional. People who worked hard to climb up the social ladder generally had to build their own team. The old man in Philadelphia, the federal military, and specifically the Department of National Defense, sent these outstanding soldiers of Team 7 to help him build his own team. However, he never intended to subdue this group of unruly people and build his own team. He had been influenced by that uncle for too long, and he always felt that it was more suitable to wander the stars alone. He did not seek to obtain unparalleled achievements or seize unparalleled power, so why would he need a team? What's more, the scene in front of him had already proven that Magnolia was the soul of Team 7. This delicate man wanted to lead Team 7 to follow behind Sulu, so naturally he hoped that the men of Team 7 could have a good home. Whether they lived or died, at least they had to leave some reputation in the brilliant universe. However, why was Little White so sure that he could bring these things to Team 7? Sulu looked at Magnolia's slightly thin back and fell into deep thought. By stabbing him in the back, he might be able to end the grudge between them. However, the reason why he accepted this person back to his side and played such an important role was because of Dong Linsher's bad nature. He wanted to gamble on his own judgment. In his life, he rarely made mistakes in judging people, including Tai Ziyuan and Shi Qinghai. He wanted to know if he would make the same mistake again this time. Chapter 376. Li Xiuzhu had to leave the villa on Cheoming Mountain, not because the lady in the villa was taking a nap, not because his people were being chased out of the courtyard, not because he felt that there was a shadow in front of his eyes when he faced Sulu. It was because there were indeed many things that needed to be taken care of for a person of his level. The Federation had passed the Financial Integration Act for a long time. Those financial tycoons who were used to sipping vintage wine in the winery while casually making big deals behind the scenes could no longer sit still under the powerful attacks of the Ministry of Finance and the Audit Office. As the heir of the Li family, he naturally would not show up for this kind of thing. Naturally, those tycoons in the eyes of the Federation citizens would go to the Parliament Hill to fight the case, but he also had to take care of business behind the scenes. But no matter what, in Lan Xiaolong's eyes, this legendary descendant of the 7 great families left a bit bleak and lonely when he faced Sulu. Sulu did not feel anything about Li Xiuzhu's departure. Whether it was the boy who was the gatekeeper in the past or the popular military officer who now had one foot on the Golden Road, he had always been the same when facing these so-called big shots. He had never been timid or angry. He just treated them as ordinary people. This was related to his experience after he escaped from Donglin, such as the Crown Prince and the Little Princess. But more of it was because of the nature of the stone in Donglin. Although he knew that only the barrel of a gun could spurt out wind and clouds, his mind was as firm as a rock. As the most powerful machine, how could he be shocked and affected by external power, wealth, and force? Put out the cigarette. Walking into the villa, a young girl stared at Sulu very angrily and said quickly in a low voice, "Oh." Sulu used 2 fingers to hold the cigarette butt and looked around for the ashtray, but he could not find the cold porcelain pit that contained the filth. He could not help but look a bit embarrassed. "I'm really sorry." Sister Tong came down from upstairs. Seeing this scene, she could not help but frown. She quickly drove away the waitress who was a bit arrogant because of the lady's tolerance and said to Sulu with a bitter smile, "The people in the villa are all service staff who have been with the lady for a long time. They are a bit rude." Sister Tong, who had thought a lot of things clearly, even forgot the good intentions of the young master of the Li family. At this moment, facing Sulu, she was naturally very polite. After all, it was rumored that the young lieutenant colonel in front of her was the target of the old master's efforts. Sulu held the cigarette in a daze. Thinking of the cool female military officer he met 2 years ago, he did not know how to react for a moment. After a while, he said with a smile and said, "You don't have to be so polite. After all, I'm just a bodyguard." Out of the corner of his eye, he saw a pot of flowers and plants in the villa hall. He quickly put out the cigarette butt in the red mud and sighed with satisfaction. He said to Sister Tong, "I need a schedule." Bodyguard? Sister Tong would definitely not think that way. 2 years ago, when she had saved the unconscious Sulu in the blood-soaked underground parking lot of the Linhai State Gymnasium, she had only thought that this was a young fellow with decent ability, decent luck, and decent courage. However, 2 years later, this young fellow had already become the youngest lieutenant colonel in the Federation, the key designer of the MX Mecha, and a person whom President Pabre greatly appreciated. Most importantly, everyone now knew of the relationship between him and the old master. Such a person, in addition to those security personnel who clearly had shocking combat power outside the villa, had all been sent to be the lady's bodyguard. Perhaps it could not be said to be a waste of resources, but the truth behind the scenes was definitely not so simple. Sister Tong watched as Sulu snuffed out the cigarette butt in the flower pot. Her expression was a little strange. She wanted to say something, but in the end she did not say anything. With a soft beep, a detailed itinerary designed by a professional was sent to Sulu's cell phone. There was an extremely conspicuous secret symbol at the beginning. Sulu lowered his head and looked at it quietly for a long time. Then, somewhat stunned, he raised his head and asked, "Holding a military concert in the West Woods?" "Yes, the specialized spaceship will depart the day after tomorrow. I hope your personnel can be prepared," replied Sister Tong in a low voice. "Okay." Sulu scratched his head with the phone in his hand. He had just washed his hair last night, so it was refreshing and did not itch. However, his mind was filled with endless doubts. In the end, he still had to go to the West Woods, just under a different name. But why would the Department of Defense want him to follow that national idol girl to the West Woods? Sulu subconsciously raised his head to look at the fragrant wood flooring. He did not see the barefoot purple-haired girl floating over, but his heart was filled with the same doubts as Sister Tong's. That night, most of the combat personnel of Team 7 stayed in the villa at Autumn Cry Mountain. Sulu was a professional, but he had personally witnessed the delicate and secretive security settings around the villa that made his scalp tingle. While admiring the abilities of his subordinates, he naturally did not have any more worries. During the military exercise in the early hours of the graduation day, the men of Team 7 faced the defense battalion of the Iron 7th Division. Unsurprisingly, they were all annihilated. However, that was on a virtual battlefield. When doing such meticulous activities in real society, with the ability displayed by Team 7, today's villa at Autumn Cry Mountain would not be able to be breached even if there was a reinforced company attacking it head-on. After leaving S1, the security plan was naturally handled by Secretary Bai and the other professionals. As the nominal supervisor, he seemed to have nothing to do. After his shift that night, he left the villa at Autumn Cry Mountain and returned to his apartment in Wangdu. However, thinking that he did not see the purple-haired girl that he had not seen in a long time, he could not help but feel a little strange. Going to the West Woods to protect the dazzling national girl, and behind him was the shadow of the most extraordinary mountain in the Federation. Everything was in a maze and he could not see the real future. Sulu was not relaxed and he even had a strong urge to call Philadelphia. However, he helplessly discovered that although the Federation was abuzz about his relationship with the Lees of Philadelphia, and it was extremely bizarre, and some people even said that he was the long-lost son of the military god Li Pifu. In fact, he did not even have the old man's phone number. At the front line of the West Woods, A great battle was about to break out. Jian Shuer chose this moment to visit the soldiers at the front line, and the location was still the most dangerous planet. On one hand, Su Lu admired the courage and perseverance of his dream idol, but on the other hand he was also endlessly vigilant. Faintly, that obscure and ominous thought of his actually became a little clearer. Would he be able to come back after going to the west this time? It was precisely because of this sudden unfavorable thought that Su Lu had to say goodbye to the people he cared about. Unfortunately, when he returned to his apartment in Wangdu and kept making phone calls, he found that the few friends he had actually expressed their intentions of saying goodbye to him in advance. Shi Qinghai left a piece of paper and then leisurely followed the Green Dragon Mountain Anti-Government Army Unit, now the Federation Special Forces, to the front line of the West Woods yesterday on a military spaceship to assume the position of liaison officer that was proposed by Green Dragon Mountain and personally appointed by President Pabre. Zhou left a few recorded phone calls and then took her child to Linhai Province. As an unmarried mother, she threw herself into the school that had been interrupted for 2 years. Tai Ziyuan had completely disappeared. Although he had vaguely mentioned before leaving that he was going to ease the tension between the tiger in the West Woods and the Central Federation government, and this was not the first time this person had disappeared, Su Lu was still a little worried. Su Lu had already mentally prepared himself for these people to leave, but when he heard Li Wei, who was sitting on the sofa drinking beer, also say that he was leaving S1 soon, he finally couldn't help but scratch his hair in distress. He revealed a mouthful of white teeth and helplessly asked, "Where are you going again?" Li Wei didn't immediately answer his question. Instead, he held the beer bottle and looked at him with a smile, sinking into silence. This former orphan leader looked at the friend he had grown up with and thought silently in his heart. Compared to when he was on Clocktower Street, Su Lu had become even more silent. Although his eyes were still smiling, he felt that it was different from before. Time can change a lot of things, but perhaps it can't even change the traces on the beach. Li Wei thought silently. He was caught and brought to Bermuda. Those people were obviously using him to threaten Su Lu, but this kid who needed to hide his identity didn't abandon him. As a youth at the bottom of Dong Lin's underworld, he had seen countless treachery, deceit, and dark filth in prison. He admitted that if he were in Su Li's position, he wouldn't be able to do it. It would be good if he didn't stab the other party with a knife. Dong Lin is a small place. The sky is always covered with gray dust. You can't see the stars clearly, so naturally you don't know how big this world is. Li Wei broke the silence and said softly, "This time I was caught by those big shots. Although it was a lot of trouble, I still went to Bermuda." "That's Bermuda we're talking about." Li Wei laughed self-deprecatingly and said with a bit of loneliness and injustice, "You know very well which kid on our street has left Heshi Province? Even the most ferocious gang leader back in the day, which one of them left Dong Lin? But I did. Who would believe that such a small figure like me actually came to the capital and even left the Federation?" "Then why don't you stay in S1? Su Lu said. "No, I want to go to Bermuda." Li Wei looked down at the beer bottle and said, "I don't want to see the world of beer for the rest of my life. Yes, S1 is very big and the capital is very prosperous, but I still prefer Bermuda." He looked up, suppressed the emotions in his heart and said quickly, "Bermuda is different from the Federation. The underworld there is the real underworld. The people there dare to do anything. Who the fuck is like Clocktower Street, who controls a few black market dealers in a few blocks and thinks that they're fierce just because they stabbed a few people in the stomach? There's no charter there." Li Wei stared seriously into Su Li's eyes and said, "I admit that looking at your current brilliance makes me feel uneasy. I want to do something and I can't follow you for the rest of my life. Life has to be a little challenging. I'm not like you who was born to do great things, but I also want to play a little more exciting." Su Lu was silent. He unscrewed the bottle cap with his hand and gulped down a few mouthfuls of beer. The white foam at the corner of his mouth mixed with the saliva that Li Wei had spat on his face. Li Wei stared at the beer bottle and said in a low voice, "I can't go back to Dong Lin because I will always be a problem for you. So I want to go to Bermuda. But don't worry, my goal this time is definitely not to take down a few streets." Su Lu put down the beer bottle and looked at him silently. He asked, "What do you want to do?" They were friends who grew up together, so they knew each other's temperament and mentality very well. Li Wei was silent for a long time under his gaze. Finally he spoke his true feelings. "Don't think that you're doing well in the Federation right now. I can see that you have a lot of troubles. Give me some of your current resources and let me go to Bermuda for a few years to make a name for myself. If the Federation wants to deal with you in the future, I really want to leave you a way out outside the Federation. Leave a way out? Sulu picked up the beer bottle and drank a few mouthfuls. He coughed and choked until his nose was slightly sore, but his heart was slightly warm. Chapter 377. When people from the same hometown see each other, they might tear up or they might stab each other in the back. Sulu and Li Wei did not hug each other and cry, nor did they have the dark thoughts of stabbing each other in the back to erase their previous lives. They only listened to each other's resolute and powerful words about the path of retreat. Both of them were moved to the point of confusion. Don't pee. Li Wei took a swig from the beer bottle and sighed. Sulu lowered his head and said, I'm not a person who can be moved easily. Although Sulu was moved, there was no way he would agree to let Li Wei leave and go to Bermuda to fight for the underworld that he might never be able to conquer. Now that the front line in the West Woods was tense, he could not ask the madam of the Zhong family to help him do anything. In the Bermuda Star Field he could not find any resources at all. The underground emperor of Bermuda, Lin Banshan, had only brushed past him on the high-speed rail and had nothing to do with him. Most importantly, Sulu believed that he had a path of retreat that no one could think of. Even if the Federation mercilessly abandoned him in the future, he still had the old man in the glory of the charter to help him. Even if the old man suddenly turned against him, he still had the bracelet on his left hand. No matter how depressing or difficult the situation was, he was confident that he could forcefully carve out a path full of blood. Letting Li Wei take the risk to find a path of retreat outside of the Federation was something he absolutely could not accept, even though it was Li Wei's dream since he was young. Sulu was not worried about rejecting Li Wei's departure. He believed that Li Wei only knew him in the capital ring and had no money or connections. It was impossible for him to secretly cross the galaxy and sneak into the distant Bermuda Star Field. So the next morning, when he saw the note under the beer bottle on the coffee table, he was so angry that he had the urge to throw the beer bottle out of the window. But in the end, because he didn't want to hit the children or the flowers under the apartment building, he stopped. You gave him funding, you let him get acquainted with the smugglers in Bermuda. Have you ever thought that he is my friend? You should at least get my permission first. In an open space near the expressway in the southern suburbs of the Capital Special District, Sulu stepped on a few pieces of crushed autumn leaves and glared at Li Xiaotong in front of the car. He wished he could beat the cold and gloomy seventh young master into pieces of red plum blossoms dancing in the air. Li Wei quietly left the capital and embarked on an unknown journey to Bermuda because of the sponsorship provided by seventh young master Li. Even the few Bermuda smugglers were able to find an opportunity to establish connections with them because of the luncheon at Wood Valley Manor. He left in a hurry. I didn't know that you didn't know about this. It wasn't convenient for me to call you last night. Li Xiaotong could feel the anger in Su Li's heart at this time and did not dare to be careless. He explained very seriously, but you can rest assured that I have already talked to those smugglers. Whether it is on the journey or after arriving in Bermuda, they will take good care of Li Wei. In fact, I think that since your friend is so ambitious, you should just let him be. If there is no other way, you can talk to Lin Banshan. Who in Bermuda dares to provoke him? Seventh young master Li's words were actually foreshadowing. He sponsored Li Wei to go to Bermuda to build up his business. On one hand, he wanted to further invest in Su Lu and Su Li's circle. On the other hand, he also wanted to plant a foreshadowing because he admired a small figure like Li Wei. In Wood Valley Manor, he tried to find out more about Su Li's past from this person, but there was no progress. This made him admire Li Wei even more. I don't know Lin Banshan. Sulu looked at Li Xiaotong. He really wanted to throw this friend to the ground and beat him up, although he was the only friend who came to send him off. However, he glanced at Brother Zheng, who was still standing behind seventh young master Li like an iron spear bound by cloth. In the end, he could only sigh. Logically speaking, Su Li's identity as a fugitive from the Federation had been forcibly suppressed by the old man. Lady Tai should not make a move on Li Wei because it was not in line with the interests of the family. However, what if the old man died? Li Wei was a gap in Su Li's identity. This time, would the Tai family let the Zhong family of the Westwoods interfere and take over the matter? With the experience of last year, Sulu knew that if the worst situation happened again with Li Wei's fierce temperament, he would not let this happen again. If he found that he could not protect himself, then before he fell into the hands of the other party, this orphan leader would be unusually cold and valiant to end his own life. Friends far away, life and death together, how could he endure? However, no matter how moved he was or how angry he was, it was useless. Sulu stood in the autumn wind at the intersection of the highway. After a moment of silence, he returned to calmness, but his heart was still filled with endless loneliness. "At least I should thank you for coming to send me off," he said to Li Xiaotong in front of him. Li Xiaotong straightened his black and gold collar to block the autumn wind. He said with a smile that was not a smile, "I am not worried about whether you can come back alive from the front line of the West Woods. I just hope you can satisfy a humble wish of mine." Sulu looked at him with a frown. He did not know what his escorting Jian Shui to the West Woods had to do with him. "You should know that my big brother is pursuing the national idol girl. Although he has not completely succeeded, he has been slowly making progress. The elders in the family are very optimistic about this." The smile on Li Xiaotong's face gradually disappeared. He said lightly, "If he succeeds, I have no hope of inheriting the right." Sulu frowned slightly. Although he had seen Li Xiaozhu in the villa of Qiuming Mountain yesterday and could guess that there seemed to be some relationship between him and Jian Shui, he still did not understand. Not to mention whether or not he would despise Jian Shui, who was just a star. How could he put such an important matter as inheriting the right on such a matter? "Don't pretend that you don't know anything in front of me." Li Xiaotong looked at Su Li's stunned face and thought of the information that he had spent a lot of money to find out. He said in a low voice, "The road to the West Woods is long and the night is long too. As long as you can break this marriage, I will thank you for the rest of my life." Su Lu frowned more and more, thinking that he was just a bodyguard. He shook his head and said, "I don't understand what you want to say. Do you expect me to steal your brother's sweetheart? I can't use the handsome man trick. For such a handsome and successful man like your brother, sure Qinghai might be able to do it. In this world, handsome men are not popular anymore. The most popular is quiet and sunny young men." Li Xiaotong looked at him and smiled. He turned and waved goodbye and got into the luxury car with Brother Zheng. Amidst the swift autumn wind at the highway junction, Sulu stared at the car that was driving away into the distance. He spread out his hands in a somewhat perplexed manner. He realized that his trip to Silin seemed to be hiding some very mysterious factor. The problem was that it seemed like a lot of people around him knew about it, but he didn't. And it just so happened that those who knew all thought that he already knew. He didn't want to think about this annoying tongue twister anymore. He got into the black car and silently drove to the villa of Qiuming Mountain in the southern suburbs. Along the way he saw the capital's autumn scenery and the clear sky. He was about to leave this planet and he didn't know when he would come back. Tai Ziyuan left, Mr. Shi left, Li Wei left and Zhou Yu also left. The time he spent with these friends was always short, but the separation was extremely long. Thinking of this he couldn't help but feel a little sad. Looking at the wild cotton outside the window shivering in the cold wind and turning into white lines in a flash, Sulu thought that if something really happened to him, these people would definitely come back to him immediately. He was born in this world and it was really satisfying to have friends like these who could eat meat and drink wine, talk about life and dreams, and not talk about price or life and death. A motorcade of 27 vehicles of various colors drove out of the villa of Qiuming Mountain. In the motorcade, there were heavy-duty trucks that were responsible for loading professional equipment, expensive bulletproof Silver Fox vehicles, several minibuses that were responsible for transporting full-time performers, and 7 military vehicles that were painted dark green. This motorcade drove on the road in the southern suburbs of the capital, looking mighty and imposing. There was also an inconspicuous, gloomy black car that was sandwiched behind the motorcade. Sulu gently pressed the radar system on the motorcade to confirm the movement around him. He quietly looked at the expensive bulletproof Silver Fox not far in front of him and couldn't help but feel a little surprised by the formation of this trip. They were on the way to the military space base. Jian Shui, who disappeared from the public of the Federation for more than a year and a half, was not forgotten by people. This time, the selection of the West Woods for her comeback concert received unanimous praise and strong support from the military. The Ministry of Defense did not hesitate to arrange a special spaceship for this national girls' performance team. Logically speaking, as the head of security of Group 7, Sulu should be sitting in the silver car in front of them at this time to protect Jian Shui. But he didn't choose to do so because after experiencing the assassination in the stadium, he firmly believed that there was no stronger defense in the world than the black car specially made by the Tai family. "I heard that you are now working in the military, no wonder you have the bad habit of wearing sunglasses." In the back seat of the black car, a young girl looked at the back of Sulu in front of her and said lightly. She was wearing a sports windbreaker with a hood, which was wrapped up very tightly. She had a pair of big sunglasses on the tip of her straight and cute nose, but it didn't look exaggerated. Instead, it made the skin exposed by the sunglasses look more delicate and charming. The most charming national girl in the entire universe, Jian Shui, was not sitting in her own car. Instead, she was sitting alone behind Sulu. She looked at the small-eyed boy that she hadn't seen for more than a year and asked, "Why do you insist on letting me sit in this car?" "Because this car is very strong." Hearing the girl's voice behind him, Sulu felt a little nervous, but he forced himself to be calm and answered, "Just as strong as you?" Jian Shui looked in front of her with a complicated expression and said, "To protect me, the Bane, you must be the most powerful person in the military, right?" Then a burst of extremely enthusiastic cheers, applause, cheers and whistles erupted. These sounds intertwined together, forming a chaotic but pleasing accompaniment. Purple was a very bright and eye-catching color. It was very abrupt. Some scientists had once studied that the color of food that humans could not adapt to was purple. Therefore, this color did not give people a sense of intimacy. There was no star in the universe who dared to dye their hair purple, except for her. Only Jian Shui herself had that kind of fresh, charming and lovely youthful aura that was like a new willow by the riverside, could make this purple color the most conspicuous and even the most dazzling embellishment. It was engraved in everyone's heart and could not be forgotten at any time. Sulu wore sunglasses and silently looked at the national idol standing on the automatic control belt with a smile on her face. In his heart, he thought of the long paragraph of somewhat complicated words in front of him. Although this clearly violated the provisions of the safety control manual, he could not and did not want to stop this national idol from doing this slightly crazy thing. Because Jian Shui, who was standing on the automatic control belt, was facing the wind and gently waving her hand. Because the touch of purple in the autumn wind was moving, because the pair of calves exposed outside the sportswear was seductive, because he had been incomparably fond and even infatuated with her since he was very young. Although this touch of purple was not on the TV screen but in front of his eyes, the feeling was still the same and had not faded. This time, Jian Shui went to the front line of the West Woods to hold a concert called Victory. The main purpose was naturally to comfort those brave soldiers who had bravely resisted the invasion of the Empire but had not returned home for a long time. Chapter 379. The Fashion Emperor of the Federation, the absolute dominator of Hong Kong's perfume-filled streets, Mr. Lanford, had once expressed to the media indignantly that it was fortunate that Jian Shui only wore her student uniform or the dark blue Federal Fleet female officer uniform on TV. Based on her usual fashion sense, she should definitely be thrown into a space garbage disposal pod, never to be seen by anyone. But on the day of his speech, Mr. Lanford personally called the reporters and sent them red wine, sincerely requesting that his speech not be published in the newspapers. This was because he began to regret it when he woke up. Aside from some unspeakable pressure, this fashion emperor had to admit that he greatly admired Jian Shui's straightforward personality and infinite charm on TV. Most importantly, even if the national idol wore bright red bloomers and a green double-curtain tight skirt, as long as her flawless beautiful face and that head of slightly fluffy purple hair were not covered, it was enough to attract anyone's attention. She was born with a clear face, so why did she need the so-called fashion sense to carve it? Sulu never read fashion magazines, so he did not know that the Federation's fashion circle hated this national idol for her incompetence, sighed helplessly at her natural gemstone-like brilliance, and felt deeply moved. But when he saw the girl under the starlight looking back, he suddenly had the same feeling. The girl's nose was straight, her lips were soft, her eyes were bright, and her eyelashes were long and thin. When she blinked, it was as if she wanted to soften everyone's heart. Although she was already in her 20s and was no longer the pure and innocent little girl who made thousands of uncles crazy when she first appeared on Channel 23, she had just entered the most charming stage of a young girl. Her body was wrapped in a coarse-woven hemp garment, and her tender, white, round legs were exposed, exuding a heart-stopping beauty. Beauty was everywhere and not rare, but every description of every detail, every kind of praise when it came to this girl was close to a miracle. Not to mention, her head of purple hair was soft when it should be, and vigorous when it should be. The expression on her moving face was innocent when it should be, and angry when it should be. Every little curve of her wrinkled face was so soul-stirring. As the saying goes, appropriate anger, appropriate joy, appropriate light makeup, appropriate heavy makeup. It was probably referring to her. This was a person who possessed all the spirit of creation and made people feel close to her. She should only appear in the imagination of humans or in cartoons drawn based on their imagination, but she appeared on the screen at the age of 12 and caused countless waves in the Federation. In the boring life of the Eastwoods region, Jian Shui'er was the greatest spiritual sustenance for all the unemployed miners and orphans. Their feelings for her were much deeper than those of the average citizen of the Federation. Su Lu had clearly come into contact with her more than a year ago, but when he saw this scene he saw the girl in the starlight looking back at him indifferently, with a trace of anger in her eyes, and a circle of extremely cute wrinkles on her brows. His heart buzzed, crushed by some kind of numbness as if it was going to stop beating. He was completely unable to react. In front of the girl in the oil painting, even the thickest nerves would short-circuit. In front of this girl in the oil painting, even the most powerful first-order machine would stop operating in front of such a faint gaze. After 7 seconds of silence, Su Li's mind suddenly recalled what Jian Shui'er had said. His heart, which was about to return to normal, once again exploded. Blind date. When Su Lu encountered a critical moment, he always habitually narrowed his eyes, letting his eyes shine, and then said some dirty words. But today he suddenly encountered a great stimulation, which was very different from his usual interest. Even his voice was so sharp that it changed a little bit. He opened his eyes wide and looked at the girl in the chair 3 meters away in disbelief. His tongue was stiff as if it had been electrocuted, and he shouted vaguely, "Fuck. I'm on what?" Jian Shui'er obviously did not regard herself as the so-called leader of the Jade Girls sect. Her hands tightly grasped the back of the rotating chair, and she stared at Su Lu without showing any weakness. She angrily puffed up her pink cheeks, knitted her eyebrows and repeated, "Blind date." Su Lu took off the sunglasses on the bridge of his nose with the fastest speed, and rubbed his eyebrows hard to make sure that he was not in the wonderful dark dream that the old woman had woven. The big star in front of him would not be so bored as to use this kind of thing to tease him. Standing in the same place, he only felt that his scalp was numb, and he did not know what was going on at all. "You don't know?" Jian Shui'er slightly lowered her head to look at him, trying to nail Su Lu to the wall with 2 vicious eyes. However, her eyelashes were too long and her eyes were too bright and soft. Although she was not shy when she lowered her head, she looked more cute. "I don't know." Su Lu felt that his lips were a little dry. He stared blankly at the girl in the chair close to him, licked his lips and innocently said, "I don't even know what you are talking about." It was quiet in the main cabin of the spaceship. The oil paintings hanging on the walls were all of the previous commanders of the Federal Fleet. They were smiling gently with them, and quietly looking at the silent young man and woman in the cabin. After a long silence, Jian Shui'er suddenly smiled. A trace of cunning flashed through her eyes under the fluffy purple hair and said, "I'm just teasing you, you are really interesting." But for some reason that madam kept stirring up trouble, which is why the family didn't speed up the pace. When she mentioned that madam, Sister Tong's eyes clearly showed disapproval and even anger. Jian Shui'er tugged at her clothes and said with her head lowered, "If you like that bamboo that's soft on the outside and hollow on the inside, then marry him yourself." "The first young master of the Li family is not as bad as you say," said Sister Tong helplessly. "If that bamboo is so good, then why were you so polite to that small-eyed lieutenant colonel?" asked Jian Shui'er with wide eyes. Sister Tong glanced at the deep starry sky outside the floor-to-ceiling window and laughed softly. "This one was personally chosen by that person, so of course he's not bad. Didn't they say that he's the illegitimate son of the old man?" Jian Shui'er sighed and said, "Then if I'm with him, wouldn't it be like the thunderstorm in Schiller's novel?" Sister Tong spat in annoyance and said, "Of course you and I know that those are all rumors. Speaking of which, it's normal for Su Lu to know that this is a blind date. Ever since that meal at the 1st Military Region's residential area, everyone in the family knows that you hate blind dates. This time he must have chosen a different path. Maybe he wants you two to try to interact more." "Don't say any more." Jian Shui'er rolled her eyes and put her hand across her chest to make a pause gesture. She pouted and said, "It doesn't matter if the news you heard is true or not. Since that guy doesn't know, then we'll just pretend that we don't know anything." The girl patted her supple chest and said with fear in her eyes, "Luckily I've been in the art circle for so many years. At least I have some good acting skills." Sister Tong was helpless. She looked at Jian Shui'er with pity, thinking that even Lieutenant Colonel Su Lu wouldn't believe such a ridiculous thing. However, this young couple didn't think about it carefully. With how much the military valued Su Lu, Why would they let him be the bodyguard of the nation's girl? This was a long journey to the West Woods. A single man and a single woman were together day and night. Outside the spaceship, there was a slight breeze and dew on the floor-to-ceiling window. It wasn't a blind date, but it was better than a blind date. Three days later, the warship finished accelerating in the star system and officially entered outer space. Even the low humming of the crystal engine could no longer be heard. The long journey in outer space was only boring silence. After the staff changed shifts, they would go to the living area to drink a few glasses of wine, play chess, chat, and watch TV and movies to pass the time. In addition to the staff of the performing arts team, the officers and the members of Group 7 were secretly looking forward to whether or not the national girl, who was doted on by thousands of people, would come down the gangway to have fun with them. After traveling with the legendary Jian Shuier for more than a month, it would be a pity if they could not see the real face of this superstar with their own eyes. However, to their disappointment, since that day, the nation's girl locked herself in her room. No one knew how she spent her time alone in the bedroom, whether she felt lonely, or whether she was bored looking at the unchanging background of the universe outside the floor-to-ceiling window. There were very few people who had the authority to enter the core area of the upper layer. Sister Tong and two female assistants were in charge of Jian Shuier's daily necessities. Other than that, only the three highest-ranking officers of the warship and 2 or 3 members of Group 7 were allowed to set foot in that forbidden area. Sulu had the authority to go up and ask about the loneliness of the national girl, but of course he did not dare to go. He could even vaguely guess why Jian Shuier locked herself in her room. After passing through the Voidman space passage at the edge of the upper forest district, the warship entered full speed. The traces left by humans in the universe became fewer and fewer. Other than the monitoring satellites set up by the Bureau of Proclamation in the distant asteroid belt, everything returned to a rather solemn and beautiful primitive state. Jian Shuier still did not come downstairs. The expectant crowd could not help but feel a little disappointed, but they were not too angry. After all, this was the national girl among the stars. It was natural for her to keep a certain distance from people like them. Not to mention, in the Federation, this female star had always been known for her mysterious aura. During these days, Sulu did not allow himself to be idle. After leaving the security work to Bai Yulan, he was very relieved to wander around the interior of the warship. In fact, it was not accurate to say that he was wandering around because most of the time, he stayed in the top-secret multi-engine control cabin and the warship's control room. He was like a repairman but also like a curious child, gently touching everywhere and sometimes even using his nose to sniff. He carried a bag of buns in one hand and an electronic notebook in the other. He stayed in these important cabins of the Federation's warship for a day and a night. Only when he was tired would he go back to the living quarters to rest. He carefully studied the structure and details of the Federation's second-generation space warship, diligently copying and learning. When he encountered something he didn't understand, he would earnestly consult the mechanics on the warship. He even specially applied for a long-distance interplanetary encrypted communication line from the control room of the warship, so that he could contact Shang Qiu, who was far away in the capital ring, with the information he came in contact with on the warship, requesting her technical support. The officers on the warship had always maintained a strong sense of vigilance and suspicion towards this outsider who entered and left the restricted area. They did not understand why the captain would issue an order to allow this person to enter and leave the most confidential area. It should be known that the area Sulu entered and left involved the engines, transmissions, and weapon systems of the Federation space warships. These were the most confidential of secrets. This person was only the head of security at Whitewater Company. Why would he have such special authority? The normal officers did not understand why the captain had given Sulu this authority. It was because they did not know that Sulu was originally a lieutenant colonel of the Federation's General Assembly base, and also had the Level 1 technical supervisor authority of Nutshell. As an engineer who had made great contributions to the new MX mecha model of the Federation, when he expressed his curiosity about the 3 major systems of the warship, the captain had no qualms about giving him this authority. Fortunately, Sulu spent most of his time in the process of studying, visiting, and researching. Other than occasionally asking the mecha operator for advice, he was exceptionally quiet and silent most of the time. He definitely did not disturb the normal operations of the warship, and his face always carried a sincere and amiable smile. As time passed, the officers and soldiers on the warship had also gotten used to the existence of this strange person. In the database of Professor Shinyulin at the Husk Institute, Sulu had once studied a great deal of material science knowledge. In order to wake him up, the Federal Central Computer had once forced many intricate blueprints into his mind. Now, on this long journey aboard the Federation's most advanced warship, it gave Sulu the perfect opportunity to compare the theoretical knowledge in his mind with practical experience. Of course, he would not miss this opportunity. The comparison between the multi-engine systems of the space warship and the dual-engine systems of the MX Mecha was the focus of his research these past few days. The operating principles and compatibility of the three major systems of the warship were also things he was concerned about. The reason why he was so obsessed with studying these things was not only because of his professional instincts as an engineer, but also because of the influence of his childhood dreams. Before he was forced to flee Donglin, he who had been regarded as a mecha engineering genius by his uncle, his greatest wish in this life was to become a mecha operator under the command of a female captain of a Weiswa warship. Other than that, he wanted to enter the Nutshell Corporation as an engineer. The captain of this second-level Federation warship was indeed a lady, but she was already over 40 years old and had a poker face. Speaking of which, in the cabin on the second floor was the most famous girl in the Federation, the purple-haired captain. Although she definitely would not really command a space warship. Sulu abruptly came to his senses and quickly rubbed his slightly hot face. He knew that he had been thinking about the wrong things again. In the past few days he had often been thinking about the wrong things. A light beeping sound rang out. The soldiers who were monitoring the warship's energy status in the third control room reflexively glanced at the buzzing warning lights. With practiced ease, they temporarily stopped what they were doing, leaned against the wall and fastened their standing seatbelts. B-1288 countdown to warp. All the visual windows of the space warship were automatically closed by a three-layer composite panel made of polymer materials and manganese-potassium alloy. Following the clear electronic female voices countdown, the normally operating warship suddenly vibrated. This vibration was not strong, but it was more like a massage. No wonder those soldiers were still in the mood to chat about the movie they watched last night while leaning against the wall. Sulu felt for the electronic notebook in his pocket and used his fingers to grip the seatbelt in front of his chest. He narrowed his eyes to look at the black composite panel by the window. He had already experienced this type of warp many times, so it was not new to him, and he did not have any thoughts of fear. He was just immensely curious as to what the three-dimensional warp hole outside the warship looked like. If it were not for those high-strength panels covering it, would he be able to see the legendary, most beautiful spontaneous energy ray turbulence with his naked eyes? You're tuning in to the Han Lee's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.